I used to think my life was pretty normal, at least normal in the way you convince yourself it is because you don't know anything different. My name's Landon. I'm 27 now, and I was raised by my mom, just the two of us in a small house on the edge of town. According to her, my dad left when I was 3. No warning, no goodbye. She told me he just couldn't handle the responsibility. Said he ran off to start a new life and didn't want anything to do with me. I grew up believing he was the kind of man who could walk away from his own child without a second thought. And if I'm being honest, for most of my life, I hated him for it. Whenever I asked questions as a kid, Mom would brush them off. He's not worth your time, she'd say. You're better off without him. Sometimes she'd get a little misty-eyed, like it really hurt her to talk about it. Other times, she'd stiffen up, like even remembering him made her angry. But the story was always the same. He was selfish. He abandoned us. We were stronger without him. I didn't push too hard. I figured if he didn't want me, then I didn't want him either. Still, there was always this quiet ache I couldn't shake. At school, when other kids made Father's Day cards, I'd sit there drawing something random just to have something to do with my hands. At birthdays, holidays, graduations, that empty chair didn't go unnoticed. Mom filled the void as best she could. She worked 2 jobs, took me to soccer games when she could, tried to be both parents at once. And I gave her credit for that. I did. But even as I got older, even as I told myself I didn't care, part of me always wondered what it would have been like if he'd stayed. Fast forward to a few months ago. I was living alone in a rented apartment downtown, working a decent job in IT, trying to keep my life quiet and simple. No drama. No chaos. Then one night, there was a knock at my door. It was late, just past 9 p.m. I wasn't expecting anyone. At first, I thought maybe it was a neighbor, or maybe a package delivery gone wrong. But when I opened the door, I saw a man I didn't recognize. Late 40s, maybe 50s. Tall, graying hair, kind of worn, looking like life had put him through the ringer. He had this nervous energy about him, like he wasn't sure whether to speak or run. He held a small folder in his hands, like he was gripping it for dear life. "Landon," he asked, his voice quiet, almost like he was afraid of the answer. I hesitated. "Yeah." He swallowed. I'm your father." I stared at him. For a few seconds, I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. I thought it had to be some kind of joke. Some scam. I actually glanced down the hall, half expecting a camera crew to pop out and yell, "Gotcha." But there was no camera. No prank. Just this man, this stranger, standing in front of me, looking like he was about to break. Then he said something that shattered everything. "I've been fighting to see you for 20 years, he said, his voice cracking. "Your mom told me you wanted nothing to do with me." It didn't register at first. My brain just kind of stalled. I blinked, trying to piece together what he was saying. Fighting? 20 years. My mom told him what? I have proof, he added quickly, fumbling with the folder in his hands. He opened it and pulled out a stack of papers. Legal documents, court letters, custody requests, return receipts, all with my name on them, all signed, all ignored. I felt like I'd been punched in the chest. My stomach twisted as I scanned the papers. I didn't understand all the legal jargon, but I didn't need to. It was right there in black and white. He hadn't walked away. He'd tried. Again and again. He'd filed for visitation. Tried to get phone calls. Sent letters. He'd been shut out. Erased. And Mom had told me he left. I didn't know what to say. I invited him in, and we sat on the couch in this awkward, surreal silence. He looked around like he couldn't believe he was really here, in my home. I could barely look at him, not because I was angry at him, because I wasn't. Not anymore. I was angry at her. Furious. But I didn't know how to process any of it. He started telling me stories about when I was born, about how he and my mom met, about how they'd fought constantly toward the end, but how he never wanted to leave me behind. He said he paid child support religiously, even when he was barely scraping by. But every time he tried to reach out, Mom shut it down. "She said you hated me," he said, his voice breaking again. "That you didn't want me in your life. That you'd scream and cry if I ever showed up. I didn't want to hurt you more than I already had." I just sat there, numb, trying to remember every time I'd asked about him. Every time Mom had shut it down. Every look. Every offhand comment. And the worst part? I'd believed her. When he finally left that night, he gave me his number. Told me to call if I ever wanted to talk. Said he understood if I didn't. That he just needed me to know the truth. I didn't sleep that night. I didn't go to work the next day. I just sat on the floor of my apartment, staring at those papers, trying to reconcile the man I'd just met with the one my mom had described my whole life. I called her that afternoon. She didn't answer. I called again and again. Finally, I drove to her house. She opened the door like nothing was wrong, smiling. Landon, what a surprise. I didn't even say hello. I just held up the papers and said, "Why did you lie to me?" Her smile faded instantly. Her face went pale. Landon, I don't know what that is, but don't, I snapped. Don't lie again. For a moment, she just stood there. Then she crossed her arms and said something I'll never forget. I did what I had to do. You were better off without him. That was it. No apology. No regret. Just justification. I don't even remember what I said after that. My ears were ringing. My hands were shaking. I walked away before I said something I couldn't take back. But I wasn't done. Not by a long shot. That was the day everything changed. The moment I realized my childhood wasn't what I thought it was. That the person I trusted most had manipulated me. For what? Control? Spite? I didn't know yet. But I was going to find out. And once I did, I'd make sure she regretted ever trying to rewrite my story. The days after that night felt like trying to walk through fog. I kept replaying his words. I've been fighting to see you for 20 years. I kept staring at those legal papers, trying to remember if I'd ever seen a single letter, card, or even a missed call with his name on it. I hadn't. Not one. My mom had erased him from my life so completely, it was like he'd never existed. But now that I knew the truth, I couldn't go back. And once you open that door, once the illusion shatters, you start noticing everything else that never quite made sense. I didn't talk to Mom for 3 days. Not out of strategy, just because I didn't trust myself to speak without screaming. On the 4th day, I got a text from her like nothing happened. Dinner this weekend? Aunt Marla's coming over. She'd love to see you. I stared at my phone, shaking. It was like she thought the conversation never happened. Like the lies she carried for 2 decades didn't matter. I didn't respond. A few hours later, she sent another text. Are you still mad? I thought you'd understand by now. I only did what was best for you. Best for me. That line kept echoing in my head. I used to believe her when she said that. She always had this way of justifying things, like every decision she made, no matter how controlling or cold, was actually her being protective. Growing up, I thought that was love. That sacrificing someone's freedom or honesty was a mother's way of keeping you safe. But now I couldn't tell if she ever actually saw me as a person, or just as something she wanted to control. I finally responded a day later. We need to talk. Just us. She invited me over that Sunday. Her house hadn't changed. Same gray furniture, same picture frames, same scent of oversprayed lemon cleaner in the hallway. She smiled when she opened the door like we were old friends reconnecting. Landon, sweetheart, she said, reaching for a hug. I didn't return it. I walked past her into the kitchen and placed the folder of court documents on the table. I want answers, I said. Real ones. No spin. No more lies. She sat down across from me slowly, folding her hands in front of her like she was preparing for a debate. I don't know what he told you, but I've read everything. I interrupted. The custody requests. The visitation filings. You told him I didn't want to see him. That I hated him. What? She flinched, just for a second. Because you were better off, she said, her voice sharp. He was unstable. He moved around constantly. He had no career. I didn't want you getting attached and then watching him disappear again. But he didn't disappear, I said. You pushed him out. You made me believe he didn't care about me. Her lips thinned. You needed consistency. Structure. I gave you that. No, I snapped. You gave me your version of the truth. You made decisions for me. You lied to me. There was a long silence. Then, without a shred of remorse, she said, you should be grateful. You turned out just fine. That was the moment I realized she truly didn't get it. Or worse, didn't care. The next few weeks were a blur of awkward conversations, missed calls, and late-night texts from my dad, James. We started small, just getting coffee. He brought photos of me as a baby, some of him holding me in the hospital. I never knew those existed. He told me about his side of the family, about how his own parents tried to keep up contact too, but were blocked just like him. There were birthday cards he'd written and never sent. Letters he mailed that were returned unopened. He still had copies. But the more I talked to him, the more I started realizing something deeper. Mom didn't just lie to me about him. She cut me off from an entire side of myself. A whole family. A whole identity. She'd shaped my life to fit her narrative, then punished me emotionally anytime I tried to question it. And that's when other memories started hitting differently. Like how she always made me feel guilty for spending time with friends. How she hated it whenever I brought up moving to another city. How she never celebrated any of my accomplishments unless she could frame them as her sacrifices paying off. Then came the moment that cracked everything open. One afternoon, I was helping James go through some boxes in his storage unit. He was moving closer to my city, just renting for now. He handed me an old envelope labeled, "For Landon, do not open." Inside was a letter he'd tried to send when I turned 16. It said, "I know you might not want to hear from me. Maybe you think I left you. I didn't. I've been fighting for years. I just want you to know that you're loved. That you always were. I'm proud of you, even if I don't get to see who you're becoming." I didn't cry. I just sat there with it in my hands, numb. 16. That was the year Mom refused to let me go on a class trip because she said something felt off. That was the year she grounded me for getting a B in algebra and said I was starting to act entitled. She read that letter. I knew it. She intercepted it. She chose not to give it to me. That night, I confronted her again. This time, I didn't go in angry. I went in calm. Cold. She was sitting on the couch watching some baking competition show. She muted the TV when she saw me. "Did you read the letter he sent me when I turned 16? I asked. Her eyes flickered. Just enough to give it away. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Don't lie." She set the remote down carefully. "It wasn't appropriate. You were going through a rough time. I didn't want to confuse you. You didn't want to lose control." The words sat heavy between us. She laughed, this bitter, disbelieving sound. "Oh, so now I'm the villain? After everything I gave up for you." "You didn't give anything up," I said. "You took away my choices. You stole years from both of us." Her face tightened. "You're not a parent. You don't know what it's like to make those calls." "I did what I had to." "You keep saying that," I said. "But you didn't have to. You chose to." She didn't respond. Just stared at me like she didn't recognize me anymore. I left without saying goodbye. And that should have been the end of it. But it wasn't. Because a week later, I got a message from my cousin Megan, Mom's niece. We weren't super close, but we followed each other on social media. She sent me a screenshot of a Facebook post Mom made in a private family group. It said, "After everything I've done for Landon, he's now running around with his deadbeat father, calling me a liar, acting like I ruined his life. All because of some old documents and manipulative stories. I gave that boy everything. And this is how he repays me. I don't want him at Christmas. Let him spend it with the man who abandoned him." It was like being stabbed in the back all over again. She was trying to control the story again, rewrite it to save face, paint herself as the martyr. And worse, she was doing it publicly. I didn't respond. I didn't comment. I didn't call her. I just let the silence sit. But something shifted in me that day. It wasn't just about me anymore. It wasn't just about lies or withheld letters. It was about the pattern. The way she twisted facts, rewrote memories, and tried to bend the truth until it served her. And I knew, if I didn't do something, she'd keep doing it. Not just to me, to everyone, to her friends, to the rest of our family, maybe even to herself. That's when I started making a plan. Not for revenge, not at first. Just for clarity, for truth. I wanted to know how deep this went. What else she had hidden. Who else she had lied to. And the more I uncovered, the more I realized it wasn't just about my dad. There were other secrets. Other manipulations. And if she thought I'd stay quiet, she didn't know me anymore. I hit rock bottom the week before Christmas. There wasn't a single moment that broke me. It was everything all at once. The weight of 27 years of false memories. The anger, the confusion, the shame of not knowing my own story. And then there was the Facebook post. Seeing my mom, write that I was running around with my deadbeat father, like I was some rebellious teenager chasing drama. That gutted me in a way I didn't know was possible. And the worst part? Some of my relatives actually believed her. A few liked the post. Some left vague, passive-aggressive comments like, "You always did your best, hun." And sometimes kids don't understand until they have kids of their own. One of my uncles even chimed in with, "That man was never any good. I told you that when they were dating." I read every comment, every like, every subtle nod of support for her, and not a single one for me. I wanted to scream. I wanted to reply and blast screenshots of the court documents, the letters, the proof. But I didn't. I didn't say a word. I just deleted Facebook that night and sat on the floor of my living room until the sun came up. That was my lowest point. I didn't leave the apartment for 2 days. Didn't eat much. Didn't respond to messages, even from James. He sent me a few check-ins. No pressure, just here if you need anything. But I couldn't even bring myself to text him back. I was angry at her, but I was also angry at myself. Angry for believing her for so long. Angry that I let her take so much of my life and never once questioned it. What kind of man does that? What kind of son? The self-blame was heavy. And then there was the loneliness. Holidays were always just me and Mom. No cousins. No big family dinners. Just us and a cheap turkey she'd complain about cooking. I thought it was because money was tight. I thought she didn't want me around people who wouldn't understand our bond. But now I realized she'd pushed them away. Or worse, lied to them too. And me? I had no one left. Until James called me on Christmas Eve. I didn't want to answer. I almost let it ring out. But something in me, maybe just the need to not feel alone, made me pick up. His voice was quiet. Hey, Landon. I wasn't going to bother you. I made too much food. Got this tiny tree, decorated it myself. Looks like a disaster. Figured if you wanted to stop by, even for a minute. I didn't respond right away. But I remember looking around my apartment, the cold gray light coming through the blinds, the silence. And I thought, maybe I didn't want to be alone tonight. I drove over. His apartment was small, barely furnished. But warm. The kind of warmth that came from someone trying. There were candles burning. A lopsided tree in the corner with half the ornaments sliding off the branches. A folding table set up with mismatched plates. He looked nervous when he opened the door, like I might turn around and walk away. But I didn't. I stepped inside. That night didn't fix everything. But it started something. We talked for hours. About everything. About nothing. I asked questions I didn't even know I had. He answered all of them honestly. Even when it made him look bad. He told me he had messed up when I was little. That he and Mom fought constantly. That he drank too much back then, not in a scary way. Just enough to miss deadlines, lose jobs, say things he didn't mean. But when he got clean, when he got his life together, he tried to come back. And by then, Mom had already shut the door and bolted it shut. He showed me a drawer in his kitchen full of cards he'd written and never sent. Father's Day, birthdays, high school graduation, letters he didn't have the address for, or that came back stamped return to sender. He kept every one. That drawer broke me all over again. But for the first time in weeks, I felt like I wasn't alone. After that night, I started coming over more. Sometimes we'd just hang out and watch football, or cook something terrible and pretend it was edible. Sometimes we'd talk about deeper stuff. Other times we'd just exist in the same room, like we were slowly trying to stitch something back together without forcing it. I didn't realize it at the time, but I'd started rebuilding. Quietly. In pieces. The first thing I did was pull out an old notebook and start writing down everything I remembered. Every moment with Mom that felt off. Every time she discouraged me from asking questions about him. Every time she twisted reality just enough to serve her narrative. I needed to see it on paper. To remind myself I wasn't crazy. Next, I started calling extended family. I didn't bring up Mom at first. I just reached out. Asked how they were. Reintroduced myself. Some were surprised to hear from me. Others were hesitant, polite, but distant. But after a few calls, I started asking questions. Like why they never came around when I was a kid. Why Mom always said they weren't interested. My Aunt Shelby, who I barely remembered, was the first one to crack. Sweetheart, she said, her voice trembling a little, we tried. We reached out every year. Your mom? She just said you didn't want us involved. That you hated big family gatherings. That we stressed you out. She sent me an old voicemail she'd kept from 10 years ago of Mom telling her, Landon doesn't want to be part of the circus you call a family. Please respect his wishes and don't send anything for his birthday. I listened to it twice. Then I cried. I realized my world had been smaller than it ever needed to be. Not because people didn't care, but because one person decided they shouldn't. I kept digging, kept reconnecting. Found out I had a cousin in med school. Another who ran a photography business in Portland. A great uncle who was still alive and remembered teaching me how to fish once. They remembered me. They'd missed me. I hadn't just lost a dad. I'd lost a network of people who might have made life feel a little less lonely growing up. Meanwhile, James introduced me to his side of the family. Slowly, respectfully. I met his sister, who cried the second she saw me. His mom, my grandma, had passed a few years ago, but he showed me pictures of us together when I was a baby. There was one of her holding me in a rocking chair, smiling so big her eyes were barely open. I'd never seen her face before, never even heard her name. It was like discovering a whole half of myself had been buried. By February, I'd started seeing a therapist. At first, I wasn't sure it would help. I'd always thought therapy was for people who couldn't manage things on their own. But the truth was, I couldn't. I didn't know how to process the years of manipulation, the guilt, the anger, the grief of a childhood that never really existed the way I thought it did. My therapist, a woman named Riley, helped me name things I'd never known how to name. Emotional enmeshment, control disguised as care, covert narcissism. We unpacked memories I'd buried. She helped me stop blaming myself, helped me start separating my truth from Mom's version of it. Week by week, I felt lighter. By March, I'd made a decision. I wasn't going to stay silent anymore. But I wasn't going to blow up her life with a social media post or a shouting match. That wasn't me. I wanted to do this smart. I wanted the truth to come out in a way that couldn't be spun or twisted. I wanted the receipts. So I started compiling everything. Court records, letters, voice messages, family testimonies. Every piece of proof I had that contradicted her version of the story. I organized it into folders, physical and digital. Not to use as a weapon. Not yet. But to have. Just in case. And maybe, one day, to show others who deserve to know the truth. I wasn't rushing into revenge. I was building the foundation first. Rebuilding my life, not just my case. And slowly, things started shifting. I started sleeping better, eating better, laughing more. I reconnected with an old friend from college and told them everything. They listened, didn't judge, just said, "You deserve better. I'm glad you're finally getting it." I got a raise at work. Started volunteering on weekends. Started journaling every morning. For the first time in years, I didn't feel like I was performing a version of myself for someone else's approval. I was just me. And every day, I grew a little more comfortable with that. But deep down, I knew the calm wouldn't last forever. Because the more I grew, the more desperate she'd become to pull me back. And sure enough, just as spring rolled in, so did another letter from Mom. This one wasn't sweet. It wasn't an apology. It was a warning. And it changed everything. It arrived in a plain white envelope with my name handwritten on the front. No return address. No stamp. Which meant one thing. She dropped it off herself. I stared at it for a while before opening it. My heart was steady, but something in the back of my head whispered, "Don't do it. Let it rot in the trash." I should have listened. But I didn't. Inside was a 3-page letter written in my mother's familiar, careful cursive. The kind she used when writing sympathy cards or thank you notes. The first line hit me like a slap. "You've made your choice, so I'm making mine." The letter wasn't an apology. It was a veiled threat disguised as motherly concern. Page after page of self-pity, manipulation, and carefully worded accusations. She said she couldn't sleep knowing how I'd been poisoned against her. That I'd fallen into the trap of revisionist history, letting a man with a track record of failure rewrite 20 years of truth. She claimed she had protected me from trauma, and now I was dragging her name through the mud to feel powerful. She mentioned things she shouldn't have known. Conversations I'd had with extended family. People I'd spoken to. Things James had told me in confidence. That's when it clicked. She was reaching out to them behind my back. At the end of the letter, in bold ink, she wrote, "You can either let this go and come home, or I can start telling people what really happened during those years. I'm tired of being silent. And you're not the only one who can make noise." There it was. The line she thought would scare me into crawling back. The line that said, "I will ruin your reputation if you don't fall in line." Except this wasn't the same Landon she'd raised. I wasn't 17 anymore, desperate for her approval. I wasn't the boy who thought silence was love and obedience was peace. She didn't realize that everything she thought could be used against me was already mine. I sat with the letter for a day, then called James. He answered on the second ring. "Hey, kid. I think it's time," I said. "I'm done playing defense." There was a long pause. Then he said quietly, "What do you need me to do?" And just like that, the planning began. I started with a spreadsheet. Yes, a literal spreadsheet. I listed everything I knew, everything I had proof of, and every person who'd been pulled into her version of reality. I created categories: witnesses, evidence, timeline, leverage. I wasn't trying to be petty. I was trying to be precise. James gave me access to a box of old legal files he'd kept in his storage unit, including an affidavit he'd filed in 2010 trying to re-establish visitation. It included a statement about a recorded phone call with my mom, one where she allegedly said, "He doesn't even know you exist anymore. Don't call again." The recording was gone. He'd lost it during a move, but the affidavit was official, signed and notarized. It gave me a window of time. I dug through email archives, old letters, anything I could find. And then, I struck gold. An old USB drive buried in a shoebox at James's place. He thought it was just full of work documents. But tucked inside one folder labeled taxes was a .mp3 file named simply call_Jan_2010. I opened it. There she was. Her voice, unmistakable. And the line? "He's my son, not yours. You can keep sending your little letters, but he'll never see them. I make sure of that." I sat back in the chair, staring at the screen. There it was. Proof she'd knowingly blocked contact. That she'd intentionally severed the bond between us. Not to protect me. Not out of fear. But because she wanted total control. I backed that file up in 5 different places. Then I called Megan, my cousin who'd first sent me the screenshot of the Facebook post. We'd grown closer over the past few months. She'd been distant from Mom for years, mostly because of how Mom treated her after her parents' divorce. "Landon," she said when she picked up, "please tell me this isn't another bombshell." "I found a recording," I said. "I need to play it for you." I met her the next day and let her listen. Her face went pale halfway through. She covered her mouth and shook her head. "She always told us she tried to keep your dad involved," she said. "Said he was dangerous, unreliable, that he'd disappear for months, and that you were the one who didn't want anything to do with him. She made sure everyone believed it," I said. "She rewrote history." Megan sat in silence for a moment, then looked at me with fire in her eyes. "What do you want to do?" "I want the truth out," I said. "But I want to do it right. No shouting match. No drama. I want to be calm, collected, and undeniable." She nodded slowly. "Then you're going to need allies." Over the next few weeks, Megan and I worked quietly. She reached out to other cousins, aunts, and even one of Mom's old friends who'd been ghosted years ago for picking sides. One by one, we told them what happened. One by one, we shared documents, letters, screenshots, the recording. Some were shocked. Some cried. A few admitted they'd always suspected Mom exaggerated things, but they'd been afraid to say anything. She was the kind of person who could freeze you out of her life like flipping a switch. She wielded isolation like a weapon, and no one wanted to be the next target. But now they were listening, and I wasn't stopping there. I reached out to Riley, my therapist, and asked for help drafting a letter. A clear, composed, evidence-backed account of the last 27 years. Not emotional, not vindictive, just factual, with timestamps, references, and a few key attachments. It took 2 weeks to get it right, but when it was done, it was airtight. I printed 30 copies. Then came the final piece. I reached out to a local attorney, a soft-spoken, no-nonsense guy named Mr. Halvorsen. I didn't want to sue. I didn't want money, but I did want options. Legal options. Protection. He reviewed everything. "I'll be honest," he said, flipping through the binder I handed him. "This is one of the clearest patterns of parental alienation I've seen that never went to court. Can I file anything retroactively?" I asked. "Not easily," he said. "But you can make a formal declaration. You can protect yourself if she starts spreading lies. And depending on how far you want to take this, you can submit a request to have this documented with the family court. You have more power than you think." That was all I needed to hear. I wasn't trying to burn her world down. I just wanted her to stop thinking she could light mine on fire and walk away without getting singed. So I waited for the right moment. And it came, just 2 weeks later. I was at work when I got a call from Megan. "She's planning something," she said. "She's telling people you're threatening her, that you're harassing her with your dad. She's trying to build a case." My heart didn't even race. I just smiled. "Perfect," I said. "Let her try." I'd already drafted my response, already prepared the documents, already notified my lawyer, already made peace with who I used to be and who I wasn't anymore. The next move was mine. It all came to a head on a Sunday afternoon in May. Mother's Day, to be specific. She was hosting her usual small gathering. Just a few relatives who still tiptoed around her orbit, mostly out of habit or obligation. Megan was invited, though she hadn't RSVP'd. Neither had I. That was intentional. She didn't know that half the people invited had already heard the recording, or read the affidavit, or seen the timeline of court filings and letter receipts, all neatly backed by stamps and dates. She didn't know that her carefully spun narrative had already started to unravel in whispers behind her back, whispers that were growing louder. By noon, Megan sent me a text. She's telling everyone you're trying to sue her, saying she's scared you'll show up. I didn't reply. Instead, I got in my car, folder in hand, and drove across town. I wasn't going to yell. I wasn't going to argue. I wasn't even going to stay long. But it was time she saw the version of me she'd spent years trying to erase. The version that couldn't be manipulated, guilt-tripped, or lied to anymore. When I pulled up, I saw the usual cars in the driveway. Her silver Lexus, Uncle Dean's pickup, my cousin Haley's beat-up Corolla. The screen door was open, and from outside I could already hear her laugh, loud, exaggerated, the way she always performed when she had an audience. I knocked. The conversation inside stopped instantly. After a moment, she appeared at the door, her expression flickering between shock and something much colder. But she smiled, that tight, strained version she used when she was caught off guard. Landon, I didn't expect. I held up a hand. Don't. I'm not here to stay. I just want to give you this. I handed her the folder. She glanced at it like it might bite her, then stepped out onto the porch, closing the door behind her. What is this? She asked. Evidence, I said. Everything. The letters you hid. The calls you lied about. The affidavit. And the recording. It's all in there. Her eyes narrowed. You're trying to destroy me. No, I said calmly. You did that on your own. I'm just correcting the record. She looked past me, like she was scanning for witnesses. This is your father's influence. I knew it. This is my decision, I said. And you don't get to hide behind doing your best anymore. You lied. You manipulated me. You cut me off from half my life, then tried to pretend it was noble. She crossed her arms. What do you want? An apology? Money? I want nothing from you, I said, except for you to understand that you no longer control the narrative. I've told the truth, and I'll keep telling it. She opened the folder and flipped through a few pages. Her face went pale when she saw the transcript of the 2010 call. She stopped when she got to the statement from Megan, how Mom used emotional manipulation to isolate me from extended family. And then the screenshot of her Facebook post, followed by my annotated breakdown of each false claim she made in it, cross-referenced with actual records. You think anyone will believe this? She hissed. You think they'll take his side? After everything I gave up for you? They already do, I said. They've heard the recording, seen the court records. They believe me. The mask slipped for just a second. There was a flicker of fear behind her eyes. And that was enough. I've also filed a formal statement with the family court, I added. Not suing you. Just documenting everything. Just in case you try to spin this into something it's not. And if you spread another lie about me or James, I'll take it further. Her jaw tightened. You ungrateful little. I'm done, I said, cutting her off. I'm not a child anymore. And you don't get to threaten me into silence. I turned to leave. She didn't follow. Didn't call out. Just stood there, frozen on the porch with the folder in her hands. As I reached my car, the front door creaked open again. Haley stepped outside, followed by Megan. Then Aunt Lisa. One by one, they came out, each glancing at my mom, then at me. No one said anything, but they didn't go back inside. That night, Megan texted me. She tried to explain everything after you left. No one bought it. Lisa told her she needed help. Uncle Dean just shook his head and walked out. She's never looked smaller. A few days later, I got a Facebook friend request from Aunt Lisa. Then Haley. Then Uncle Dean. Slowly, the family I'd been told wanted nothing to do with me started showing up. As for James, he cried when I told him what happened. Not big, dramatic tears. Just quiet ones. Relief, I think. Closure. I showed him the court filing. He read it 3 times. You didn't have to go this far, he said. I did, I said. Not for you. Not even for me. For the truth. Summer came, and with it, peace. Real peace. The kind you don't notice at first, because you're not used to stillness. I kept seeing my therapist. Kept rebuilding my relationships. Kept moving forward. Mom didn't reach out again. I heard through Megan that she was taking time off from family gatherings, claiming she needed to focus on her health. But no one was buying it. Not anymore. The silence she used to weaponize had become her prison. And me? I started writing. Just little essays at first, then a blog. I told my story, not with names, not to get sympathy, but to help others recognize what I didn't for so long. That love shouldn't feel like control, and truth doesn't have to scream to be heard. One night, months later, I sat across from James at a small diner. We'd just finished dinner. The check was paid. He looked out the window and said, almost to himself, "Funny thing about the truth. It doesn't go away just because someone buries it." I nodded. "No," I said, "but it's a hell of a thing when you finally dig it up." And for the first time in my life, I meant it. The past can't be changed. But the truth? The truth will always surface, especially when you stop being afraid of the noise it makes. My name is Ray, and I'm 31. I work in tech, which basically means everyone in my family assumes I'm some kind of walking ATM. I don't wear flashy clothes, I don't drive anything fancy, and I don't talk about my salary, mostly because I learned early on that money brings out a very strange side of my family. Especially my younger sister, Tasha. Tasha's 26. She's always been the golden child. Not because she earned it, but because she demanded it. She knows how to spin a sob story when she needs help and how to act like a queen when she's getting what she wants. In high school, she was the one who never had to do chores because she needed to focus on her mental health. In college, she dropped out after 2 semesters, then spent the next 5 years finding herself, which mostly meant burning through every savings account my parents opened in her name. When those dried up, she moved back home, rent-free, and my mom convinced me it would be just until she's back on her feet. That was 4 years ago. I live about 40 minutes away from them, and honestly, I try to keep some distance. Not because I don't care, but because I learned the hard way that boundaries don't exist in my family. You give a little, and suddenly you're expected to give everything. Still, I stayed in touch. I visited when I could. I paid for groceries here and there, fixed things around the house, even helped Tasha with her resume. Not that she ever applied anywhere. Then, 2 weeks ago, something happened that I can't get out of my head. I was out with a friend on a Saturday morning, grabbing coffee, when I got a notification from my bank. A $900 transaction had just cleared. My stomach dropped. I hadn't bought anything close to that price. I opened the app, thinking it might be fraud, and watched, in real time, another $1,300 charge go through. Then $600. Then $2,500. All of them from high-end retail stores I didn't shop at. I was staring at the screen like it might explain itself. Then I saw it. All the transactions were tagged as Apple Pay from a location near my parents' neighborhood. I left my coffee half drunk and drove straight to their house. Tasha was on the couch, in a silk robe, scrolling through her phone like she'd just finished a spa treatment. Bags from designer brands were scattered all over the living room floor like some kind of tacky influencer unboxing. Shoes, clothes, perfume, the whole spread. I stood there in the doorway, phone in hand, heart pounding in my ears. "Tasha," I said, my voice shaking, "what did you do?" She looked up at me, completely unbothered, and actually smiled. "Oh, that," she said, as if I'd asked about the weather. "It's not a big deal. You make more than enough. I just needed a few things." A few things. The total was $9,400. She'd somehow gotten hold of my card, or at least the digital version of it, and gone on a spree like she'd won a game show. No remorse. No panic. Just smug entitlement. I asked her, calmly at first, how she even got access. She shrugged. "Mom had your card from when you paid for her prescription last month. I just added it to my phone. Thought you wouldn't mind." "You thought I wouldn't mind?" She rolled her eyes, like I was being the difficult one. "You're always acting like money's sacred or something. You live alone, no kids, no mortgage. It's not like you're hurting." I didn't yell. I didn't scream. I just walked past her into the kitchen, where my mom was pretending to not have heard a single word. "Mom," I said quietly, "did you know about this?" She turned, sighing like she'd just been asked to explain algebra to a toddler. "Ray, honey," she made a mistake. "You've always been the responsible one. Why are you making this such a big issue? She stole from me. She borrowed it. She didn't mean harm. She didn't ask. She was going to tell you." I laughed. I actually laughed. It was one of those hollow, exhausted laughs that come out when you realize you're alone in a room full of people who will never see your side. Tasha was now filing her nails like none of this concerned her. Mom started talking about how stressful Tasha's life had been lately and how a little shopping was therapeutic. I left. I didn't argue. I didn't raise my voice. I just said, "I'll handle it." I went home, sat on the edge of my bed, and stared at my account for a long time. I knew I could reverse some of it. The banks have fraud protection, but I also knew, deep down, that this wasn't just about the money. It was about principle. It was about being taken for granted. Again and again. So I started making a list. Every time I'd helped her out. Every time I'd paid for groceries, gas, Uber rides. Every digital transaction where I'd trusted them with my card. Every favor that turned into obligation. And then I opened my laptop. The next few hours were quiet but focused. I submitted a fraud report. I shut down every card linked to my digital wallet. I pulled logs from all the recent charges and flagged the ones she'd made. I contacted the stores, disputed what I could, and froze access to all shared payment methods, including the one I knew my mom had been sneakily using to pay off the cable bill. But that wasn't all. I drafted an email to Tasha. Nothing dramatic. Just a clear list of what she'd spent, what I'd recovered, and what steps I was taking. Then I drafted another email, this one with a legal tone. I wasn't bluffing. A lawyer friend of mine owed me a favor, and I asked him to write up a formal cease and desist regarding unauthorized access and use of financial accounts. No threats, just professional language and consequences. By midnight, I had both emails scheduled. One from me, one with legal letterhead, set to hit her inbox at 8 a.m. Then I sat back, stared at the ceiling, and thought about everything I'd tolerated over the years. The guilt trips, the manipulation, the way they talked about me like I was just lucky to be in a good place financially. As if I hadn't worked every holiday for years, taken night classes, saved, invested, built something on my own. I was done. I went to bed with my phone on silent. The next morning, I woke up to a flurry of missed calls. Tasha, Mom, even my dad, who usually stayed out of this kind of thing. There were voicemails, texts, WhatsApp messages, the whole circus, but I didn't check any of them right away. I just made coffee, sat down, and waited, because I knew at that moment, everything had just changed. By the time I finally opened my messages around 10 a.m., the damage had clearly been done. There were 13 missed calls from Tasha, 2 voice messages, both of which I skipped. A string of increasingly desperate texts followed, starting with confusion and quickly escalating into accusations. What is this? You're seriously threatening me with a lawyer? For shopping. It was one day. You're rich. Get over yourself. Then, just as I was about to put the phone down, came the crown jewel. You'll regret doing this to your own sister. Mom's right. You've always thought you were better than us. I didn't reply. I'd said everything I needed to say in that email. A couple hours later, I got a calmer text from my mom. Can we please talk before this gets worse? You're blowing things out of proportion. That line, blowing things out of proportion, stuck with me. I didn't respond right away, but I did take a long walk around the block, trying to keep my hands from shaking. It wasn't rage I felt anymore. It was something quieter and colder, like the kind of disappointment that sets in after you realize someone's not going to change. I'd spent so many years giving them the benefit of the doubt, letting things slide, telling myself that family comes first, even when it meant burying my own needs. But standing out there on the sidewalk, hearing the buzz of my phone in my pocket, I realized something. They didn't need me to be generous. They expected it. Entitlement had become the norm. So I made another call. Not to them, to the credit union where my sister had her account. I requested a formal record of every transfer she'd received from me over the past 2 years. Every quick loan. Every, can you help me out? I swear I'll pay you next week. Turns out, she'd gotten over $17,000 total from me, and she'd never paid a cent back. I compiled all of it into a file. The evidence of unauthorized purchases, the past transfers, the screenshots of her texts, even the one where she joked last year that she should just marry rich or steal Ray's pin. It was meant to be funny at the time. It didn't feel funny now. That night, I got a knock on my apartment door. I checked the peephole. It was Mom. I didn't open the door right away. I just stood there, heart thudding, staring at the woman who raised me and wondering how many times I'd excused things I shouldn't have. She knocked again, softer this time. Ray, please, can we talk? I opened the door a crack. She looked worn out. Not angry, not even apologetic, just exhausted. She stepped back slightly when she saw my face. I know you're upset, she said, but this doesn't need to go any further. We're family. You don't sue your sister. I said nothing. She sighed, folding her arms like she was the one being hurt here. She's young. She made a mistake. She's 26, I said quietly. And this wasn't a mistake. It was theft. She thought you'd be okay with it. I stared at her. Would you be okay if someone did that to you? Mom didn't answer. She just looked away, like she was trying to remember the version of me that always caved when she talked like this. You always help, she whispered. You always do the right thing. Yeah, I said. And look where that got me. She shifted, uncomfortable. Ray, she's just not like you. She doesn't have what you have. You're punishing her for not being as successful. That hit a nerve. I'm punishing her, I repeated, for stealing my money. And for not even pretending to be sorry. Mom looked like she wanted to say something more. Maybe another guilt trip, maybe another excuse. But she didn't. She just sighed and said, if you go through with this, you'll tear the family apart. I looked her in the eyes and said, the family tore itself apart a long time ago. I just stopped pretending it didn't. She left without another word. I locked the door. That night, the silence in my apartment was deafening. No calls. No knocks. Just quiet. It felt strange, like the calm after a storm, when you know more lightning could still be coming. And then, the next morning, I got another message. This one wasn't from Mom or Tasha. It was from an old friend of mine, someone who worked at a local paper. They'd seen a post Tasha made on social media, a long, dramatic rant about toxic siblings and how money makes people think they're gods. She hadn't mentioned my name, but the details were so specific, anyone who knew us would know exactly who she was talking about. I didn't reply. I didn't engage. But I saved the post, because something inside me had changed, quietly but permanently. And as much as it broke my heart to admit it, I knew I wasn't done. The post didn't go viral or anything. It wasn't public. Just a long, half rant, half plea to her little corner of the internet. But it told me everything I needed to know. Tasha wasn't sorry. Not even close. She was weaponizing sympathy, posing like a victim to people who didn't know the context, crying abuse and control because I refused to let her treat me like her personal piggy bank anymore. A few of her friends even commented stuff like, wow, that's so toxic, and family should never use money to manipulate. One of them wrote, cut him off, girl. You don't need that kind of negativity. I didn't comment. I didn't send screenshots. I didn't try to defend myself. But I kept reading. I needed to see how far she'd go. About halfway down, she wrote, some people can't stand when you don't bow down to them anymore. My brother thinks I owe him my dignity because he's more successful, but I'm done being silent. It was funny, in a sad way. That line, done being silent, as if she'd ever once listened to anyone else. As if the dozen chances I'd given her, the money, the quiet grace I'd offered for years meant nothing. To her, the moment I set a boundary was the moment I became the villain. I closed the app, and I opened the file again. The PDF was 28 pages now. Not just financial records and text messages, but voice notes. Screenshots of times she admitted to buying things on my card just for now. Even the old Venmo notes that were supposed to be funny. THX sugar bro, rent fairy strikes again. Bless you our bank account lol. It was all there, and it was time I did something with it. So I emailed my lawyer friend, Josh. Josh had been in my life since college. Someone who knew what I'd been through with my family even before money was involved. He wasn't the kind of guy to rush into legal threats, and he'd warned me before. Once you go down this road, there's no pretending afterward that things are normal. But when I sent him the folder and told him I wanted to take formal action, he didn't hesitate. He called me that evening. I read it all, he said. You're not overreacting. Thanks, I said quietly. I just wanted to stop. She's not going to stop, he said. Not unless there's a consequence. And you've got plenty to work with here. Fraud, identity misuse, theft. You could press charges. I paused. That word, charges, made my stomach twist. Not because she didn't deserve it, but because she was my sister. We talked for another hour. Josh said we could start with a formal demand letter, legal but not litigious. It would spell out the amount, document the misuse, and outline the next steps. She'd have a chance to repay it or respond before anything more serious happened. I agreed. That night, he drafted it. And the following morning, I sent it. It went out at exactly 7 a.m., attached to a clean, professional email. Not angry, not bitter, just facts. I didn't hear anything that morning. Not a text, not a call. Around noon, I saw she'd deleted her post. By 3, I got a call from an unknown number. I didn't answer. It rang again 10 minutes later. Then again. I let it go. Then, finally, a voicemail. I braced myself before listening, but nothing could have prepared me for the tone in her voice. It wasn't apologetic. It wasn't scared. It was furious. "You really went through with it?" she snapped. "After everything I've done for this family? You're seriously trying to ruin my life because of a shopping mistake? You think this makes you some kind of hero? You're not. You're bitter. And one day, when you're old and alone, maybe you'll realize money doesn't buy loyalty." Click. That was it. No sorry. No admission. Just blame. And the worst part? I wasn't even surprised. That night, my mom called. "Ray," she said carefully, "can you come by? I think we need to talk. In person." I almost said no. I almost blocked the number right there. But something told me I needed to go. Not for closure. Not for peace. For clarity. I needed to look my family in the face and see it for what it really was, not what I'd hoped it could be. So I drove. The house looked exactly the same as it always had. Same creaky porch. Same dented mailbox. Same half-dead plants on the windowsill. But when I stepped inside, it felt colder than ever. Tasha was already there, sitting at the dining table with her arms crossed, wearing a hoodie and no makeup. Like she was trying to look smaller, more innocent. It was a performance. I knew that immediately. Mom was standing in the kitchen, nervously drying a cup that didn't need drying. No one spoke at first. Then Mom said, "Before you say anything, just listen." And that's when everything shifted. Because the real story, the one behind the money, the entitlement, the years of silent resentment, was about to come out. And I wasn't ready for how far it would go. I stood there in the doorway, arms still at my sides, my coat half zipped. The tension in the air was so thick I could hear the quiet hum of the refrigerator behind Mom, like it was the only thing breathing. Tasha sat at the dining room table with that look she always wore when things didn't go her way, arms crossed, jaw tight, eyes filled with sharp silence. I didn't say anything. I waited. Mom motioned toward the table. "Sit," she said softly, like we were about to break bread and pray over it. I stayed standing. "Tasha has something she wants to say," Mom added, looking at her expectantly. Tasha's lips tightened. "No, you wanted me to say it," she muttered. "I don't have anything to apologize for. I already said what I needed to." Mom's eyes widened. "Tasha, I didn't steal, okay?" she snapped, standing now, her voice louder. "He gave you that card months ago? It was saved on the family tablet. I thought he'd taken it off. It wasn't like I hacked into his account." I stared at her, finally speaking. "You used it 12 times in one afternoon. Across 3 different stores. And then you smiled at me when I confronted you. Because I thought you'd understand," she snapped back. "You're always preaching about responsibility, about how money doesn't define you. So why does this matter so much? It's just money to you." "No," I said, quieter than she expected. "It's not just money. It's respect. It's trust. It's years of me being taken for granted by people who think family is a free pass." "You think you're so above everyone," she said, her eyes narrowing. "Because you got a job in tech and moved out, and now you think you're better than us." "I never said I was better than anyone," I said, trying not to raise my voice. "But I'm allowed to not be a doormat." Mom stepped in, raising her hands. "Can we please not do this like children? This is exactly why I wanted you both here. So we could talk, not attack." I turned to her. "Mom, if this were anyone else, any friend, any coworker, you'd call it what it is, theft. But because it's Tasha, you're bending over backward to excuse it." Again, she didn't know what she was doing, Mom said, her voice rising with desperation. "Yes, she did," I said, now calm in that bone-deep way that comes only after you've stopped hoping someone will change. "She knew what she was doing. She's always known. And you've always helped her believe there are no consequences." Mom's mouth opened like she wanted to defend herself, but she didn't speak. I could see the struggle in her eyes, between loyalty and denial. Tasha scoffed. "This is pathetic. You're seriously going to drag us into court over this? Over one day of shopping?" "It wasn't one day," I said. "It was every day I said yes, and you took a little more. Every time you lied and called it a mistake. Every time I helped and you laughed behind my back. You've been building a debt for years. This is just the first time you got the receipt." Tasha went silent. Her hands clenched the edge of the chair she had risen from. But she didn't sit. Mom sighed heavily. "So what happens now, Ray?" "What?" Are you just going to disappear from the family over this? No, I said. I'm going to set boundaries. And stick to them. That means suing your sister? She asked, bitterly. That means holding her accountable, I said. I sent the letter. She has a choice. Either she pays it back, quietly, or we take it to court. You think that's going to fix anything? Tasha asked. You think suing your sister makes you righteous? No, I said, but it might finally make me free. Tasha rolled her eyes and stormed off down the hallway. A door slammed. I stood there with my mother, the silence now not so much tense as hollow. I tried, she said softly, looking down. I know you did, I replied. But trying isn't the same as changing. She looked up at me, and I could see something in her face that hadn't been there before. Maybe fear, maybe regret. Maybe the slow realization that the glue she thought was keeping this family together was actually just tape. And it had worn thin. I just wanted you two to stay close, she whispered. We were never close, I said. Not really. I was just easier to lean on. The drive home was quiet. I didn't cry. I didn't get angry. I just felt a strange sense of peace. The kind that comes not from winning, but from finally stopping the fight you've been having with yourself for years. The fight to stay connected to people who drain you. The fight to keep forgiving people who never ask for forgiveness. The fight to prove your worth in a family that only sees you as a resource. A week passed, then two, and then one morning, I woke up to an email. Subject, repayment agreement. Tasha had replied. No apology, no admission of guilt. But attached was a PDF, a signed document agreeing to pay back the full amount over time. I didn't respond. I forwarded it to Josh. He handled the rest. I never heard from her again. My mom sent a few texts over the next few weeks, small, neutral things. A picture of the dog. A reminder about Dad's birthday. I answered with simple one-liners. Nothing harsh. Nothing emotional. Eventually, even those stopped. It wasn't an explosion. It was just silence. But in that silence, I found space. I traveled for the first time in a while. Started a side project I'd been putting off. I met new people. Reconnected with old ones. I learned how to say no without guilt. And most of all, I learned this. Family doesn't mean you owe them everything. It doesn't mean tolerating abuse or rewriting reality. It means showing up when it matters, not just when it's convenient or profitable. It means respect. It means boundaries. And if someone can't offer that, then maybe they were never really family to begin with. Sometimes, freedom doesn't come from escaping strangers. It comes from standing up to the ones who know you best and still chose to use you. And I'll never let it happen again. I'm James, 29, and every summer since I was a kid, my family's had this tradition of renting out the same beach house for a week. It's this cozy place on the Carolina coast with a wraparound porch, creaky floorboards, and a view that looks like it came straight off a postcard. For years, it was my grandparents who booked it, paid for it, made the memories happen. But after they passed, the family tried to keep it going. Except now, it's not about tradition. It's about control. This year, I offered to handle the booking. I didn't make a big show about it. I just took care of the logistics, set up the rental agreement, transferred the deposit, and put the utilities in my name like the owner asked. My mom, my sister Emily, and her husband Todd were all going to chip in after the trip. Or so they said. But as the date got closer, the excuses rolled in. Emily texted me 2 days before we left. Hey, money's tight this month, but we'll make it up to you with food and stuff, smiley face. Todd followed up with a Venmo request for me to send him money for beach snacks. My mom. She didn't say anything at all. She just packed up her giant sun hat, loaded her bags into Emily's SUV, and met me there like nothing was wrong. I told myself not to make a fuss. I could afford it. I just wanted a peaceful week, maybe read a book, walk by the water, let go of work stress. But the moment we got to the house, it was clear this wasn't going to be peaceful. They arrived 30 minutes after I did. I just finished unlocking the door and hauling in groceries when Emily marched past me with her shoes still covered in sand. Ooh, I call the master bedroom, she yelled, tossing her bag onto the biggest bed in the house. Todd lumbered behind her with a case of beer and a Bluetooth speaker already blaring. My mom trailed in, smiling like nothing was out of the ordinary, and went straight to the kitchen like she lived there. I followed them down the hall. Hey, I figured we could talk about rooms first. Maybe do a rotation system or something. Emily laughed without looking back. We already talked. Me, Todd, and Mom. We voted, you get the couch. We'll take the bedrooms. I thought she was joking. Voted. She plopped onto the mattress, kicked off her shoes, and said, "It's only fair. You're solo, and you didn't really help pay for anything." That hit me square in the chest. What do you mean? I paid for the entire reservation. No one else sent a dime. My mom leaned on the doorway, arms crossed. "You're always so dramatic, James. You're the one with no kids, no mortgage, no responsibilities. You can afford it." Todd cracked open a beer and chuckled. "Be grateful you're even here, man. You could have stayed in one of those tech hotels with your laptop." I stood there for a second, heart pounding. Not because of the money, but the sheer audacity. I'd invited them. I paid for everything. And here they were acting like I was the guest. Like I should be grateful for their company while they took the beds, ran up the AC bill, and hogged the fridge space. Still, I didn't say anything. Not yet. I just nodded slowly. "All right. Got it." I turned, grabbed my phone, and stepped outside onto the porch, where the salty air hit me like a reset button. I sat on the railing, watching the waves, letting my thoughts settle. Then I made a call to the utility company. It took about 3 minutes. I confirmed my identity, the address, and told them I wanted to suspend the services temporarily for maintenance. "Starting when?" the woman on the line asked. "Now," I said. I hung up, walked back inside, and sat on the couch with my earbuds in, pretending to scroll. Nobody noticed anything at first. Emily was in the master bathroom, taking selfies in the mirror. Todd was blasting music and trying to sync his phone to the smart TV. My mom was pouring wine into a plastic cup. It was all very normal, until the speaker cut out mid-song. Todd started smacking buttons. "Babe, the Wi-Fi's not working." Emily stuck her head out of the bathroom. "It says no signal. Did you put in the password right?" Todd frowned. I didn't even get to the password screen. I watched quietly as the lights flickered once. Then everything went dark. The fridge gave one last sigh and stopped humming. The ceiling fan spun to a stop. Outside, the AC unit clicked off. There was a beat of confused silence. Then my mom snapped her fingers. "James, did you trip a breaker or something?" I looked up slowly. "Nope." Todd walked to the thermostat and started jabbing buttons. "It's dead. Whole thing's dead." "What the?" Emily stomped down the hall. "My curling iron just shut off. The power's out everywhere." "I'll call the rental company," my mom said, reaching for her phone. Then paused. "Wait, the router's out too." I leaned back, arms folded behind my head. "Yeah, probably won't have much luck with calls either. That part of the beach has awful signal once the Wi-Fi goes." Emily glared at me. "Did you do something?" I smiled calmly. "Nope, but I did take a call just now. Just some standard maintenance stuff. You know, since the utilities are under my name." They all went quiet. Todd was the first to speak. "Wait, what do you mean, your name?" I stood up, grabbed my bag, and fished the keys out of my pocket, the only set. I dangled them for a second, then slipped them into my shorts. "Well," I said, walking toward the door, "I guess since I didn't help pay for anything, I shouldn't be the one keeping the lights on." My mom's voice cracked a little. "James, come on. Don't be childish." I turned in the doorway. "I'm not being childish. I'm being generous. I let you stay here. I paid for everything. You told me I don't count. So now I don't." I stepped out into the sunshine, took a deep breath of that warm ocean air, and walked toward my car, keys jingling softly in my hand. Behind me, I heard the front door swing open and Emily's voice ring out, sharp and panicked. "James, where are you going? You can't just leave us here." But I was already at the driveway, already sliding into the driver's seat, already turning the ignition as the house behind me sat in silence, dark, powerless, and suddenly not so full of vacation cheer. And I hadn't even told them the best part yet. I didn't drive away at first. I let the engine idle, windows down, sea breeze rolling in while I watched my family scramble through the windows like ants in a kicked-over hill. Todd was pacing the porch, holding his phone up to the sky like that would magically summon a signal. Emily disappeared inside again, probably checking the fridge and flicking light switches as if the power would just magically come back. My mom stood in the doorway with her hands on her hips, scanning the driveway like she couldn't believe I was still there, like she thought she could fix it with a look. But I didn't move. I waited. A few minutes later, Emily stormed down the porch steps, still barefoot, her face flushed from the heat and frustration. She marched right up to my car window and knocked twice, sharp and impatient, like I worked customer service at a hotel she didn't like. Okay, she said, trying to smile like she hadn't just voted me off the island. You made your point. Now come turn it back on. I looked at her, leaned an elbow out the window. Turn what back on? She huffed. The Wi-Fi, the power, the everything. You think this is funny? Todd's phone's about to die. Mom needs her meds refrigerated. We have groceries melting. Sounds like a lot of problems for people who don't help pay for anything, I said, repeating her own line back with a pleasant smile. You said I didn't contribute, remember? Why would I be in charge of any of that? Emily crossed her arms. We said you could have the couch. You're blowing this out of proportion. No, I replied, my voice cooling. You took the bedrooms. You made a decision, a vote, without even talking to me. Then you mocked me. Mom said I didn't contribute. Todd laughed in my face. And now, what? I'm supposed to just go along with it. She narrowed her eyes. So you're punishing us? No, I said, calmer than even I expected. I'm reminding you. Of what? I reached into the passenger seat and picked up the folder I'd left there earlier, the rental agreement. I flipped it open and held it out the window. That this isn't your beach house. It's not Mom's. It's mine. I paid. I signed. I hold the lease. The utilities are in my name. And those keys you're all depending on. I shook them in my hand. One set. Emily went quiet. I could see the twitch in her jaw, the anger building behind her eyes. But I didn't care. Not anymore. My whole life, I'd been the backup plan. The extra. The one they called when something needed fixing, taxes, tech, tuition, you name it. I'd always answered. Always helped. And they always acted like it was just expected. Not once did they ask me how I was doing. Not once did they think, maybe James deserves the bed for once. This week was supposed to be different. I wasn't asking for praise. Just peace. Just some basic respect. And they couldn't even give me that. Emily backed away from the car, shaking her head. You're gonna regret this. I let out a low laugh. I don't think I will. She stormed off without another word, and I watched her slam the front door behind her. The windows had already fogged from the heat. No fans. No AC. That beach humidity doesn't take long to turn a house into an oven. I sat there a few more minutes, let the engine hum. Then I opened my phone, tapped into the utility app, and confirmed it. Power, suspended. Wi-Fi offline. Thermostat, locked out remotely. All synced through my account. One tap could turn it back on. But I didn't tap anything. Instead, I opened a second app, one they definitely didn't know about. I'd added it when I made the reservation, just in case. It was linked to the smart locks on all the doors. The owner had installed them for safety, and when I asked for admin access as the primary renter, he happily granted it. I hit the lock icon. Click. Doors secured. Then I put the car in drive and started backing out. In the rearview mirror, I caught a flash of Todd trying to open the front door. It didn't budge. My mom appeared behind him, visibly panicking now as she reached for her phone, then remembered. No Wi-Fi. No service. No way to fix this without me. I made it to the end of the driveway, paused at the stop sign, and looked back once more. From that distance, the beach house still looked perfect. Whitewashed walls, red roof, the little balcony where my grandfather used to drink coffee. But now, it felt different. Like a metaphor. It looked like paradise until you stepped inside. I turned left toward town. I knew a quiet little inn about 10 minutes inland. Nothing fancy, but it had AC, hot water, and a queen bed just for me. Best of all, peace. Actual peace. They had no idea where I was going. No idea how long I'd be gone. No idea that I hadn't even begun to take back what I was owed. And as I reached the end of the road, phone buzzing silently in the console, I smiled. Because they still hadn't figured out what else I'd done behind the scenes. What I'd left in the safe. What I'd removed from the shared family account before the trip. What I'd told the property owner just this morning about a new guest list and a policy violation. They thought losing power was the worst part. They had no idea. I was just getting started. The inn was quiet. Almost too quiet, but that was exactly what I needed. I checked in under a different name just to be safe. Paranoia? Maybe. But after the smug looks and that "we voted" comment, I wouldn't put it past Emily to show up pounding on the door if she somehow tracked me down. I used my burner card to pay, the same one I'd been funneling spare change into for months. A little backup fund. It had always been a just-in-case thing. I never imagined just in case would mean escaping my own family. The room was basic, beige walls, an old TV, and a window that looked out onto a marsh, But the bed was clean, the AC worked, and I could finally take a shower without being told someone else needed it more. I dropped onto the mattress and stared at the ceiling fan spinning gently overhead. My phone buzzed again. Missed call, Mom, 3. Missed call, Emily, 7. Text from Todd. Bro, this isn't funny. Mom's freaking out. I turned the phone face down. I didn't want their apologies. I didn't want the fake concern or the guilt-tripping messages I knew were coming. I wanted them to sit with it, to feel what it was like to be discarded, ignored, used. The truth was, I'd reached my breaking point long before this trip. It wasn't just about the couch or the money or even the rooms. It was a lifetime of being the one they leaned on, only to be dismissed the moment I needed anything back. Emily hadn't paid me back for the down payment I spotted her 3 years ago. Todd once crashed at my place for a month and left me with an electricity bill that nearly doubled. My mom. She'd been emotionally checked out for years, more invested in keeping peace with my sister than treating me like a son. And I let them, over and over again, until this year, until I decided to stop playing the role they'd written for me. The inn had one of those complimentary coffee stations in the lobby, and I wandered down to grab a cup as the sun dipped low over the horizon. The woman at the front desk smiled at me. Big weekend crowd down at the beach, she said casually. You from around here? Not really, I said, stirring cream into my cup. Family rented a place nearby. Didn't work out. She gave me a sympathetic look. Sometimes it's better to have distance. People show you who they are when they think you'll never walk away. I nodded. Yeah, I said. They really do. Back in the room, I checked the security camera feed from the beach house. Yup, I'd installed those too. 3 of them. One in the living room, one pointed at the driveway, and one watching the front door. Part of this safety upgrade package the rental company offered, and no one in my family had even noticed them. Emily was pacing in the living room, phone in hand, waving it like a wand. She kept saying something, then throwing her hands in the air. Todd was in the kitchen, shirtless, holding a jug of milk he clearly forgot would spoil without refrigeration. My mom sat at the dining table fanning herself with a magazine, red-faced and exhausted. The lights still hadn't come back on. The thermostat panel blinked a lonely error code in the background. Then I saw something that almost made me laugh. They were lighting candles. Like this was the 1800s. Todd knocked one over and yelped as wax spilled across the counter. Emily yelled at him, and my mom slapped the table. No music, no shows, no fans, no cold drinks. Just heat and tension. It was the first time I'd ever seen them uncomfortable together. And they still hadn't realized the second part of my plan. Earlier that morning, just after Todd sent me that dumb snack Venmo request, I called the property owner. Told him I'd be arriving alone, that my family might try to join me but had not contributed, and that I was concerned about the rental agreement being violated. He was a sharp guy, mid-60s, probably had dealt with enough tenant drama to smell a problem before it got out of hand. I explained the situation calmly, professionally, and made sure he knew I was fully within my rights. He didn't argue, just thanked me for the heads up, and reminded me that if the occupancy limit was exceeded, he was required to report it for insurance reasons. I sent him a photo of their car in the driveway that morning. Time-stamped. 3 guests over the limit. No names on the agreement. He told me he'd handle it discreetly. I didn't know what that meant at the time. Until now. Because as I stared at the feed from the front door camera, headlights pulled into the driveway. A clean white SUV with a property management logo on the door. Emily popped up like a prairie dog. Todd moved to the window. A man stepped out, clipboard in hand, sunglasses perched on his nose. He knocked twice. The camera feed didn't have sound, but I didn't need audio to read their faces. Emily opened the door, said something. The man showed her the clipboard. She waved her hands, probably trying to talk her way out of it. Todd came to the door and took over, puffing up like he always did when someone questioned him. My mom stood behind them, clearly confused. Then the man pointed at the house, then toward the street. Emily's jaw dropped. Todd started shouting. And then, the man handed them a printed sheet of paper. Emily snatched it, read it, and screamed something I wish I could hear. My phone buzzed again. This time, a message from Mom. Mom, James. What did you do? I didn't respond. Instead, I pulled up the settings on the smart lock app and tapped a button labeled Temporary Override Access. It gave them exactly 30 minutes to gather their things before the doors would lock again, this time permanently. That was more than they ever gave me. I watched it all unfold from the comfort of my cheap in bed. The security cam feeds flickering between angles as the sun dipped low outside the beach house. The man from the property management team remained calm, professional, even as Emily threw what could only be described as a tantrum. Her arms flailed, her voice clearly shrill even without audio. Todd paced in and out of frame like a caged animal, while my mom stood stiff, arms folded across her chest, as if trying to disappear into herself. When Emily realized the man wasn't going to be intimidated, she grabbed her phone and stormed back inside. She probably still thought she could talk her way out of it. I gave it 10 minutes before she figured out the Wi-Fi was still off, and there was no cell signal. The house was basically a dead zone. No reception, no power, no patience left. I sipped from my bottle of water and leaned back, letting myself finally relax as the last light faded behind the trees. I'd waited years for something like this. Not the revenge, necessarily, but the clarity. For once, I wasn't the one picking up the pieces after my family's chaos. I wasn't the wallet. I wasn't the doormat. The property manager stood in the driveway, tapping his tablet occasionally, waiting like someone who knew the law was on his side. He had the kind of calm that only came with experience. Eventually, Emily, Todd, and my mom reappeared, this time dragging suitcases. Not all of them, just the ones they could carry in one trip. My override access had set a 30-minute timer, and based on how frantic they looked, they realized that window was closing. At one point, Emily tried to yank open the front door again, probably to grab her curling iron or makeup case or something else she deemed essential. It didn't budge. I had already disabled her access from the system. Once the override expired, that was it. They loaded their things into Emily's SUV in angry silence, the doors slamming like punctuation marks on a sentence I'd been trying to write for years. Todd muttered something at the manager as they left, and for a moment I thought he might get physical. But one stern look from the guy, and Todd backed off, tail between his legs. The car pulled out of the driveway and took off down the street. I watched until the taillights vanished. Then I shut the app, turned off the TV, and let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. The next morning, I returned to the beach house just as the tide was rolling in. The sun was rising, casting this soft golden glow over the porch and the dunes. I unlocked the front door, my door, and stepped into silence. No yelling, no music, no half-drunk beer cans left out. Just the gentle hum of the fridge and the cool air of the AC I'd re-enabled an hour before. I made myself coffee and stood barefoot on the porch, watching the waves. I hadn't felt this at peace in a long time. That was when my phone buzzed again. Mom, we're back in the city. I hope you're happy. Emily, this is unbelievable. We had to stay in a motel. Todd is furious. We'll be talking about this at Thanksgiving. Todd, real mature man. Just wait till the rest of the family hears about what you pulled. I didn't respond to any of them. Instead, I opened a different text thread. My cousin Lily, the one who'd always been kind to me, the one who brought me soup when I was sick, who came to my graduation even when the rest of the family skipped it for Emily's dance recital. Me, hey, beach house is quiet now. Want to come down for a couple days? Got an extra bedroom, or 3. She replied almost instantly. Lily, seriously? I'd love to. I need a break. I'll bring wine and pastries. Me, bring your dog too. Big porch. Plenty of room. Lily, be there by dinner. I smiled. Then, I went through the house room by room and took inventory of the mess. Emily had left behind a pair of designer sandals. Todd's Bluetooth speaker sat forgotten in a corner. My mom's knitting bag was still draped over the arm of a chair. They must have been in such a rush to leave before the locks kicked in, they hadn't double-checked anything. I gathered it all, one item at a time, placed it into a single cardboard box, taped it shut, and wrote 3 words across the top in thick black marker. Return to sender. I didn't mail it, of course. I left it in the garage, next to the trash bin. If they wanted it, they could come back and ask nicely. But I knew they wouldn't. Pride always came before apology in my family. The following few days were a kind of quiet bliss I didn't know I needed. Lily showed up that night with a tote full of snacks and her goofy golden retriever, Max. We grilled, we watched movies, we went on long walks by the shore. No drama, no side comments. Just 2 cousins who actually liked each other's company. She didn't even ask what had happened until the 3rd night, when we were sitting out on the porch watching the stars. So, she said, You gonna tell me why Emily's been posting cryptic quotes about betrayal and fake family on her Instagram story all week? I laughed. Hard. For the first time in ages. I told her everything. The vote. The couch. The utilities. The locks. By the end, she was crying with laughter. "Oh my God, James," she said, wiping her eyes. "You're my hero. Seriously. That's legendary." "I just couldn't do it anymore," I said. "They pushed too far this time." She nodded. About time someone held them accountable. I didn't reply right away. Just let the sound of the waves do the talking for a bit. Then I added, "I'm thinking of skipping Thanksgiving this year." Lily grinned. "We should go to Italy instead. Just you, me, and Max." "Deal." By the end of the week, I left the house cleaner than I'd found it. I messaged the owner to let him know everything was in perfect condition, and he thanked me for the heads up and the way I'd handled everything. He even offered me a discount if I wanted to book it again next year. I smiled at the thought. Maybe I would. But next time, I wouldn't make the mistake of inviting people who only saw me as a free ride. Because that week at the beach taught me something I should have realized a long time ago. Family isn't defined by blood. It's defined by respect, by effort, by the people who show up without taking. And from now on, that's the only kind of family I'll be making room for. Especially not on the couch. I'll never forget the moment I realized that my entire family had turned their backs on me. It wasn't a huge blowout fight or anything dramatic, just a simple, quiet snub. I'm Emily, 28 years old, and for as long as I can remember, I've always been the odd one out in my family. I don't exactly fit into their picture-perfect mold. I'm not married, I don't have kids, and I'm not obsessed with the latest gossip. I guess you could say I've always been a little more independent, a little more adventurous, and maybe a little more me than they would like me to be. This particular incident happened a few months ago when my aunt, who's a bit of the matriarch in the family, casually mentioned the upcoming family reunion. She talked about how excited everyone was and how it was going to be at this gorgeous vacation spot, somewhere on the beach, with a bunch of activities planned. She even gave me the dates. I was a bit taken aback. I had no idea about any of this. I'd been talking to my family just a few weeks prior, and no one had mentioned the reunion. Still, I figured maybe I missed the invite. So, like any reasonable person would do, I asked her why I hadn't received an invitation yet. I was genuinely curious and thought there might be some mistake. I never expected her answer, though. "Oh, we didn't think you'd care," she said, almost flippantly, as though it was the most casual thing in the world. The words hit me like a punch to the stomach. It wasn't even the fact that I hadn't been invited. It was the dismissive way she said it, as if my presence meant nothing to her or the rest of the family. I tried to keep my cool, but my mind was racing. I had always been the black sheep of the family, but this felt like something much worse. It felt like I was invisible. I wasn't even worth considering. The pain I felt was instant, sharp, and, honestly, a bit humiliating. But what really stung was how nonchalant she was about it. I expected her to apologize or at least offer some explanation, but no, there was nothing. Just a shrug and a "we didn't think you'd care." I stood there, stunned, my heart pounding in my chest. "Right," I said, forcing a laugh, trying to play it off. "Well, that's fine, I guess." But inside, I was boiling. How could they do this to me? How could they just erase me from their plans like I didn't even exist? That night, after hanging up the phone, I felt a surge of anger and betrayal. I had always tried to stay connected with my family, despite their coldness toward me. I reached out for holidays, sent gifts, tried to keep the peace. But this was the last straw. I won't lie. I was hurt, but more than that, I was furious. This was my family, and they had made it clear I wasn't wanted. They hadn't even bothered to consider my feelings, to think for 1 second that maybe, just maybe, I'd want to be included. So, I decided to do something I had never done before. I was going to get back at them, in a way they would never forget. For weeks, I debated what to do. Revenge can be sweet, but I didn't want to go for some petty prank or something small. No, this needed to be big. I needed them to feel the same way I felt when they dismissed me. That's when the idea came to me, and I knew it was perfect. I booked a first-class flight to Paris. Yes, you read that right. I wasn't just going to go on any trip. I was going to take a luxury vacation, a trip of a lifetime, and I wasn't going to tell anyone in the family. I was going to post pictures of myself exploring the Eiffel Tower, dining at the best restaurants, and living it up in the City of Lights. I would make sure every single one of them knew exactly what they had done. The day I left, I felt a rush of excitement that I hadn't felt in ages. I was free. Free from their judgment. Free from the disappointment they always made me feel. As the plane took off, I couldn't help but think about how this trip was more than just about seeing the world. It was about me proving that I didn't need them. I could make my own memories, live my own life, and be happy without their approval. When I landed in Paris, everything was a blur. The city was exactly how I imagined it. Beautiful, full of history, culture, and a certain magic that made me feel alive. I spent my days wandering the streets, sitting in cozy cafes, exploring art galleries, and taking in all the sights. But as I walked around, with each step I took, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was about to change back home. It was as if I could already hear the whispers, the gossip, the realization starting to dawn on them. Emily was gone, and she was living her best life without them. For a while, I just basked in the glow of my adventure. I posted photos, captions filled with subtle hints about how I was living the life they had never given me a chance to be part of. I even posted a picture of myself at a fancy Parisian restaurant with a drink, captioned, "Not bad for someone who wouldn't care." Then, one day, the messages started coming. They were from my aunt at first, asking how I was doing. She was casual at first, but I could sense the underlying tension in her words. "We miss you," she said, but there was a hint of guilt in her tone. "I hope you're having fun." I didn't reply right away. I wanted her to sit with the discomfort, to stew in the realization that I wasn't sitting at home waiting for an invitation. Instead, I was living a dream, and I was doing it without them. The next day, my mom texted me. She wasn't as subtle. "What's going on, Emily?" she asked, clearly annoyed. "Why didn't you tell us you were going to Paris?" She tried to sound concerned, but I could feel the frustration in her words. I knew this wasn't about concern for my safety. This was about her not being in control of my life anymore. I let the message sit for a while. I wanted her to feel the tension, the space between us that had always existed but was now more evident than ever. Eventually, I replied, "I'm just living my life, Mom. Maybe you should try it sometime." That was when things started to get a little out of hand. The next few days, I started to hear things. People were talking, and I could feel the heat of their judgments even from halfway across the world. My aunt, who had once casually dismissed me, suddenly reached out again. This time, there was desperation in her voice. "Why didn't you tell us?" she demanded. "Why didn't you give us a chance to explain?" "Explain what?" I replied. "Explain why I wasn't invited? Explain why I didn't matter." She didn't respond for hours. I knew she was stewing, wondering what had happened to the Emily who always kept quiet, always went along with whatever they said. But I wasn't that person anymore. Not now. Not after everything they had put me through. That night, I was dining at this quaint little bistro, feeling both empowered and a little sad. It was weird. I didn't want to let them win by making me feel sorry for myself, but the loneliness still crept in. It wasn't about the family reunion anymore. It wasn't about the trip. It was about proving to myself that I could survive without them. And I was doing it. As I scrolled through my phone, I saw a new message from my aunt, this time with a picture attached. It was a picture of the entire family, all gathered at the beach, everyone smiling, eating, and laughing together. I could almost feel the tension building, but I didn't know yet what was about to come. And then, in the middle of that picture, there was something I never expected to see. I had to zoom in to be sure, but there it was. My sister, holding my mom's wedding ring. I stared at the picture for what felt like hours. My mind was racing, but my heart was pounding. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. My mom's wedding ring. The one she never took off, the one I always remembered her wearing. And now, here it was, in my sister's hand. It wasn't just some odd coincidence. It was my mom's ring, and there was no mistaking it. I sat there at the bistro, holding my phone, completely frozen. My sister, Lily, had always been a bit, well, let's just say she and I never saw eye to eye. She was the perfect daughter, in my mom's eyes, always doing exactly what she was told, always seeking approval. She married young, had kids, and lived a picture-perfect suburban life. I could never understand why Mom treated her like she could do no wrong while I was constantly being overlooked. But this felt different. This felt like something more than just sibling rivalry. This felt like a betrayal. My hands started to shake as I typed a quick message to my aunt. "Why is Lily holding Mom's wedding ring?" I hit send and stared at the screen, waiting for a response. I could feel a storm brewing inside me, an anger that was too intense to ignore. I couldn't wrap my head around it. Why would my sister do something like that? Was I wrong about the bond we had? Was she trying to take my place in the family? Or was there something I hadn't been told? The seconds stretched into minutes, and still, no response. My stomach twisted in knots. I wasn't sure whether to feel sad, betrayed, or just furious. It was like everything I thought I knew about my family was suddenly crumbling before my eyes. Finally, my aunt replied, but her message was far from reassuring. "It's just a picture, Emily. You're overthinking it." Overthinking it? No, I wasn't overthinking anything. There was something going on, something that didn't add up, and I wasn't going to let it slide. I spent the next few hours deep in thought, my mind racing. It was too much of a coincidence that my sister was holding my mom's ring at the reunion, and it made me wonder if there was more to the story. Maybe it was just a harmless gesture, but somehow, deep down, I knew it wasn't. I had been excluded from the reunion, dismissed with a casual, "We didn't think you'd care," and now this picture was thrown in my face. It felt like a sign that I had been replaced, erased, like I didn't matter anymore. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that this wasn't just about me. This was about how my family had always treated me. I had always felt like the outsider, the one who didn't belong, but now it felt like they were actively trying to push me out. And for what? To elevate Lily? To make her the golden child? To erase me from the picture entirely? I took a deep breath and made a decision. I wasn't going to sit back and let this happen. They thought they could just brush me aside, but I wasn't going to let that go without a fight. If they wanted to pretend like I didn't matter, then I was going to show them just how much they'd regret that. I had been on this incredible journey in Paris, living my life the way I always wanted to, without their toxic influence. But now, I wasn't just going to enjoy the city of lights. I was going to make sure they understood that I was done being their doormat. I spent the next few days letting the tension build. I kept posting pictures, showcasing how amazing my life was without them. I knew it would eat at them, especially when they saw me having the time of my life while they were stuck in their petty family drama. I even posted a picture from the Louvre with the caption, "Living my best life, even if you didn't think I'd care." But the real kicker was when I got a call from my mom. I hadn't spoken to her in days, and I wasn't sure I was ready to deal with her yet. But I picked up anyway. "Emily, we need to talk," she said, her voice tight, her words clipped. "What is this about the ring?" I knew right away she was referring to the picture I had sent to my aunt. "What do you mean?" I asked, feigning innocence. "Why are you making such a big deal out of this?" "It's just a family heirloom, and Lily was admiring it," she said, her voice taking on a defensive tone. "You're being dramatic, Emily. You've always been dramatic." Dramatic? I couldn't believe it. I had been dismissed by my family for so long, and now they were dismissing my feelings about something this big? "Mom, you're missing the point," I said, my voice shaking with frustration. "It's not about the ring. It's about everything. It's about how you and Aunt Sarah and everyone else have just decided that I'm not worth your time anymore." There was silence on the other end of the line. For a moment, I thought maybe she was actually hearing me, that maybe the walls she had built around her heart would start to come down. But then she spoke, her voice colder than I had ever heard it. "Emily, I don't know what you're trying to prove with all this. But let me tell you something. You've always made things harder than they need to be. Your father and I have done our best to raise you, but maybe you should look at the bigger picture here. You're the one pushing us away." I couldn't believe my ears. She was actually blaming me for everything. All the years of neglect, all the times they had made me feel like I was invisible, and now I was the one at fault. My heart shattered in that moment, and I knew this was it. I had given them so many chances to make things right, but now it was clear they had made their choice. But there was one thing they didn't know. While they were busy blaming me, while they were busy trying to turn the tables, I was gathering information. I had been watching, listening, and waiting for the right moment. And I was about to expose something that would make them wish they had never treated me this way. But for now, I needed to play my cards carefully. I needed to make sure they wouldn't see it coming. I needed to make sure they understood that I wasn't some naive, innocent bystander anymore. I was taking control, and this was just the beginning. The tension between us continued to grow, the cracks in our family widening. And I knew, deep down, that the next time they reached out, it would be too late. The days that followed were some of the longest of my life. I stayed in Paris, still savoring every moment of independence I had fought for. But the freedom felt bittersweet now. Every time I thought about the family reunion, about the picture with Lily holding my mom's wedding ring, a sense of betrayal settled in my chest. My aunt and mom kept trying to call, and each time I ignored them. I couldn't bring myself to speak to them, not yet. But I wasn't going to just wait around, letting the situation drag on. If they wanted a drama-free life, they were going to get it. But it would be on my terms. I spent the next few days digging. I wasn't about to just get caught up in petty family gossip and leave it at that. I wanted the truth, the full story. And I wasn't going to let them spin it any other way. It wasn't long before I started pulling at the threads, finding old documents and photos in my mom's house that didn't make sense, at least not at first. A few old letters, a strange-looking will that my mother had updated years ago, and an old diary I had forgotten about completely. I began piecing things together, connecting dots that had never made sense to me before. One night, I decided to take a deep dive into that old diary. It had been my mom's, written long before I was born. I remember she used to keep it hidden away in her closet, tucked beneath a pile of old clothes. I hadn't looked at it in years, too many painful memories attached to it. But tonight felt different. I felt like I needed to know. As I flipped through the yellowing pages, my heart raced. It was like reading a completely different side of my mom. There were entries about her early days of marriage to my father, about her hopes and dreams for her children, but also something else, something I didn't expect. The words jumped out at me. I always knew that one day I would have to choose between Emily and Lily. I froze. What did that mean? I flipped the page, hoping to find some explanation, but instead, the next entry was even more cryptic. Lily has always been the easy one. But Emily, she's a fighter. It's hard to balance both, but I'm doing my best. My hand shook as I read those words over and over. What was my mom trying to say? Was she really making this choice between us? Had I never been enough for her? Was Lily always going to be the one she chose? I slammed the diary shut, my chest tight. I was angry, hurt, confused. The whole thing felt like a sick joke. My mom had written about how she was torn between her two daughters, and I had never known. I'd always assumed we were on equal footing. But this just confirmed everything I'd felt for years. I wasn't her favorite. I was the one who was always too much. Too loud. Too emotional. Too demanding. Lily was the one who could sit quietly, follow the rules, and never rock the boat. She was the good daughter, the one who made everything easy. Tears burned at the back of my eyes, but I didn't let them fall. I had come too far to crumble now. The next day, I couldn't sit still. I needed answers, but I knew I couldn't get them from my mom. She'd already made her choice. I needed to find out what was really going on, and I wasn't going to wait for her to come to me. So I did the only thing I knew would work. I went to Aunt Sarah. Aunt Sarah had always been close to my mom. She had been a constant presence in our family, but something told me she knew more than she was letting on. It was time for her to fess up. I called her up, and the conversation started off normal enough. Hey, Aunt Sarah, I was hoping to talk to you about something. About the reunion, I said, keeping my voice steady, as if everything was fine. She hesitated before responding, a slight tension in her voice. Emily, sweetie, I told you before. It's just a family thing, and we didn't think you'd be interested. I clenched my jaw. I'm interested now. There's something going on, Aunt Sarah, and I'm not stupid. What's really going on with Lily and the ring? She sighed, a long, drawn-out exhale. Emily, you don't understand. It's complicated. Your mother, she's always been so hard on herself, and things aren't what they seem. My pulse quickened. I know it's complicated, but I deserve to know the truth, Aunt Sarah. I've been kept in the dark for far too long. There was a pause on the other end. I could hear her breathing, the slight rustling of papers, maybe even the sound of her fidgeting. Finally, she spoke again, her voice barely above a whisper. Your mom was going to leave your father. She was ready to leave him for someone else, someone she loved deeply. But then something happened. She found out she was pregnant with you, and that changed everything. I felt the ground shift beneath me. What do you mean, it changed everything? The man your mother loved, he wasn't a man you'd want to know. He was dangerous, Emily. He had a hold on her in a way your father never did. But when she found out she was pregnant with you, she chose to stay with your father. She thought it was the right thing to do. I was reeling. My mind couldn't catch up with what she was saying. Are you telling me that I was some kind of second choice? Aunt Sarah's voice faltered. No, Emily, it wasn't like that. But she was torn. She loved both men in different ways, and she never fully got over what she had to give up when she chose your father. You were always part of that choice. It was never just about loving you. It was about duty, about what was right. The weight of her words crushed me. I had always known there was tension, that there was something off. But this was a bombshell. It wasn't just my sister that my mother favored, it was the very idea of my existence that had come into question. I had always thought I was the one who needed to prove myself, but I never realized how deep the roots of that feeling went. I sat in silence for what felt like forever. I could hear Aunt Sarah waiting on the other end, expecting a response. But I couldn't speak. Not yet. I needed time to digest this new truth. Finally, I managed to croak out, "And Lily? Does she know?" Aunt Sarah paused, and I could hear the hesitation in her voice. "Lily, she doesn't know everything, Emily. But she knows enough. Your mom never wanted you to know. She wanted to protect you from all of this." I was done being protected. I was done being the family secret. I took a deep breath. "Thank you, Aunt Sarah. I'll talk to you later." I ended the call, feeling like the walls were closing in on me. I had been living in the shadow of my family's secrets for too long. It was time to expose them. But how? And at what cost? The days that followed were a blur. I couldn't shake the weight of Aunt Sarah's words. My entire life had been based on a lie, and the more I thought about it, the more I felt like a ghost in my own family. They had all played their parts, and I had been nothing more than an innocent bystander, unaware of the twisted game they had been playing. But I was done being a pawn. I was going to end this, even if it meant burning bridges. I booked a flight back to the States the next day. It felt like the only thing I could do, finally face my mother, confront her, and get the answers I deserved. I wasn't going to sit idly by while they continued to pretend everything was fine. There had to be some sort of reckoning, some way to make them see what they had done to me. When I landed, I went straight to my mother's house. My heart hammered in my chest, and my thoughts swirled with everything I had uncovered. I was angry, yes, but more than that, I was hurt. I needed her to understand how deep the betrayal went, not just because of the reunion, but because of the years of lies and omissions that had haunted me. The moment I stepped into the living room, my mother's face froze. She had been expecting me, but I could tell she had no idea what I knew. She tried to call a few times, but I had ignored her. "Emily," she said, her voice strained, as if unsure how to approach me. "You're back." "Yeah," I said flatly, dropping my suitcase onto the floor. "We need to talk." She took a deep breath, glancing at the floor before looking back at me, her face pale. "I've been waiting for this. I know you're upset about the reunion, but there's more to it than that." "I know," I interrupted, my voice hard. "You don't get to explain that away. I know about the man, Mom. I know you almost left Dad. I know about the choice you made. The truth is, you never wanted me, did you? I was just a second option. The right thing to do." Her face went white, and for a moment, she didn't say anything. I could see the shame in her eyes, but there was something else there too, fear. "I never wanted you to know, Emily," she said softly, her voice breaking. "It wasn't about not loving you. It was just hard. I thought that if I could keep this from you, maybe you wouldn't hate me. Maybe we could just move on like nothing happened." "Move on," I repeated, disbelief and fury welling up inside me. "Do you hear yourself? This isn't something we can just forget. You didn't just make a choice between men. You made a choice between me and your own happiness. I wasn't enough to matter until I was the right thing to do. How am I supposed to get over that, Mom?" Tears welled up in her eyes, and she stepped toward me, reaching out like she wanted to hold me. But I took a step back, not ready for her touch. I was so tired of feeling like I had to accept whatever scraps of love she gave me. "I never meant to hurt you, Emily. I was doing what I thought was best," she whispered, pleading. "You have to understand, I was young. I was confused. I understand perfectly," I snapped, cutting her off. "But that's the problem, isn't it? You were always choosing. You never stopped choosing Lily. And then there was me, always left in the background, always fighting for a place in this family." There was a long silence between us, one thick with unspoken words. My mom's face twisted with guilt, but it wasn't enough. I was done waiting for an apology that wouldn't come. I turned to leave, grabbing my bag. "I don't want to be a part of this anymore. I'm done." I didn't look back as I left her standing there. I knew this would be a turning point, but I wasn't sure yet if it was the right one. I felt a wave of exhaustion wash over me. So many years of trying to get it right, of trying to fit into a family that had never truly accepted me for who I was. But as I walked out the door, I felt a sense of relief. The truth had come out, finally. The toxic undercurrent of my family's dynamic was exposed for all its ugliness. I didn't need their validation anymore. I could take control of my own story. But just when I thought I was free, just when I thought I could start fresh, my phone buzzed with a message from Lily. "I heard what you said to Mom. You need to apologize. You're being selfish. This isn't just about you." I stared at the screen, my fingers trembling as I typed out a response. "No, I'm done apologizing. I'm done being the one who's always in the wrong. This is about me, and you're not going to change that." I hit send and put my phone down, walking out of my mother's house for the last time. As I stepped into the unknown, I realized something that had eluded me for years. Sometimes, cutting ties with family isn't about hating them. It's about protecting yourself from a love that isn't unconditional. And for the first time in a long time, I felt like I was finally free. My name is Oliver, and I'm 33. I don't usually post on Reddit, but after what happened at my grandfather's will reading, I've been sitting on this story for a while. Not out of fear or guilt, just processing, I guess. You grow up thinking family means something, and then one day, you watch them tear each other apart over what's left of someone you actually loved. Someone they only remembered when it was convenient. My grandfather, Arthur, was my hero. The kind of man who didn't say much, but always showed up. When I was 8 and broke my leg falling off a skateboard, he was the one who stayed with me overnight in the hospital. When my dad walked out on us a year later, it was Grandpa Arthur who helped my mom keep the lights on. We moved into a small rental across town, and while the rest of the family lived comfortably on his dime, new boats, vacation homes, renovations, we got by. Barely. I think that's why he trusted us most. Because we never asked for anything. My mom is his youngest daughter. She doesn't talk much about her siblings, and when I was a kid, I didn't really understand why. I remember once asking why we never went to Aunt Vanessa's pool parties like my cousins. She just said, "Some invitations come with strings." At the time, I thought she meant we just weren't close. It wasn't until years later I realized the truth. They saw her as the charity case. The one who married a loser, had a problem child, and ended up dragging Arthur down with her. That was the story they told themselves. It made them feel better about bleeding him dry. Grandpa never said anything bad about them. Not once. But he did small things, quiet things, that told me he knew. Like the way he'd only ever bring me, not my cousins, to his workshop where he carved those beautiful wooden clocks. Or how he insisted I be the one to fix his old record player instead of hiring someone. He'd say, "Some things you hand down with your own hands." Not just money. I didn't realize how literal he meant that until after he got sick. Pancreatic cancer is cruel. It's like watching someone shrink into themselves while pretending they're not. When he was first diagnosed, the family chat lit up with empty sympathy. "Let us know if you need anything. Wishing you strength. We'll visit soon." And then silence. A few weeks later, I found out Uncle Greg had used Grandpa's name to close a real estate deal. Aunt Vanessa tried to get him to transfer the deed to the lake house to her before anything happens, just to be safe. It was disgusting. But Grandpa, he didn't get angry. He just smiled that quiet smile of his and said, "The truth comes out eventually. It always does." That's when he asked me to start helping with some things, his finances, the property records, even his voicemail. I thought he just wanted company. Looking back now, he was setting the stage. The last few weeks of his life, I spent nearly every day with him. We'd talk, sometimes for hours. Other times we just sat, the TV humming in the background. He asked a lot of questions about my work, my life, my plans. He even made me promise I'd fix up the workshop one day, turn it into something meaningful. I didn't understand why he kept bringing that up. Not until the final week, when he handed me a small envelope with a USB drive inside. "Don't open it yet," he said, his voice raspy. "There'll be a time when it makes sense. You'll know." I nodded. I didn't question it. I couldn't. My throat was already too tight. He passed 3 days later. Peacefully, in his sleep. My mom was with him. She held his hand until the nurses came. The funeral was polite. Controlled. Aunt Vanessa cried loudly, which was ironic considering she hadn't seen him in months. My cousin Jamie, her son, posted a picture of the casket with some cheesy quote about legacy and family. Uncle Greg gave a speech about how Arthur was the glue of this family, even though he hadn't returned a single call during Grandpa's last month alive. I stayed silent. My mom stood beside me, her face unreadable. Then came the will reading. It was held in Grandpa's study, the one with the leather armchairs and the smell of pine and pipe tobacco that never quite faded. The lawyer, Mr. Pearson, was an old friend of Grandpa's. Sharp guy? Serious. He didn't waste time with small talk. As soon as everyone sat down, he opened the folder and began reading. The first part was standard, small bequests, donations to charities, a few personal items left to old friends. Then he got to the part everyone was waiting for. The big stuff. "To my daughter Vanessa," he read, "I leave the sum of $1, as a token of my affection and a reminder of the countless more you took without asking." The silence was instant. Aunt Vanessa let out a small laugh, like she thought it was a joke. Mr. Pearson didn't even blink. To my son-in-law Greg, he continued, who always knew how to ask for more, I leave the pleasure of earning something on his own for once. That's when the whispering started. My cousin Jamie leaned over to his sister and muttered something. My mom sat frozen. I stared straight ahead, my heart thudding in my chest. Mr. Pearson cleared his throat. To my grandson Oliver. Everyone turned to look at me. I leave the house, the lake property, the workshop, and the remainder of my estate to be used at his discretion without interference. The room exploded. What? Vanessa barked. He barely even visited him. He wasn't there when Dad needed him. Greg shouted. You mean when he needed help eating? I said quietly. Because I was the one cleaning up after him while you were in Barbados. They all started shouting at once. Accusations, curses, protests about fairness. And that's when Jamie, smug as ever, said, You didn't even visit him in the hospital. I didn't respond. I reached into my coat pocket and pulled out the envelope Grandpa had given me. I slid the USB drive across the table toward Mr. Pearson. He said this should be played today, I said calmly. In front of everyone. What is it? Aunt Vanessa sneered. Some fake video you made. Mr. Pearson stood, walked to the TV in the corner of the study, and plugged in the drive. I looked at my mom. She hadn't said a word the entire time. Her hands were folded in her lap, trembling slightly. Then the screen lit up. Grandpa's face appeared. He was in his chair by the window, sunlight casting lines across his face. He looked tired, but his voice was clear. If you're watching this, he said, then you've already heard the will. And judging by the noise, some of you aren't too happy. That's fine. I expected it. The room went quiet again. He leaned forward. But before you say anything else, there's something I need you to know. He took a long breath in the video. His fingers curled over the armrests, knuckles pale. But his voice never wavered. I wasn't planning on making this, Grandpa said. Honestly, I thought I could just let the paperwork speak for itself. But then I heard about the little meeting Vanessa had last month. You remember that, don't you, sweetheart? The one at your house where you discussed how to nudge me into signing things while I was still coherent? Vanessa's face went red instantly. Her lips parted like she was about to say something, but no sound came out. Jamie glanced at her, his smug grin gone. I might be old, Grandpa continued, but I'm not blind, or deaf, or stupid. And I certainly didn't forget the times I asked for a ride to the doctor and got told, We're out of town, sorry. Or when I mentioned I was feeling weak and the response was, Maybe you should get someone to help you full time. As if I wasn't surrounded by family who claimed to love me. Aunt Vanessa finally found her voice. This is edited. This is fake. Mr. Pearson turned to her, his expression stone cold. This video was recorded in my presence. Dated, time-stamped, and witnessed. On screen, Grandpa let out a soft chuckle. But not everyone treated me like I was a burden. Not everyone came around just to ask for a favor or dangle some sob story about mortgage payments. Oliver, he came without asking. Sat with me, read to me, cleaned up after me. He didn't care about what I had. He cared about who I was. That's why I chose him. Uncle Greg leaned forward, his jaw tight. This is ridiculous. He never even liked being in the house. He hated the lake. This was all supposed to go to the family. Not just one person. Grandpa must have anticipated that too, because the video kept rolling with brutal precision. Greg, you always said I should modernize the will, make it easier to divide. You meant easier to take. You lied to me. You forged my name on a vehicle transfer 2 years ago. Remember that? You told me the DMV messed it up. I let it go. I shouldn't have. Greg's face went white. And Vanessa, Grandpa said, his eyes hard now. I know about the bank account in your name that you opened using my power of attorney signature. You transferred nearly 20 grand into it before I caught on. Claimed it was reimbursement for years of caregiving. I have the statements. Vanessa actually stood up. This is a setup, she snapped. This is insane. You can sit down, Mr. Pearson said. There's more. I watched as my grandfather's face softened slightly on the screen. As for the rest of you, I want to say this clearly. I didn't do this out of spite. I did it because I spent the last 2 years of my life watching my family treat my illness like an obstacle to their inheritance. The only person who never asked me for anything was the one I gave everything to. Then, he turned his head and looked directly into the camera. Oliver, if they fight this, play them the second video. The screen went black. There was a long, dead silence. No one moved. My hands were flat on my thighs, damp with sweat. My heart pounded so hard I could feel it in my ears. Vanessa slowly sat back down. Her eyes were wild, flicking between me and the TV. "What second video?" Jamie asked, his voice cracking. I didn't answer. Mr. Pearson did. "It's locked and secured. If necessary, it will be submitted in court along with medical records, legal documentation, and the signed witness reports." "Court," Greg repeated. "You think this will hold up in court?" Mr. Pearson turned a page in his folder and said coolly, "You're welcome to contest the will. But I should warn you. Mr. Caldwell retained an attorney months ago in anticipation. You'll find your legal options are limited." Vanessa laughed again, a strained, jittery sound. "So what? Oliver gets everything. Just like that?" "No," I said finally. "Not just like that." Everyone turned to look at me again. I leaned forward, elbows on my knees. "I didn't ask for any of this. But Grandpa made his choice. And you know what? I spent months wondering why. Wondering if I even deserved it. Watching him fade and being unable to do anything. That haunts me. And while you were out throwing parties and buying vacation homes with his money, I was sitting beside his hospital bed holding a straw to his lips so he could sip water. So yeah, maybe I didn't visit him in the hospital the way you think I should have. Because I lived in it." Jamie stood up, face flushed. "You're just a loser with a hero complex. Better than a leech with a trust fund addiction," I said, standing too. "You never cared about him. You just cared about what he could give you." No one spoke after that. The lawyer quietly gathered his papers. My mom still hadn't moved. Just sat there, quietly holding her hands together, watching everything unravel. I turned to her. "You okay?" She nodded slowly. "I just didn't think he'd actually do it. I knew he talked about it, but he meant every word," I said. Mr. Pearson looked up. "We're done here for today. I'll be sending the formal documentation to each party. And I suggest, strongly, that no one attempt to contact Mr. Caldwell unless you plan to do so with respect." They all glared at me as I walked to the door. I reached for the knob, then paused and looked back over my shoulder. "Oh," I said. "And about that second video? I haven't watched it yet, but I've got a feeling it's even worse for you than the first one." I walked out. But that wasn't the end of it. Not even close. Because what came next wasn't just the fallout. It was the real reason Grandpa recorded that second video, and what he asked me to do with it. And that's where the real revenge begins. I didn't sleep that night. Even after the confrontation at the will reading, even after the shock, the accusations, the way they looked at me like I'd stolen something that never belonged to them in the first place, my mind wouldn't slow down. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, turning the events over and over like a coin in my hand. The house was silent except for the wind tapping against the shutters, and downstairs, on my desk, sat the USB drive. The second one. I still hadn't watched it. I didn't want to, if I'm being honest. Something about Grandpa's tone when he said, "If they fight this," stuck with me. Like he knew this would spiral. Like he anticipated them refusing to let go. And that meant whatever was in that second video, it was going to be ugly. The next morning, I got my answer. I opened my email and saw a message from Mr. Pearson. "Oliver, I've just been informed that Greg and Vanessa have both hired legal counsel. They're filing an emergency motion to freeze asset transfers pending a formal contest of the will. Expect delays, and, if you haven't already, review the contents of the second video immediately. We may need it sooner than expected." I stared at the screen, while creeping into my throat. It hadn't even been 24 hours. They were already trying to rip it apart. I walked downstairs slowly, grabbed the USB drive from the drawer, and sat at my desk. My hand hovered over the mouse. For a long time, I just sat there, eyes locked on the folder labeled Oliver, only if contested. He'd titled it like a warning. I clicked. Inside was a single file, final message, part 2.mp4. I double-clicked. The screen lit up, and there he was again, Grandpa, sitting by the window in the same cardigan. Only this time his expression was different. Sharper, less sentimental. "If you're watching this," he said, "then the bloodsuckers did what I feared they would. I hoped it wouldn't come to this. I hoped they'd take their lumps and walk away. But I know my family better than that." He leaned forward. "So here's what they don't know." He reached into a drawer on camera and pulled out a black leather folder. Slowly, deliberately, he held up document after document. "Vanessa doesn't know that the lake property she always loved, was technically purchased under a shell corporation I registered years ago, and that the ownership transfer to her name she begged for never actually happened. I humored her. Sure, let her sign blank forms, let her think she was getting what she wanted, but I never filed them. Legally, she has no claim. The deed remains under Caldwell Holdings, LLC. You'll find the papers in the safe. He held up another file. Greg doesn't know that I revoked his power of attorney a full year ago. The bank account he's been using? It's under surveillance. The money he pulled? Embezzlement, plain and simple. I didn't press charges at the time because I was tired. But you have full authority now. You can decide what happens next. He set the papers down and looked directly at me. I know this puts you in the center of it, Oliver. I wish I could spare you that. But they left me no choice. This family, your family, has become a machine for entitlement. I tried for years to fix it quietly. But now, let them squirm. Let them lie. And if they take it to court, you give the judge this video. And the copies I left with Pearson and the bank. He paused, then softened slightly. And if they come crawling, if they beg, listen with your heart, not your anger. I don't want them destroyed, but I do want them to understand. The screen faded to black. I sat there for a long time, just breathing. The documents were real. I found the folder in the safe exactly where he said it would be. Inside were copies of ownership titles, notarized affidavits, and, most damning, bank statements linked to an account Greg had drained over the last 6 months. Over $38,000 withdrawn in a series of small transactions, masked as caretaker reimbursements. He'd even written fake memos in the margins. He probably thought Grandpa never noticed. He thought wrong. Later that afternoon, my phone rang. I didn't recognize the number, but I answered. Oliver, a clipped voice said. This is Richard Latham. I represent Gregory Caldwell. We're requesting an informal negotiation before filing our claim. If possible, we'd like to avoid litigation. I didn't speak. We believe there may have been confusion in your grandfather's final days. Emotional strain, cognitive decline, understandable, given the circumstances. My client is hoping for an equitable resolution. You mean a buyout? I said flatly. He chuckled. I wouldn't call it that. But yes, an arrangement that avoids ugliness on both sides. I looked out the window at the maple tree swaying in the front yard. Did Greg tell you he stole from the estate? There was a pause. I'm not aware of any such. I have the bank records. I have a notarized statement from the day Grandpa revoked his power of attorney. I have a video of Grandpa outlining every illegal move your client made. You want to go to court? Go ahead. Just know you're going to lose. Another pause. Then a sigh. May I speak candidly? No. I hung up. That evening, I got a knock at my front door. It was Jamie. He stood there in a puffy jacket, holding a 6-pack of cheap beer like he thought that would erase everything. His eyes darted past me, like he expected someone else to be home. Can we talk? He asked. I didn't say anything. He shifted on his feet. Look, man, I know they've been pushy, but we didn't mean to mess you over, okay? It's just, this family's complicated. Grandpa always treated you like the golden child. We thought. You thought if you ignored him long enough, he'd still give you everything, I said. You thought just showing up for the funeral was enough. His jaw tightened. I just want to make things right. I stared at him for a long time. Then I said, then go home. Tell your mom and your uncle to drop the suit. And tell them if they don't, I'm not just defending Grandpa's wishes. I'm going public. He blinked. Public? I've got emails, texts, copies of everything. If they want to fight dirty, I'll show the world exactly who they are. He didn't respond. He just stood there for a second, then turned and walked back down the steps. But something in his expression told me it wasn't over. Not yet. Because the next morning, I got a letter in the mail. No return address. Just one sentence typed in bold across the page. You think you won, but he never told you everything. And beneath it was a photo of me, as a child, sitting in Grandpa's workshop, next to someone I didn't recognize. A boy, maybe 10 or 11. Same hair color as me. Same sharp chin. Only, I wasn't an only child. Or so I'd always thought. And that's when everything shifted. For hours, I stared at that photo. It was faded and curling at the corners, printed on old glossy paper. But it was real. I was there, probably no older than 7, sitting cross-legged on the workshop floor, clutching one of Grandpa's handmade wooden clocks with both hands. And next to me was a boy, same age, His face was turned slightly toward the camera, but even with the blur, the resemblance was uncanny. Not just to me, but to Grandpa. That square jaw, the arched brows, the way his hand rested on my shoulder like he belonged there. I flipped the photo over. One thing was written on the back, in Grandpa's careful cursive, Oliver and Simon. Summer, 99. Simon. The name meant nothing to me. No childhood friend, no distant cousin. I'd never heard it before in my life. I pulled out every old family photo album I had. Nothing. Not even a hint of another boy. I called my mom. She picked up on the second ring. "Hi, sweetheart." "Mom," I said, barely holding the phone to my ear. "Did I have a cousin named Simon?" Silence. "Mom." Her voice was soft, careful. "Where did you hear that name?" There was a photo of me and a boy in Grandpa's workshop. It says Oliver and Simon on the back. Another pause. A longer one. Then, finally, she sighed. "I was wondering when that would come up." "You knew about him?" "I did," she said. "But it wasn't my place to tell you. He wasn't your cousin. He was your half-brother." I froze. "What?" "Your grandfather had a son. Long before you were born. Before even I was. It was the early 70s. He was young, barely 20. Got a woman pregnant. Her name was Lorraine. They weren't married, and her family didn't approve. They moved away before the baby was born. Your grandfather lost contact. Years later, he found out Lorraine had passed. The boy, Simon, was in foster care by then. Grandpa tracked him down when Simon was maybe 8. Started visiting. Helping. Quietly. He didn't tell the rest of the family. I leaned back in my chair, heart racing. Why didn't he ever tell me? He was ashamed, she said. Not of Simon. Never of him. But of how much he'd missed. He didn't want to burden either of you. And then, when you were born, he saw something in you. You reminded him of Simon. So he started bringing you two together. Just quietly. Just as friends. You were too young to remember. So what happened to him? Her voice broke slightly. He passed away. In 2002. There was an accident. Car crash on the interstate. He was 14. I felt like the air had been sucked out of the room. He passed away? I whispered. And Grandpa never talked about him again. He never stopped mourning him, she said. He kept a photo of Simon in his wallet until the day he passed. That boy, he was part of why Grandpa got so involved in your life. He couldn't save Simon, but he could love you. I sat there, letting it all settle in. I thought I knew everything there was to know about Grandpa. But the more I uncovered, the more I realized he had layers even we never saw. Regret. Grief. Secrets he carried like stones. Later that day, I went back into the study and opened the safe again. I didn't know what I was looking for, just that something else had to be there. And at the very bottom, beneath all the legal documents and titles, I found a sealed envelope. My name was on the front. I opened it. Inside was a letter. Oliver, if you're reading this, then everything else has already happened. The will. The videos. The outrage. I'm sorry you had to be the one to clean up my mess. But I trust you more than anyone. That trust was earned, not inherited. There's something I didn't include in the videos. Not because I wanted to keep it from you, but because I wanted you to know it when you were ready. You had a brother once. His name was Simon. He was my son. I failed him. Not in the end, but in the beginning. I wasn't there when he needed me most. I let shame and fear dictate my decisions. By the time I found him again, he was already worn down by a system that doesn't love its children. But you brought joy into his life. You don't remember, but he used to talk about you like you were the son. When's Ollie coming back? Can I show Ollie my drawing? You saved something in him, even if it was just for a while. After he passed away, I shut down. I let the family circle tighter and tighter around my money, hoping it would distract them. It did, but it also made me see how empty that circle had become. So when I got sick, I started putting things in place. Not just to protect what I had, but to protect you. Because you're the best of me, and the best of him. Don't let them guilt you. Don't let them twist this. You didn't take anything from them. You just got back what they thought was already theirs. Love always. Grandpa. I cried when I read that. Not quiet tears, either. Full, ugly sobs that shook my shoulders and stained the paper. I read the letter again, and again, until the words blurred. In the days that followed, the lawsuit collapsed. Once Mr. Pearson presented the full records, video testimony, and the paper trail, their attorneys advised them to settle. They signed the documents quietly, with forced smiles and bitter eyes. Vanessa tried to corner me in the parking lot afterward, all syrupy sweet. We just want what's fair, she said. I looked her in the eye and said, "So did Grandpa." She didn't speak to me again. Greg vanished. Word got around that he sold his house and moved to Arizona. Jamie unfollowed me on every social platform and posted a vague quote about snakes in the family. And me? I stayed. I moved into the house. I cleaned up the workshop, restored the old clock tools, repaired the record player. I even found some of Simon's drawings in an old box, crayon sketches of birds and trees, and a rocket ship labeled Ollie plus C's Space Adventure. I framed that one. One night, a few months later, I stood by the lake, watching the moon reflect off the still water, and I thought about how everything could have gone so differently. How one man's silence, his quiet love, his secret pain, had shaped all of this. I thought about Simon, and how I barely remembered him, but somehow still felt like he was part of me. And I thought about Grandpa, about his voice, his steadiness, his quiet revenge. He didn't just leave me a house. He left me the truth. And that was worth more than all their inheritance combined. My name's Alex. I'm 29. I've always been the quiet one in my family, the listener, the fixer, the afterthought. I never made a fuss, never asked for much, never stirred the pot. Growing up, my parents praised my older brother, Jeremy, like he walked on water. Firstborn, honor student, football star, the whole golden child checklist. Meanwhile, I was just there. Not unloved exactly, but always in the background. The one who got hand-me-downs, who was told, "We'll talk later," and maybe next time. I learned early on not to expect much, and to be honest, I was fine with that. I liked my space. I liked earning things on my own, which is why this story still messes with my head. 2 weeks ago, I had my engagement party. It was this modest rooftop thing in Brooklyn, rented space, string lights, cheap wine, good people. My fiancée, Nora, wanted something small and intimate. No giant reception hall, no look at us spectacle. Just close friends, some cousins, a few of Nora's coworkers, and immediate family. I was nervous all day, not because of the party itself, but because of the people in it. More specifically, my parents and Jeremy. They hadn't been thrilled about the engagement. My mom called it sudden. My dad asked if I was sure. Jeremy, naturally, made a joke about how it only took me a decade to find someone who could stand me, which he said in front of everyone at brunch 2 days after I proposed. It was just his way, cruel under the guise of humor. But that's not the part that matters. The real story starts at the party. Right around 8:15 p.m. Grandpa Joe had been quiet all evening. He's 82, sharp as a tack, and absolutely no filter. The man once told my cousin's girlfriend her dress looked like a curtain. But he loved me. Always had. Said I reminded him of himself, the one nobody thought would amount to much until he did. When I was 13, he taught me how to play chess and said, "You're not loud like your brother." That's a good thing. Loud people think noise equals power. Quiet ones wait for their move. So when he stood up with a glass of champagne and clinked it for attention, I expected a sweet toast, something mildly inappropriate, maybe a joke about grandkids. Instead, he smiled wide and said, "I'm just happy you're finally enjoying the Manhattan penthouse I put in your name." I blinked. Everyone around us blinked. Even Nora, who'd never met Grandpa before that night, turned to me slowly like she misheard. I laughed, because it had to be a joke, right? I'd never even been in a penthouse. And then I saw Grandpa's smile falter. He tilted his head. "Wait, what penthouse?" I said, half laughing. Silence. Grandpa's brows drew together. "The one on 76th, top floor. I signed it over to you 6 years ago, when you graduated. Your dad said it'd be easier if he handled the paperwork and taxes for now. Said you'd move in when you were ready." I stared at him. My chest felt hollow. My ears rang. Wait, wait, wait," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "You're serious?" Grandpa looked around the room like something was off. "Of course I'm serious. You never got the keys." Nora reached for my arm. And that's when I looked at them, my parents. Jeremy, white as ghosts. My mom had frozen mid-sip of wine. My dad was rubbing the side of his neck like it suddenly itched. Jeremy wasn't even trying to hide it. He had this half-panic, half-smug expression like a magician caught mid-trick. I didn't say a word. I just stared. Grandpa looked between us. "Alex," he said slowly, "you've never been to the place?" "No," I said, quieter now. I didn't even know it existed. Then the room erupted. It wasn't dramatic. No shouting, no fists slammed on tables. It It was worse than that. It was the kind of quiet where everyone hears everything. My aunt from Jersey muttered, "Oh my God," under her breath. Nora's co-worker whispered something to her husband and shot a glance toward Jeremy. I could feel my face heating up, not from embarrassment, from a kind of confusion that felt like betrayal wrapped in fire. You know that moment when a puzzle piece clicks into place, and suddenly the whole picture changes? That was what this felt like. Except the picture was my family. My dad cleared his throat. "Joe, maybe now's not the time." "No," Grandpa interrupted, shaking his head. "Now's exactly the time." "What's going on?" My mom stepped forward. "Dad, we didn't want to overwhelm Alex. He was in grad school. He was already so stressed. You said yourself." "I said he'd grow into it, not that you should hide it from him." Jeremy jumped in. "Look, it's not a big deal. It's not like anyone's living there." That was a lie, and I knew it the second he said it. My brother had posted a photo on Instagram 6 months ago, a skyline view I'd never seen before, captioned "Best Seat in the City." At the time, I figured it was a hotel or something. But now, I saw it clear as day. He'd been living there, in the place Grandpa gave to me. I didn't react. I just looked at him. And for once, Jeremy had no smirk, no clever comment. Just that same frozen, cornered look. Grandpa looked at me, then at them. His voice cracked slightly when he said, "Alex, I'm sorry. I should have handled it directly." "You trusted them," I said. "So did I." There wasn't much more said after that. Not out loud anyway. People filtered back to the bar. Conversations resumed, or tried to. Nora held my hand under the table. Grandpa sat down slowly, like the air had gone out of him. My parents didn't leave, but they didn't stay long either. They gave a half-hearted goodbye and promised we'd talk tomorrow. Jeremy left before dessert, claiming a headache. I didn't sleep that night. Nora did. Eventually, but I stayed on the couch, phone in hand, scrolling back years through family photos, texts, emails, searching for signs I'd missed. Clues. And they were all there. The evasive responses. The sudden vacations. The times I'd asked to crash at Jeremy's friend's place in the city, and he'd said it was being renovated. I never thought to question it. Why would I? They were my family. The next morning, I called Grandpa, asked if he still had the paperwork. He did. And that's when the real story began. I met Grandpa at his apartment the next morning. He was already waiting when I buzzed in, standing by the window in his wool cardigan, holding a manila folder like it weighed 1,000 pounds. He didn't say much at first, just gave me this look, part guilty, part angry, but mostly tired. Like a man who'd spent years thinking something was in good hands, only to find it pawned behind his back. He handed me the folder and said, "I trusted them because they were loud. But you're the one who listens." Inside the folder were scanned copies of the deed transfer, notarized documents, tax forms, all signed. All legal. My name, in clear bold letters, right there on the title. Property owner, Alexander J. Morrison. And then another paper, a note from Grandpa's lawyer dated 6 years ago. As discussed, title of the property located at, address redacted, has been transferred to Mr. Alexander Morrison. Custodianship for insurance and property tax management will be temporarily granted to Mr. Thomas Morrison until Alex is notified or turns 25. I was 23 at the time. I'm 29 now. 6 years. 6 years they said nothing. 6 years they let me take out loans for grad school while they paid Jeremy's rent with my penthouse. And not once, did they say, "By the way, there's a place with your name on it." Grandpa poured me coffee. Black, no sugar, like he always made it. "I asked your father 3 times if you liked the view," he said, lowering himself into the armchair. "He said you were grateful. Said you'd written a thank you card. I never got one, but I figured it got lost. He was always the organized one." I didn't know what to say. My throat was dry, my hands trembling as I stared down at my own name, wondering how it was possible to own something and have absolutely no idea. "So," Grandpa said, looking at me, "what are you going to do?" I didn't answer right away. I thought about Nora, about the 1-bedroom walk-up we'd been scraping rent for every month, about the student loan reminders I'd gotten last week, about the nights I stayed up late freelancing while Jeremy was sipping wine on a private terrace that should have been mine. "I don't know," I said finally, "but they're not going to like it." The next few days were surreal. I didn't bring it up to my parents. Not right away. I wanted time to breathe, to think, to plan. Nora was furious when I told her. but she was careful not to push. This isn't just about the apartment, she said. It's about what else they might have taken from you. She was right. So I made a list, literally. I opened my notes app and started listing things over the years that hadn't added up. The way Jeremy always had new gadgets and travel stories despite working the same entry-level job for 4 years. The way Dad once mentioned tax headaches out of nowhere. The year Mom told me the family was stretched thin when I asked for help covering my books, only for Jeremy to post pictures from a trip to Rome a week later. I requested a property access record from the building. Grandpa gave me the lawyer's contact, and with a few polite but pointed emails, I had everything. My name was still on the deed. Jeremy was not listed as a tenant. But security logs? Yeah, his key card had been active since 2018. He'd even added a guest, his girlfriend, who I didn't even know he was still dating. I drove by the building once. Didn't go inside. Just parked across the street and looked up at it. 17 stories of polished glass and old money. And somewhere up top, a view I was supposed to enjoy. A view I had paid taxes on without knowing. And still, I hadn't told them. I wasn't sure what I was waiting for. Maybe I wanted to see if they'd come clean on their own. Maybe I wanted to give them one last chance, some glimmer of hope that they'd say, "We're sorry, Alex. We were wrong." But that moment never came. Instead, I got a call from Jeremy. "Hey," he said too casually. "Just checking in. You good?" I didn't say anything. "About Grandpa's little moment," he continued, chuckling. "I think he got confused. He's been mixing things up a lot lately, you know? He probably meant to say he thought about putting it in your name." I let the silence stretch. Jeremy coughed. "Anyway, just didn't want you getting the wrong idea or anything. It's not like there's some hidden treasure waiting for you, or whatever." He was lying. And he knew that I knew. "Jeremy," I said, my voice calm. "How long have you been living there?" Pause. "Then, what are you talking about?" "In the penthouse." "How long?" Another pause. Then the click of the line going dead. That was it. No excuse, no denial. Just panic. So I made my move. The next morning, I contacted Grandpa's lawyer and scheduled a formal revocation of custodianship, stripping my father of any further rights to act on my behalf regarding the property. I filed for a keycard reset with the building's management. Security was instructed to revoke Jeremy's access. His girlfriend's too. I scheduled a locksmith for the door, new codes, new keys. I'd never even seen the inside of that place, but I was taking it back, inch by inch. Still, I hadn't said a word to them. Until the following Sunday. Family brunch. We hadn't done one in months, but Mom insisted on hosting after the weird energy at the party. She wanted to clear the air, which in our family usually meant everyone acting like nothing happened while she pretended to care about your feelings. The table was set with her usual obsession: cloth napkins, fancy juice glasses, overpriced pastries no one liked. Dad was already sipping coffee when I arrived. Jeremy wasn't there yet. Grandpa wasn't invited. I walked in carrying nothing. No flowers, no smiles. Just the folder. Mom hugged me like nothing had happened. "Alex, sweetie, you look thin. Are you eating?" "I'm fine." I sat down at the far end of the table, not the seat I usually took. I wanted space. I needed them all in front of me. "So," Dad said, folding his hands, "have you had a chance to process what your grandfather said? We just wanted to make sure you're not taking anything too literally. You know how he gets." I opened the folder, placed it in the center of the table. Mom went pale the moment she saw the header. Dad leaned forward, reading the bold text. Jeremy walked in just in time to see the final page, the one with the security log, time-stamped with his name. No one spoke. Not yet. Because they knew. And I hadn't even started talking. Jeremy stood frozen in the doorway, keys still dangling from his hand. He looked at the open folder on the table like it was a ticking bomb. Mom glanced at him, then back at me, then at Dad, as if trying to telepathically coordinate some kind of excuse, but it was too late for that. The air was so thick with tension, I could hear the faint hum of the refrigerator in the next room. I leaned back in my chair and folded my hands, mirroring Dad's earlier pose, but with none of the calm. "So," I said quietly, "you all knew." No one answered. Jeremy finally closed the door behind him and stepped into the dining room like he was approaching a firing squad. "It's not what you think." "Really?" I cut in, sharper than I meant. "Because what I think is that Grandpa put a penthouse in my name 6 years ago. What I think is that Dad was listed as custodian, and I was never told. What I think is that you've been living there for the past 4 years, rent-free, while I work nights to pay off tuition. I locked eyes with Mom. Did you know? She blinked quickly. Alex, honey, we didn't want to burden you with. Burden me? I said, my voice rising. You mean letting me live in the place I own would have been too stressful? Dad's voice was low, trying to be measured. You don't understand the full picture. The taxes were complicated. There were assessments, HOA fees, insurance. You weren't ready to deal with all that when you were in school. We were managing it until you were more stable. And Jeremy? I said. Was he managing it too? Jeremy scoffed. Come on, man. You weren't using it. What difference does it make? I turned to him slowly. You stole it. Legally, he began, but I slammed my hand down on the table, making the juice glasses rattle. Legally, it's mine. My name. My property. And you live there, claimed it, posted pictures of it, while I scraped together rent on a place with no heat in the winter. Jeremy's jaw flexed, but he didn't say anything. That smug mask he always wore had started to crack. He looked more like a kid who got caught cheating on a test than the confident, self-appointed golden child he usually was. You've been living in my shadow your whole life, he said finally. This was the one thing I had. My breath caught. The one thing you had. Your grandpa's favorite. Everyone knows it. He never trusted me with anything. That's because you lie, Jeremy. You take and lie and smile while you do it. Dad stood up then, both palms out. Let's all just calm down. We're family. This doesn't need to turn into something ugly. It already is ugly, I said. And it's been that way for years. I looked at him, really looked at him, and I realized something. I didn't trust them anymore. Not a single one of them. The old stories they told me about how we all made sacrifices so Jeremy could attend that out-of-state program? Suddenly suspicious. The time they claimed their savings were tight, right before I took out another loan? Suspicious. The years of being told to be grateful, to not ask for too much, to help keep the peace. All of it, twisted. I've revoked custodianship, I said. You have no rights to the property anymore. Your key cards are deactivated. I'm changing the locks this week. Jeremy, if you have anything in there, you've got until Friday. Mom's mouth opened in shock. You can't do this. Why not? I said. You all did. She tried to soften her voice, switching tactics. Alex, please. Don't let one misunderstanding ruin the family. We've always supported you. You supported me? I said, almost laughing. By hiding a multi-million-dollar property from me? By letting your favorite son play house with something that didn't belong to him? Your brother was going through a tough time, she said desperately. You were doing well. You didn't need it as much as he did. That sentence, more than anything else, made something inside me go quiet. That was it. That was the truth. In their eyes, I'd always been the one who didn't need anything. Because I didn't complain. Because I didn't shout. Because I didn't threaten to cut them off. And they'd taken full advantage of that. I stood slowly. The chair scraped loudly against the tile. I'm done, I said. You don't get to make me feel guilty for taking back what's mine. You don't get to spin this into some family misunderstanding. You lied. You used me. And I'm not going to pretend that's okay just because you raised me. Jeremy looked at me like he wanted to say something. An apology, maybe, or another excuse. But in the end, he stayed silent. I turned to leave. Where are you going? Mom called after me. To see my penthouse, I said without turning back. For the first time. And I walked out the door. As soon as I got to the car, I let out a long breath I hadn't realized I was holding. My hands were shaking as I started the engine. The silence in that moment wasn't peaceful, it was charged. I didn't feel victorious. Not yet. I felt hollow. Like I'd finally seen something I could never unsee. The drive to Manhattan was a blur. I barely remember the traffic, the lights, the turns. I just remember pulling up to the building, showing my ID to the front desk, and being handed a new key card with a quiet, "Welcome home, Mr. Morrison." The elevator ride to the top floor was excruciatingly slow. Every floor ding sounded like a drumbeat in my chest. When the doors finally opened, I stepped out into a hallway of quiet elegance. Warm lighting, marble floors, clean lines. I held my breath as I unlocked the door. I pushed it open slowly, and what I saw made me stop in my tracks. Because Jeremy hadn't moved out yet, but someone else had just arrived, and they were standing in the middle of the living room, holding something that didn't belong to them. The person standing in the penthouse wasn't Jeremy. It was his girlfriend, Emma, or ex-girlfriend, I should say. She froze when she saw me, a folded shirt clutched in one hand, a duffel bag at her feet. The look on her face wasn't defiance or panic. It was exhaustion. "Oh," she said softly. "You're Alex." I nodded, still in the doorway. I didn't say anything. I think I was waiting for her to lunge for a lamp or start screaming or accuse me of breaking in. But instead, she just let out a breath like she'd been holding it for 6 years. "I'm sorry," she said. That threw me off. Of all the things I'd braced myself for, confrontation, awkward small talk, a standoff, I hadn't expected an apology. "I didn't know," she said, her voice low. "Not at first. He told me it was his. That his grandfather left it to him. I didn't question it. Why would I? Then I saw a letter with your name. A legal notice from the HOA. Last year, when I asked, he said you were his cousin who'd moved overseas. That it was complicated. That he was taking care of it. She trailed off and looked around the space like she couldn't quite believe she was still there. "I found the truth a few months ago. Started seeing the cracks. Started seeing him for who he really was." I stepped inside and shut the door behind me. The lock clicked quietly. "You don't have to explain anything," I said. "Not if you're leaving." She gave a small, embarrassed smile. "I'm not here to defend him. I'm here because I wanted to be gone before you got here. I just didn't move fast enough." She gestured to the duffel bag. "I only have a few things left." I stood there, unsure what to feel. I hated Jeremy for what he did, but I didn't hate her. Not when she looked like she'd been hurt, too. And in some small, ironic way, she was the only one who'd actually acknowledged me since all of this started. "Take your time," I said finally. "I'm not here to throw anyone out." She nodded and moved quickly, packing the last of her things. I watched her slip a folded photo off the fridge, the two of them, smiling with wine glasses in hand on the balcony. She hesitated for a second, then ripped it clean down the middle and tossed it into the trash. Before she left, she turned to me again. He used to brag about how everyone always believed him, how even his family thought he could do no wrong. "Yeah," I said. "I know. I hope you make this place yours," she said. "Not his. Yours." Then she was gone. I was alone in the penthouse. It didn't feel like mine yet. The furniture was sleek and modern, Jeremy's taste, not mine. The fridge was stocked with things I didn't eat. A basketball signed by some Knicks player I couldn't name sat on a shelf I wouldn't have installed. But slowly, I started to walk around, taking it in, letting my own breath echo in the open, high-ceilinged space. I stepped onto the balcony. The city spread out below me like a living painting. Skyscrapers, yellow taxis, the river in the distance catching the sunset. I felt something tighten in my chest, and for a second, I couldn't tell if it was rage or sadness. Maybe both. This had been mine all along, and they'd taken it. I spent the next few days clearing the place out. The management team helped with the heavy lifting, furniture, old boxes, even Jeremy's old sneakers he'd carelessly left by the front door. Every time I opened a drawer, I found more remnants of his life pretending to be mine. I replaced the locks, reset the thermostat, changed the Wi-Fi password, and had the nameplate at the entrance changed to mine. I had no idea what I wanted to do with the space long-term, live in it, rent it, sell it, but for now, I needed it to be empty. Clean. Mine. 3 days later, I got an email from my mother. Subject: Family. Alex. We're all heartbroken over how things unfolded. Your father and I never intended for this to happen. Jeremy made a mistake, a big one, but we're still a family. Please don't shut us out. Can we meet and talk this through? Love. Mom. I didn't reply. Then a text from Jeremy. Bro, okay. I messed up. But you can't just throw me out like that. I needed that place. And you're seriously going to let her stay longer than me? You think that makes you better? I blocked the number. I wasn't interested in reconciliation. Not yet. Maybe not ever. For the first time in my life, I wasn't the one trying to keep the peace. I wasn't swallowing my anger or sacrificing my comfort so they could avoid guilt. A week later, Grandpa came by. He stood in the penthouse doorway for a moment, looking around, nodding. Then he stepped inside and walked straight to the balcony. Better than I remembered, he said. God, that view. I joined him outside. The city lights had started to flicker on. He looked at me, eyes shining. You handled it better than I would have, he said. If I were you, I might have burned the place down. I chuckled, but it didn't quite reach my chest. He put a hand on my shoulder. You always had the longer fuse. Doesn't mean you can't explode when the time comes. I didn't want to, I said. I just couldn't stay quiet anymore. He nodded, understanding. You didn't explode, Alex. You reclaimed. We stood there in silence for a while, watching the sun vanish between buildings. Before he left, he turned to me and said, "Your father called. Tried to make it sound like you were overreacting. Said you're punishing them." "And what did you say?" He smiled. "I told him if you were really trying to punish them, you'd have called a lawyer." I raised my eyebrows. "You think I should?" He shrugged. "Not for revenge, but for closure." It took me another month to make the decision. I hired a lawyer. Not to sue them for damages, though I easily could have, but to conduct a full audit of the years my father had been acting as custodian. Tax filings, insurance payments, maintenance costs, any withdrawals or reimbursements made in my name. The lawyer came back with a 17-page report. Over the course of 5 years, more than $160,000 had been redirected, repairs that were never done, property tax payments filed under their joint accounts, even a few rental agreements with temporary tenants listed under aliases. My parents had been siphoning money from the property while Jeremy lived in it. My lawyer called it what it was: fraud. I filed a formal complaint and presented the evidence to the condo association and the city. They launched their own investigation. I didn't press criminal charges, though I could have, but I made sure the complaint would stay on record. Then I sent them all one final letter. To my family: "You stole from me. You lied to me. And you expected me to thank you for it. I won't pretend to understand why, whether it was favoritism, pride, or just plain entitlement. But I do understand one thing. You don't get to be part of my life unless you respect me. The penthouse is mine. Always was. You abused your role, broke my trust, and used me. There's nothing left for us to talk through. If you contact me again about this matter, my lawyer will respond. Otherwise, I suggest you take a long look at yourselves and ask how you ended up losing the son you never truly saw." Alex. They never replied. Not once. I heard through a cousin that Jeremy had to move in with my parents, a cramped 2-bedroom in the suburbs. My dad took an early retirement. My mom's bridge club asked fewer questions after the letter went public. As for me, I kept the penthouse. Not forever. Just long enough to repaint the walls, replace the furniture, breathe air that didn't feel like someone else's lie. Then Nora and I sold it. We used the money to pay off my student loans, her medical school tuition, and buy a modest brownstone in Brooklyn with space for an office, a garden, and maybe, someday, a kid. People say money can't buy peace. But I disagree. Sometimes, peace is finally knowing you're not the backup plan, the forgotten one, or the safe choice. You're the one who made it through, even if you had to burn the bridge behind you to do it. My name's Aaron, I'm 34, and I've always been the stable one in the family, the one who got out early, paid his own way through college, kept a job, and didn't show up at Christmas asking for loans. I'm not flashy or loud. I'm the type who listens more than I speaks, the guy who keeps his head down and handles business. That probably made it easier for them to take advantage of me over the years, because I never raised my voice, never called them out, never made a scene. Until I did. It started years ago, subtle at first, like most betrayals are. I'd come home for the holidays, arms full of gifts, and somehow still be met with cold looks from my mom or little jabs from my brother, Jake. He's 2 years younger, always been the golden boy. Even when he flunked out of 2 colleges, got arrested for a bar fight, and bounced between jobs like a pinball, my parents still looked at him like he hung the stars. Meanwhile, I was too serious, too distant, too sensitive. No matter what I did, birthday checks for the nieces, helping my parents pay off their mortgage after Dad's heart surgery, co-signing a car loan for Jake when he cried on the phone, it was never enough. It got worse after Dad passed. Quietly, just a stroke in his sleep. That Christmas was the first time I noticed how different everything felt. My mom was colder, sharper, like she'd become brittle. And Jake? He seemed emboldened, louder, cockier, like being the only son who lived nearby gave him some authority. I remember walking in with a stack of gifts and being greeted with, "Did you finally get a haircut? Or did someone finally stop pitying you and offer a date?" I laughed it off, like I always did. But inside, something cracked. That was 3 years ago. I should have said something then, drawn the line. But I didn't. I figured, it's family. They're grieving, they're stressed, they don't mean it. So I stayed. Stayed quiet. Stayed generous, stayed loyal. And every year, the cuts got deeper. Last year, it really started to unravel. I got a call from my mom in May. She sounded chipper, like she was reading from a script. She said Jake had this amazing business opportunity, some new real estate venture a friend pitched to him, and he just needed help getting started. The help she meant was a $60,000 investment. She said they were putting the house up as partial collateral, and my name, since it was still on the deed from when I helped pay off the mortgage, would be helpful. I was cautious, but stupid. She insisted it was just temporary, just paperwork. I didn't want to be the bad guy, the ungrateful son who said no after all she did raising me. So I agreed, with one condition. If anything changed, I had the right to take my name off. She agreed. Jake mumbled a thanks over speakerphone, already halfway to Vegas, I think. By September, I found out the business was a glorified flipping scheme, poorly managed, full of half-built homes and debt collectors. I asked Jake what happened, and he had the nerve to say, "It's your fault for not helping earlier. You could have gotten in at the ground level." That was the moment I decided I was done. I didn't tell anyone, but I started talking to a lawyer. Quietly. We looked at the original agreement, the joint deed, everything. Turns out, because I had financed over 70% of the house's value, and the fact that my mom and Jake defaulted on a second mortgage, I had legal leverage. A lot of it. Especially when the bank flagged my name during a refinance attempt Jake filed behind my back. He tried to sell equity in the house that wasn't even his. The lawyer said, "You have every right to protect your investment, especially since you were misled." So, for the first time in my life, I decided I wouldn't just protect it, I'd reclaim it. I had everything ready by mid-December. The house, once under all three of our names, had now legally transferred into mine alone. Thanks to a clause my lawyer found buried in the original refinancing paperwork, I had full authority to sever their rights of use and remove them as legal occupants if I wanted. That alone didn't sit well with me. But then something happened that erased all hesitation. Christmas brunch. I wasn't going to go. I told myself it wasn't worth the headache, the fake smiles, the biting comments that pretended to be jokes. But my aunt, the only one who ever treated me like I mattered, asked me to come. She said, "It's just brunch, Aaron. Maybe it'll be different this year." It wasn't. I showed up with a bottle of wine and a store-bought pie. I didn't expect a warm welcome, but even I was caught off guard by how cold it was. My mom barely looked up from her seat. Jake smirked when he saw me and said, "Look who remembered where we live." My niece hugged me, bless her, but everyone else acted like I was a stranger crashing the party. They'd already started eating. No one saved me a seat. I sat at the end of the table, next to the piano no one played anymore. We made it through scrambled eggs and forced conversation. Then Jake stood up, holding a glass of champagne. He cleared his throat and tapped the fork against it like he was proposing a toast. "Here's to family," he said, "and to cutting out dead weight, starting with you." He raised his glass. The room burst into laughter. My mom chuckled. Even my cousin clapped. My hand clenched around my fork. I looked around, waiting for someone to say it was a joke, that it had gone too far. But no one did. So I smiled. It was tight, a little too calm. I reached into my bag. Not a briefcase, not anything dramatic, just a regular canvas tote I brought gifts in. I pulled out a crisp folder and slid it across the table. Jake cocked his head. My mom blinked. "Perfect timing," I said. They looked at it like it was a menu. Then Jake opened it, and the color drained from his face. Inside was the notarized deed to the house. Their names, once listed beneath mine, had been formally removed. It was signed, sealed, and legally binding. 10 seconds passed before anyone said a word. "What is this?" Jake snapped, voice rising. My mom looked like she'd seen a ghost. She reached out with trembling hands, scanning the pages. You can't do this," she stammered. "I already did," I said, calm as ever. Aunt Karen leaned in, whispered, "What did you just do?" Jake shoved his chair back, so hard it hit the wall. "You think you can just cut us out like that? After everything we've done for you?" I stood slowly, tucking my chair in. "No, I'm not cutting you out. I'm just finally returning the favor." And just as Jake's face turned red, just as my mom opened her mouth to plead or curse or cry, that's when the doorbell rang. I didn't flinch. I just stood there, watching them all freeze as the chime echoed through the room. The tension was so thick you could have sliced it with the steak knives still clinking against half-finished plates of ham and sweet potatoes. Jake's eyes darted between the folder and the door like he was trying to decide whether to scream or run. My mom looked at me, mouth parted, expression hollow, the kind of face someone makes when they realize their safety nets just caught fire. My aunt slowly rose to her feet, hesitant. "I'll get it," I said, with a half smile, turning toward the door like it was any other Sunday morning. I opened it. 2 men in uniform stood there. Not cops, though Jake's face certainly paled like they were. No, these guys were private security, hired through the firm I'd been working with for months. I'd asked my lawyer how to do this the right way, not out of spite, but out of precision. Legally, morally, financially clean. "Mr. Donnelly?" the taller one asked. "That's me," I nodded. "Come on in." They stepped inside, removing their hats politely, like professionals. My mom gasped, and Jake looked ready to lunge across the table. "What is this?" he barked. "What? You need bodyguards now." "No," I said, voice steady. "They're here to serve the official documents. Your access to the property is revoked, effective immediately. You'll have 72 hours to vacate." Silence. Total, deafening silence. Even the clatter of utensils had stopped. My niece just sat there with a forkful of eggs frozen halfway to her mouth. Jake finally lost it. "You can't just kick us out. That's our home." "No, Jake," I said, walking back to the table. "It was mine. You were living in it rent-free for almost 3 years. You used my name, my credit, and my goodwill, then tried to mess me over. This isn't eviction. This is justice catching up." My mom's voice cracked. "Erin, please. This is your family." I turned to her slowly. "So was I? Until you turned me into a bank account with legs." She flinched like I'd slapped her. But I didn't feel bad. Not this time. I sat back down and calmly poured myself a glass of water. The security guards handed over the envelopes, one for Jake, one for my mom, and quietly waited by the front door. Polite, silent, professional. "I paid off the mortgage," I said. "I kept the house afloat after Dad passed. I even covered the second loan Jake took out in my name to fund that real estate scam. Do you remember that? The paperwork you all forgot to mention?" My mom shook her head. "You don't understand. We were desperate." "No," I cut in. "You were entitled. You expected me to carry you, and when I hesitated, you mocked me, laughed in my face, told me I was dead weight." Jake pushed himself up from the table. "So what now? You just get to play king? You think we'll just leave?" "You don't have to leave," I said, sipping the water. "You just can't stay here." His fists clenched. "You smug little." "Don't," my aunt warned, her voice slicing through the room like ice. "Don't you dare. You brought this on yourself." That made Jake pause. He blinked at her like he didn't understand whose side she was supposed to be on. She looked at me, quiet but firm. "You're not wrong, Erin. I just wish it didn't have to come to this." I nodded. "So did I." Jake stormed out of the room, muttering under his breath. My mom just sat there, staring at the documents in front of her like they were written in a foreign language. I stood up again, smoothing out my shirt. "You have 3 days. The locks will be changed after that. I'll have movers available if you need them. It's not personal, but it is final." I turned to leave. Just before I reached the door, I paused and glanced back. "Oh, and Jake," I said, "one more thing." He stopped halfway up the stairs, glaring over the railing. "I also pulled out of the business loan cosign. You'll be hearing from the bank Monday morning. Might want to answer that one." He turned pale. I didn't wait for a reply. I walked outside into the cold, fresh air, took a deep breath, and smiled. For the first time in years, I didn't feel like a background character in my own story. I felt free. I didn't drive home right away. I sat in the car for a while, engine off, staring through the windshield at the wreath still hanging crookedly on their front door. The same one I bought them last year, hand-woven, expensive, the kind my mom once would have gushed over. Now it looked like it didn't belong there, like it was clinging to a version of this family that didn't exist anymore. My hands were still shaking, but not from fear. From release. From letting go of years I'd spent tiptoeing around their moods, their jabs, their judgments. It was strange. I wasn't sad. I wasn't even angry anymore. I just felt clear. My phone buzzed. A text from Aunt Karen. "You did what you had to do. I'll be by tomorrow to help clear your dad's things before they get rid of them. They won't understand, but I do. And I'm proud of you." That last line hit harder than I expected. I stared at it for a long time. "I'm proud of you." I couldn't remember the last time someone in my family said that to me. My mom never did. Not even when I graduated college early. Not when I paid off my loans. Not when I sent her money every month without asking questions. Jake got that line all the time. after his first job, after every failed business, even after getting arrested. But me? I got silence. Until now. I responded with a short, "Thank you. Tomorrow works." I sat there for another 10 minutes, watching snowflakes start to drift down over the hood. It was quiet out. The kind of quiet that feels holy. I almost didn't want to break it by starting the engine. But then I remembered the storage unit. A few weeks before Christmas, I'd started boxing up some of the more important items from the house, quietly, respectfully. I'd waited until Jake and my mom were both out, brought in movers discreetly. Dad's records, his old medals, the photos from when we used to go hiking, all locked away now, safe. I wasn't going to leave those behind for Jake to sell off in another emergency. I turned the key, and the car roared to life. I didn't look back as I pulled out of the driveway. The next day, I met Aunt Karen at the house. Jake wasn't there. His car was gone. Probably out trying to talk someone into loaning him money to undo what couldn't be undone. My mom answered the door with puffy eyes and a blank stare. She didn't say anything, just stepped aside and let us pass. The furniture was untouched. The garlands still clung to the banister. But the air was different, thick with resentment, stale with disbelief. "I'll just be grabbing Dad's things," I said gently. "You can keep everything else." Her lips trembled, but she didn't speak. She just nodded once, slowly. We worked in silence. Karen helped me lift the old wooden chest from under the stairs, the one with Dad's journals. We took down the framed family photo that used to hang above the fireplace. The only one where all four of us were smiling, back before the money, before the bitterness, before they started treating me like the outsider. As I held the frame in my hands, I noticed something I hadn't before, a tiny crack in the glass running right through my face. Fitting. By mid-afternoon, we'd loaded the last of it into my car. Karen hugged me tight. "You're going to feel guilt," she said, "because that's what good people do. But don't mistake guilt for regret." I nodded. "I know. I just wish that they were different," she finished for me. "Yeah, me too." We stood there for a while. Then I got into my car, waved goodbye, and drove straight to the storage unit. It was a small space, clean, climate-controlled, just big enough to hold the parts of my father worth remembering. I stacked the boxes neatly, covered the old armchair he used to sit in while reading the paper, and placed the framed photo, crack and all, on the top shelf. Before I left, I locked the door and stood there for a moment, key in hand. There was a finality to it that I hadn't anticipated. I wasn't just protecting memories anymore. I was closing a door that should have been shut years ago. That night, around 8 p.m., my phone started blowing up. "Jake." Voicemail after voicemail. He was screaming. The first few were angry. Threats about lawyers, how I'd ruined Christmas, how you don't do this to your own blood. Then came the panic. He'd gone to the bank, and they froze the refinance. His credit was tanking. He said I had no right to ruin his life like this. And the last one? He cried. "I don't know what to do, man. They're going to take my truck." Mom's crying. "I can't believe you do this to me." I didn't respond. I didn't delete the voicemails either. I saved them, like trophies, not out of cruelty, but as reminders of what I came from, of what I escaped. The fallout wasn't done. Not yet. The real explosion? That came 2 days later, when the sheriff's notice showed up on their door, and the family group chat started buzzing like a wasp nest kicked open. The notice was delivered in person 2 days later. Certified. Signed for. Final. I wasn't even there when it happened, but I heard about it within the hour, courtesy of a family group chat I hadn't looked at in months. The group, originally made for organizing birthday parties and holiday plans, had exploded with all the subtlety of a gas leak near a match. The first message came from my cousin Claire. "Aaron, what is going on?" Then my mom chimed in. "You humiliated this family. Hope you're proud of yourself." Jake followed it with, "This is low even for you. You want to talk about dead weight? Look in the mirror." I didn't respond, just turned off notifications and kept sipping my coffee. But the drama didn't stop there. Later that afternoon, I got a call from the lawyer I'd hired to oversee the transfer. She said my mother had called her office twice already, once crying, once yelling, and had accused her of manipulating her poor baby boy into homelessness. Apparently, my mom had already visited City Hall to file a complaint. She wanted to challenge the legality of the deed change and reverse the eviction. But what she didn't realize was that every single move I'd made had been documented, notarized, and legally airtight. There were video records of her signing the transfer papers. There were voicemails and texts proving Jake's unauthorized attempt to refinance using my name. There were receipts for every dime I had paid on that house, from the down payment to the repairs I funded during the roof collapse 5 years back. My lawyer told her flatly that if she continued threatening legal action, she would be countersued for fraud. That's when things got personal. A week later, I found out she'd started telling extended family members that I'd forged her signature and stolen the house. She claimed I was trying to destroy what was left of our family. I ignored it at first. Most of them barely knew me anyway. But then one of my mom's cousins reached out to say, "Just so you know, she's trying to turn the whole family against you. She even said you manipulated your dad into giving you control of the house." That was too far. Dad was sacred, the only one who ever understood me, or tried to. I knew the real reason my mom was panicking wasn't because she lost a place to live. It was because she lost control. For years, she held me emotionally hostage with guilt. She used phrases like, "After all I've done for you, and you're lucky I didn't leave you behind." She never hit me, never screamed, but she'd mastered the art of cutting me down with soft, passive-aggressive cruelty. So, I made one final move. I drafted a letter to every extended family member who'd been looped in by her drama. Not a rant, not even revenge, just facts. I laid out the timeline, attached copies of the deed transfer, screenshots of bank payments I'd made over the years, the refinancing documents Jake tried to sneak through. I didn't even editorialize it. I let the truth do the speaking. At the end of the letter, I wrote, "I'm not asking for sympathy. I'm asking for silence. Please respect my choice to step away from a dynamic that has drained me for most of my life. If you feel compelled to take sides, then you've already missed the point." A few relatives replied with quiet support. Most stayed silent, which was fine. I wasn't trying to win popularity contests anymore. As for Jake, he stayed at a friend's house for a bit. I heard through the grapevine that he tried crashing with a woman he'd dated off and on, someone who didn't know about his spending habits. She kicked him out within a week after he stole cash from her purse to buy scratch-off tickets. Eventually, he ended up in a rental. Not a great one, shared with 2 roommates, neither of whom seemed thrilled to be living with someone who couldn't hold a job for more than 6 weeks. His truck got repossessed in February. I only found out because he posted a rant on Facebook, tagging the bank and accusing them of ruining a veteran's life, which was rich, considering he never served a single day. My mom ended up moving in with my Aunt Lorna in Indiana. The woman who once said, "I'd rather die than live outside of my home," now shared a guest bedroom in a house with floral wallpaper and a single bathroom. She sent me a long email after she moved. Not to apologize, of course not, but to explain, to tell her side. She wrote about how hard it was after Dad died, how scared she was, how lonely, how Jake was the only one still close, and how she clung to him out of fear. She said, "Maybe I pushed you away without realizing it," and that she missed the sweet boy who used to bring me tea when I was sick. I stared at the screen for a long time, read the message twice, and then I deleted it. No reply. Because the truth is, I was that boy, and she didn't lose me. She gave me away, inch by inch. With every moment she chose Jake's comfort over my respect. With every time she called me selfish for setting boundaries. With every silent look when I was insulted at the table, every birthday forgotten, every, "Why can't you be more like your brother?" Some losses aren't sudden. They're slow burns. That spring, I sold the house. I'd thought about keeping it, renting it, maybe even living in it. But once the rooms were empty and the energy had cleared out, I realized something. It never felt like home. It was a place I maintained out of duty, a monument to people who treated me like a stranger. The sale went smoothly. I got a good price. The market was still high. I put most of it in a trust, then used some to buy a small cabin outside the city. Quiet, wooded, peaceful, the kind of place my dad would have loved. I kept his journals, his medals. I mounted the photo of us, the one with the cracked glass, above the fireplace in the cabin. It's the only photo I've hung in the entire house. Sometimes I walk through the woods behind the cabin and think about how far I've come. I used to believe forgiveness meant letting people hurt you over and over until they decided to stop. Now I know forgiveness means protecting your peace, even if it means walking away. And I did walk away. From the guilt, from the manipulation, from the family who only saw me as a wallet with a heartbeat. Now, I spend my holidays however I want. Last Christmas, I cooked a quiet dinner for just me and Aunt Karen, who flew out to visit. We drank wine by the fire. She gave me a book of my dad's old recipes that she'd copied by hand. I gave her the deed to the car she'd been borrowing since her engine died last year. She cried. I didn't, but I almost did. And this year, when Jake called me from a new number and left a long voicemail that started with, "Man, I know we haven't talked in a while, but I was wondering if you could help me out just one more time." I didn't even finish listening. I just smiled, deleted it, and went back to sipping my coffee. Because sometimes the best revenge isn't what you take from people. It's what you stop giving them. It happened last month, and I still haven't quite processed all of it. My name is Caleb. I'm 35, single dad to a 6-year-old girl named Emma, and apparently, according to my own father, not real family. Let me rewind. I grew up in a pretty average suburban household. My dad, Kenneth, is a man who's always been obsessed with appearances, sharp suits, shiny cars, the works. He wasn't exactly warm, but he played the part of the respectable family man well. My mom, Julia, was quieter, more reserved, but the kind of woman who'd smile through anything for the sake of peace. I have one sibling, my older sister, Claire. She was the golden child, no question about it. Straight A's, varsity soccer, got into Stanford, married young, had 3 picture-perfect kids with her picture-perfect husband, Nick. She and Dad, thick as thieves. Me? I was the what are you doing with your life child. I didn't go to college. I tried music, tried real estate, finally landed in IT consulting, which actually pays well, but it's not something my dad brags about. He still introduces me as the one who works with computers or something. When my ex left 3 years ago, Dad's first reaction wasn't concern. It was, well, maybe now you'll get your act together. Raising Emma on my own has been the most exhausting and beautiful experience of my life. She's got this wild mess of curly hair, eyes like her mother's, and a laugh that can crack through the worst of days. She's sensitive, observant, and far too empathetic for a world like this. But to my family, she's often an afterthought. I started noticing it a few years back. At Christmas, everyone's gifts were piled high, and Emma would get a generic sweater or some cheap toy from the dollar bin, while Claire's kids were opening iPads and bikes. I brushed it off, told myself not to make a big deal. Maybe I didn't want to see it. Maybe part of me thought if I just kept showing up, they'd warm to us. That if I gave it time, my dad would stop looking at Emma like she was some uncomfortable truth he didn't want to face. But everything came to a head 2 weeks ago at my niece Lily's birthday party. She was turning 8, and Claire had planned this over-the-top princess-themed bash. One of those rented venue, hired performer, balloon arch, unicorn cake affairs. I hesitated when the invite came, not because of the event, but because I could already hear my dad's commentary. He hated that I was mooching off my kid's cuteness to avoid a real relationship. Yes, that's a direct quote. Still, Emma was excited. She picked out a sparkly dress and made a homemade card for Lily, complete with glitter that ended up all over my dashboard. We even stopped at the toy store to buy Lily a new art kit she'd been talking about at the last family dinner. Emma handed it to her herself, smiling ear to ear. The party was fine. A little performative, a lot of polite small talk, Claire flitting from table to table like the hostess of the year. I mostly sat back and watched Emma try to blend in with her cousins, who were all a little older, a little louder. My dad was there, of course, Kenneth, in a gray blazer even in 80-degree weather, drink in hand, laughing loudly with Nick and some of his golf buddies. Then came the moment that snapped something inside me. It was nearing the end of the party, and Dad stood near the cake table with a big sack of gift bags. He made this show of calling the kids over. "Okay, time for a surprise from Grandpa," he announced, like some game show host. One by one, each kid ran up and got a little wrapped toy, handpicked and labeled. Emma waited patiently, clutching her empty paper plate. She was near the back of the line, but still beaming. When she got to him, Dad didn't even look at her, just paused, glanced at me, and then said, loud enough for the nearby parents to hear, "Sorry, sweetie. This is for real family only." Real family only. Emma froze. Her hands dropped to her sides. I saw her bottom lip tremble as she slowly looked up at me, her brown eyes wide and confused. She didn't say anything. She didn't have to. I felt my stomach drop. There it was. The truth, finally spoken out loud, like a slap. For a second, I was frozen too. I didn't scream. I didn't yell. I just walked over, took Emma's hand, and said, "Come on, baby." Then we left. No goodbye. No explanation. No scene. We sat in the car for a few minutes before I could even turn the key. Emma was quiet, staring out the window, her cheeks blotchy with the kind of tears she was trying not to let me see. I buckled her in, and on the way home, she whispered, "Did I do something wrong, Daddy?" That nearly broke me. I put her to bed early that night. She fell asleep with her stuffed giraffe clutched tight and the party dress still on. I didn't have the heart to change it. At 10:34 p.m., my phone lit up with a text from my dad. "Don't come around anymore if you're going to act like that." I stared at it for a long time. Then I typed back 4 words. "Perfect. Keep my money." 10 minutes later, the family group chat lit up in chaos. Claire chimed in first. "What did you say to Dad?" Then Nick. "We don't need drama right now, Caleb." It was Lily's day. Mom finally spoke up too. "Let's just talk tomorrow, please." But it was the silence from Dad that was the loudest. No explanation. No apology. Nothing. And as I sat there, scrolling through the messages, watching them twist the narrative, make me out to be the problem, as always, I felt something shift inside me. Not rage. Not sadness. Resolve. They'd drawn a line in the sand. And for the first time in my life, I didn't feel like running from it. I felt like stepping right over it and taking the whole damn beach with me. I didn't respond to the group chat that night. I just watched the messages pile up like a slow-motion car crash. Claire accused me of overreacting. Nick suggested I set a better example for Emma and my mom. Always the peacekeeper, tried to smooth things over with vague platitudes like, "Let's just move forward," and "family means forgiving." Not once did anyone ask how Emma was doing. Not once did anyone mention the words my dad said. It was as if the actual offense never happened, only my reaction to it. Typical. I didn't sleep much. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Emma's face at the party, how quickly her smile fell, how she turned to me like I'd have an explanation that made it all make sense. And I had nothing. Nothing except a rage that simmered beneath my skin like acid. The next morning, I muted the group chat and got Emma ready for school. She was quiet, but not sad. She's the kind of kid who processes things by pretending they didn't happen, something I recognize a little too well in her. As I buckled her into her booster seat, she finally looked at me and asked, "Will Grandpa ever like me?" I swear my heart cracked in half. I told her what I wish someone had told me at her age. "You're incredible, just the way you are. If someone can't see that, it's their fault, not yours." She nodded and gave me a tiny smile, the kind that says she doesn't fully believe me, but wants to. After dropping her off, I sat in the parking lot and stared at the steering wheel for a long time. I knew things were broken. What I didn't know yet was how deep the crack really went. The next few weeks were oddly quiet. No invitations, no texts, no passive-aggressive links to family brunches or Claire's Facebook posts about her beautiful tribe. Fine by me. I focused on work, spent more time with Emma, and honestly, things felt lighter. Calmer. For the first time in a long while, I wasn't making excuses for people who clearly didn't care about me. Until my mom called. It was a Wednesday afternoon, and I was in the middle of helping Emma with her math homework when the phone buzzed. "Caleb," she said, voice soft and practiced. "Can we talk?" I hesitated. "About what?" "Your father's birthday is next weekend. We're doing a little get-together. Just family. I know things have been tense, but I think it would mean a lot if you came. For my sake." I stared at the phone in disbelief. "You mean the man who told my daughter she wasn't real family? That guy?" She sighed. "He didn't mean it like that." "Then how did he mean it, Mom? Spell it out for me." There was a pause, and then, "You've always been sensitive, Caleb." I almost laughed. Not because it was funny, because it was just so on brand. Anytime I've ever spoken up, that's been the response. Sensitive. Overreacting. Making a scene. I was done being told my feelings were the problem. "I'm not coming," I said. "And neither is Emma. I'm not putting her in that position again." Another pause. Then, "I just thought maybe you'd moved on by now." "I have," I said. "That's why we won't be there." And I hung up. But that was just the warm-up. The real breaking point was still coming, and I didn't see it until it hit like a train. About a week later, on the Saturday of the birthday party, I took Emma to the zoo. We spent the whole day eating overpriced pretzels, laughing at the flamingos, and taking silly selfies by the tiger enclosure. It was exactly the kind of day I needed to prove to myself that I was doing the right thing, choosing peace over performance. That night, after Emma fell asleep, I opened Facebook. Big mistake. Claire had posted an album, Dad's Big Day. I don't know why I clicked it. Maybe I wanted to feel vindicated. Maybe I was hoping they all looked miserable without us. What I saw instead made my chest tighten. The first few pictures were standard. Dad grinning next to a cake shaped like a golf ball, Mom clapping, Nick raising a glass. Then came the group shots. Claire and her family. My parents. A few extended relatives I hadn't seen in years. And then a photo that made my stomach drop. Emma. Not my Emma, but a girl who looked eerily like her. Same curls. Similar height. Wearing one of Claire's daughter's old dresses. Standing awkwardly in front of Dad while he bent down to hand her a gift bag. I stared at it for a full minute before reading the caption beneath. Dad welcoming little Emily into the family. So special to have everyone here today. Emily. Claire had apparently invited a friend's daughter to the party. Someone who wasn't blood. Someone who, by all accounts, had nothing to do with our family. But she got a gift. She got a smile. She got inclusion. Emma got nothing. I felt physically sick. My first thought was that it had to be a mistake. Maybe they didn't mean it that way. Maybe. No. No more excuses. They'd replaced my daughter. Symbolically, maybe even intentionally. And then had the audacity to post it like some beautiful gesture of inclusion. It wasn't just disrespect anymore. It was cruelty. I closed the laptop and just sat there in silence, the room suddenly feeling smaller. Tighter. Like the air had been sucked out of it. For years, I tried to be the bigger person. Tried to show up. Tried to give my daughter a connection to a family that never really saw her as part of it. And now, I couldn't unsee that image. That little girl standing where Emma should have been. Smiling next to a man who wouldn't even acknowledge his own granddaughter. It broke something in me. Not loudly. Not dramatically. Quietly. Permanently. The next morning, I did something I never thought I would. I logged into our shared cloud drive. My parents had this thing where they kept all the family photos, documents, and backups in one place. Accessible to everyone in the family. Years of memories, scanned albums, tax forms, even trust documents that Dad had once bragged about setting up. I downloaded everything. Every photo. Every file. Every document. Then I created my own private backup. Just in case. And finally, I removed myself from the drive and revoked all access to anything that was shared through my account. Technically, the drive had been under my name. Set up years ago when Dad didn't understand cloud storage and asked me to do it. I was the owner. They were guests. Not anymore. Within an hour, I got a frantic text from Claire. Why is the drive gone? Dad says he can't access anything. I stared at the screen. Breathe. Think. I didn't respond. Because in that moment, I wasn't ready to react. I was ready to plan. This wasn't going to be a messy outburst. This was going to be deliberate, thoughtful, calculated. If they thought excluding Emma came without consequences, they were about to learn just how wrong they were. And it was going to start with something simple. A will. One they didn't know existed. But I'll get to that. Because the next twist in this mess came from someone I never expected. And it changed everything. After that weekend, everything shifted. Not immediately. Not with a bang. But like a house that's been settling on a cracked foundation for too long, it finally gave way. The fallout from the cloud drive lockout was faster than I anticipated. My dad called me the next day. I didn't pick up. So he left a voicemail. That in itself was rare. Kenneth Lewis doesn't do voicemails. Usually it's one-word texts or group messages with zero punctuation. But this time, his voice was tight, controlled, like someone trying very hard not to yell. Caleb, I don't know what you think you're doing, but you're playing a dangerous game. That drive has important family records. Documents. Your mother's health insurance. We need it back. You're being petty and ridiculous. Fix it. Click. Not a single word about Emma. Not a single acknowledgement of what started this entire mess. Just threats. I deleted the voicemail. Claire followed up later that day with a string of texts. Claire, Dad says you're withholding legal documents? Are you trying to burn every bridge? Claire, this isn't just about you. You're affecting everyone. Claire, I don't even know who you are anymore. I read them in silence, my phone buzzing in my hand as she kept firing off messages, each more dramatic than the last. I didn't answer. And then nothing. Silence. Days passed. Then weeks. No more texts. No more calls. No contact at all. I should have felt relief. I wanted to. But instead, I found myself slipping. Not because I missed them. Not because I doubted my decision. But because I realized something terrifying. I had spent years trying to please people who never really saw me. Never really knew me. not the real me. And when I finally stopped trying, there was nothing left in that space but emptiness. That's when the depression hit. It didn't come as tears or dramatic breakdowns. It came as stillness, numbness. I stopped shaving. I started eating cereal for dinner more nights than I care to admit. Work became something I phoned in. I canceled on friends, telling them I was just tired. And Emma, my sweet girl, she noticed. Of course she did. "Are you sick, Daddy?" she asked one morning, tilting her head as I sat on the couch in the same hoodie I'd worn for 3 days. "No, baby. Just tired." She sat beside me and rested her head on my arm. "You can rest on me, too, if you want." That moment broke me in a way nothing else had. My 6-year-old was trying to hold me up while I crumbled in silence. I waited until she fell asleep that night, then sat on the bathroom floor and cried. Not loud, just quietly, with my head in my hands. That was rock bottom. And then, without warning, came the shift. It wasn't some grand epiphany. No motivational video. No rousing speech in the mirror. It was a Tuesday. A regular, rainy Tuesday. I was sitting at my desk, staring blankly at my inbox when I got a call from an old client. He said he'd referred me to a friend of his who ran a mid-sized startup and needed an IT consultant ASAP. "You're reliable," he said. "Figured you'd do them right." I almost said no. I didn't have the energy. But something made me accept. That contract turned into the beginning of something new. Over the next month, that one job led to 3 more. And those led to a retainer offer. Then another. Before I knew it, I was rebuilding. Not just financially, but mentally. Work gave me structure, focus, a reason to get up and shave, to put on real clothes again, to be someone Emma could look up to, not just love by default. I started going to the gym again, slowly at first. 10 minutes on the treadmill, 15, then weights. I cut back on the cereal dinners. Started cooking again, nothing fancy, just grilled chicken and vegetables. But Emma noticed. "You smell like broccoli again," she giggled one night at dinner. "That's how I know you're okay." We started doing father-daughter Sundays. Zoo trips, ice cream dates, lazy movie marathons with popcorn in a blanket fort. And the more I poured into her, the more I found myself filling up, too. I signed her up for dance classes, bought her a sparkly new backpack, helped her decorate her room with glow-in-the-dark stars and fairy lights. She bloomed, fully, unapologetically. And I realized something I hadn't allowed myself to see before. We were happy, just the two of us. We didn't need them. The family who ignored us, rejected us, let them stay gone. But just when I thought we were finally in the clear, life sent another curveball. It was late October, a few days before Halloween. Emma wanted to be a space princess, her words, and we'd spent the weekend gluing silver rhinestones to a pair of boots. I was cleaning up glitter when my phone rang. It was my mom. I hesitated, then answered. "Caleb," she said softly. Her voice sounded off, tired, shaky. "Hey," I said. "What's going on?" "I didn't know who else to call," she whispered. "Your father collapsed. They think it was a mini-stroke. He's in the hospital." I didn't say anything. She continued, "Claire's out of town. Nick's dealing with something at work. I just needed someone." Old instincts kicked in. I grabbed my keys before I realized what I was doing. But then I stopped. And I remembered. Emma. The gift bags. The drive. The girl named Emily. The silence. I didn't move. "Mom," I said carefully. "Do you want me there because I'm your son? Or because I'm convenient?" There was a pause. A long one. And then she said the most honest thing she's ever said to me. "I don't know." The words hit like a gut punch, but they were true. Brutally, uncomfortably true. "I'll check in tomorrow," I said. "But I'm not rushing to a man who told my daughter she wasn't family." And I hung up. That night, I held Emma a little tighter as she drifted off to sleep in her starlit room. I stared at the ceiling and realized something I hadn't said out loud yet. I was done waiting for them to love us. We had our own version of family. And for the first time in my life, I didn't want to be part of theirs anymore. But fate wasn't finished. A few days later, a certified letter showed up at my door. It was from my grandfather's attorney. Apparently, before he passed 2 years ago, my grandfather had made some last-minute changes to his will. Changes that my father never disclosed. Because my grandfather, God rest him, wasn't blind. He saw everything. And what he left behind. It was going to shatter every illusion my father had spent his life building. But I'll get to that. Because before I could even open the letter, I got another call. From Claire. And what she said on that call. It changed everything. I didn't pick up when Claire first called. I saw her name flash across the screen, and my instinct was to ignore it. But something told me to listen to the voicemail. Caleb, I know we're not on the best terms, but I need to talk to you. It's about the will. Grandpa's will. Please call me back. It's important. Her voice wasn't its usual clipped, condescending tone. There was something else there, urgency, maybe even panic. I waited 10 minutes before calling back. Not out of pettiness, but because I needed to steady myself. Claire doesn't call unless she needs something, and after everything, I wasn't about to walk blind into whatever trap she was setting. She picked up on the first ring. Thank God, she said. I wasn't sure if you'd even talk to me. Depends, I said, keeping my voice even. Are you calling to lecture me again? Or is this one of those rare times when I'm allowed to be useful? She flinched audibly. I deserve that, she admitted. But seriously, this is bad. For Dad. And maybe for all of us. I didn't say anything. I wanted her to get to the point. There's another will, she continued. One we didn't know about. Grandpa changed it just before he passed. Apparently, the old attorney passed away, and he hired someone new. No one told us. He told me. I said calmly. She went silent. What? She asked eventually. I got a letter. Certified. From the new attorney. Just haven't opened it yet. The line went dead quiet. I imagined her pacing in some perfectly curated room with beige throw pillows and passive-aggressive inspirational quotes on the wall. Listen, she said, her voice lower now. Whatever it says, you don't have to. No, I cut in. You listen. I don't know what's in that envelope. But I know one thing. Grandpa saw how you all treated me. How you treated Emma. He knew. Claire hesitated. He was sick, Caleb. He was confused. He was more clear-eyed than any of you. I snapped. And maybe that's exactly why this is happening. She exhaled shakily. I thought we had time to fix this. You had years. And then I hung up. That night, after Emma went to bed, I opened the envelope. Inside was a 3-page letter from the attorney and a copy of the new will. The contents made me sit down. In short, my grandfather had left the majority of his remaining estate, estimated at just over $2.1 million. Not to my dad, not to Claire, but to me, and to Emma, specifically named, spelled out. He'd created a trust in Emma's name, set up with quarterly payouts to cover education, housing, and future investment accounts once she turned 25. He wrote, in clear legal language, that he was correcting a pattern of generational exclusion and wanted to ensure that the cycle of favoritism, neglect, and silent cruelty ended with him. The letter from the lawyer ended with a line that stuck with me. Your grandfather said you would understand why he did this, and that you'd know what to do with it. I read those pages 3 times. I didn't cry. Not exactly. But I felt something thaw inside me. He saw us. He saw her. After years of being invisible in that family, we were finally acknowledged. Not as an obligation, not as a guilt-ridden footnote, but as something worth investing in. I spent the next week quietly meeting with the attorney, setting up Emma's trust properly, and ensuring every document was ironclad. The lawyer, an older woman named Evelyn with sharp eyes and no patience for nonsense, was the kind of professional who enjoyed cleaning up generational messes. She didn't blink once when I told her how things had been. You'd be surprised how often this happens, she said, tapping her pen against the desk. The overlooked child becomes the sole heir. Seen it a dozen times. Usually the rest of the family loses their minds. I'm counting on it, I said. She smiled. Then you're going to enjoy this next part. That next part became my setup. I wasn't going to make a public scene. I wasn't going to throw the will in anyone's face at a family dinner. That would be their move, dramatic, messy, performative. No, I was going to do what my dad always taught me. Plan like a surgeon, cut like a scalpel. First, I made a list of everything my father relied on me for. Turns out, it was longer than I thought. The cloud drive was just the tip. For years, I'd been the default tech support for the whole family. I'd set up their home network, handled the backups for my dad's business files, even maintained a side server he used to store years of tax records and client data for his accounting clients. Stuff he never paid me for, just expected me to handle because you're the tech guy. So I backed it all up onto a clean drive, encrypted it, and then shut everything down remotely. Next, I contacted a few of my father's old clients, people I'd helped over the years as a courtesy. I didn't badmouth him. I just casually mentioned that I'd be offering IT support services on my own now, and that they were free to reach out if they needed anything more modern. A few took the offer immediately. Then came the financial cleanup. I'd been quietly paying off my own debts for the last year, and now, with the trust in place and my own business picking up, I was in a position to finally sever the last tie. A loan my dad had taken out in my name 10 years ago. He'd called it a family favor. I was 25, broke, and naive. He promised he'd pay it off within a year. He made 2 payments, then let it sit, quietly accruing interest, while I took the hit to my credit. I paid it off in full, then requested a copy of the original paperwork. Turned out the address on the loan didn't match mine. Neither did the phone number. It was enough to raise questions. Enough to send to a financial compliance officer if I wanted to. I didn't yet. I just filed it away. Because revenge isn't about fire. It's about pressure. Quiet, unrelenting pressure. Let them squirm. And just when I had everything in place, something wild happened. Emma got an invitation. It was a postcard-style card, bright pink with glittery letters. You're invited. Grandma's 60th birthday bash. Dinner and dancing. It had RSVP info, a location, and in the bottom right corner, family only. I almost laughed. The timing couldn't have been more perfect. It was Claire, obviously. A last-ditch attempt to test the waters. To see if I'd come crawling back after weeks of silence. But instead of burning the invitation, I scanned it. Filed it in my folder of family nonsense. Then I emailed Evelyn. I'd like the trust activation date to fall on the same weekend, I wrote. She replied 1 hour later. Done. Should we notify the other parties? No, I replied. Let them find out the hard way. And so the final piece was set. But before I made my move, I needed one more thing, closure. Not from them, from myself. So I took Emma to the cemetery. We visited Grandpa's grave. She carried a bouquet of sunflowers because she said they looked like happy stars. We stood there in silence for a few minutes. Then I knelt down and whispered, thank you. For seeing us. For believing in us. Emma tugged my sleeve. Can I say something too? I nodded. She placed a small rock on his headstone and said, I'm gonna be someone awesome. Just watch. I smiled. Because I believed her. The stage was set. The trap was quiet. Elegant. Surgical. And it was going to hit them exactly where it hurt the most. Not in public. Not with drama. But in the one place they'd always felt untouchable. Their legacy. And the night of that birthday party? That was when the curtain would rise. The night of my mother's 60th birthday party came with more spectacle than I expected, and more fallout than any of them were prepared for. Claire had spared no expense. The venue was one of those faux classy banquet halls just outside the city. All chandelier lighting, champagne towers, and gold accents that looked better on Instagram than in real life. Parking attendants in red vests ushered luxury cars into neatly spaced rows. I saw my dad's Bentley, the one he loved more than most people, parked out front, polished to a mirror shine. Emma and I weren't invited, of course, but I had no interest in being there physically. Instead, I made my move from home, with a glass of wine in one hand and my laptop open in front of me. The first domino fell at 6:42 p.m. That's when Evelyn, my grandfather's attorney, sent out a batch of formal notifications via email and certified mail, timed perfectly to arrive during the party. The subject line read, Execution of Updated Will, Frederick Lewis. And in the body of the message was a short, sterile summary of the contents, followed by a formal notification that control of Frederick Lewis's estate had been passed entirely to his grandson, Caleb, and great-granddaughter, Emma. Claire saw it first. I know because her email was on the CC list, and 5 minutes later I got a call. I didn't answer. Then my mom tried, followed by Nick. And finally my dad. The man who had once told my daughter she wasn't real family was now staring down a future where his own father had cut him out, completely. Because of her. Because of us. And that wasn't even the main course. At 7:05 p.m., the second domino dropped. Remember those encrypted backups I made? The ones with all my father's tax records, client files, business write-offs, and years of conveniently overlooked transactions? I hadn't gone public with them. I wasn't that reckless. But I did send them, anonymously, to 3 separate entities. A financial oversight board connected to his professional license. His largest client, who just happened to be a real estate developer with very strict audit policies. And an old friend of mine who now worked in forensic accounting, for fun. I didn't frame it as revenge. I framed it as protection. Because if someone else found those discrepancies before he cleaned them up, well, they'd assume I had been involved. and I wasn't going down with him. I wasn't even going near the boat. At 7:38 p.m., the third and final domino fell, not digital this time, but personal. A delivery driver arrived at the venue with a small, hand-wrapped gift box and a note. Inside the box was a simple wooden picture frame, and in the frame, a photo of my daughter. Taken the day she was born, her tiny fingers wrapped around my thumb, with my grandfather, white-haired and smiling gently, looking down at her like she was the most important thing in the world. On the back of the photo, written in my grandfather's careful cursive, was one line: "Real family." The note attached to the package read, "You excluded her. He didn't. This is your legacy now, not mine." I'm told my father turned red, then white, then stood up and walked out without saying a word. Claire followed him. My mother stayed behind and cried. They all broke in different directions. And I took Emma for ice cream. We went to our favorite place, the one with the bubblegum pink booths and comic books on the wall. She wore her sparkly space princess hoodie and ordered a triple scoop with rainbow sprinkles. "Did something happen tonight?" she asked, licking the spoon. I smiled. "Yeah, something big. Is Grandpa still mad at us?" I thought about it for a second, then said, "No, he's just finally realizing who we are." She looked up, confused. "Who are we?" And I leaned in close, my voice soft and sure. "The ones who got out." Because that's what it was, in the end. Not just revenge. Not just a reversal of fortune. It was an escape from a cycle that had chewed through generations. The favoritism, the manipulation, the quiet cruelty dressed up as tradition. It ended with me, with Emma. In the weeks that followed, the fallout spread like a controlled burn. My dad lost 2 major clients. Rumors about an internal audit swirled until his assistant quietly resigned. The financial board opened an inquiry into his records, and though nothing criminal happened, yet, the reputation hit alone cost him business. Claire stopped posting on Facebook. The inspirational quotes disappeared. So did the family photo albums. At first, she tried to spin it, said I had manipulated Grandpa in his final days. But the will was clear. Dated. Witnessed. Legal. And the trust? Ironclad. Mom tried to call again. This time she left a voicemail crying, asking to see Emma. I didn't respond. Not because I hate her, but because she stood by while it happened. Again and again. Forgiveness is something you earn, not something you beg for at the 11th hour. Eventually, they all stopped trying. The silence was strange at first, then peaceful. I used part of the trust to buy a small house on the edge of town. Nothing flashy, just enough space for me and Emma, with a garden she immediately claimed as her fairy jungle. I invested the rest wisely, under Evelyn's guidance, and put the bulk away for Emma's future. She started piano lessons, joined a science club, made 2 new best friends who think her glitter boots are super cool. And me? I started sleeping through the night again. Not because I got even, but because I let go. Because I broke free. Because I didn't just burn a bridge. I built something better on the other side. And that, I realized, was the real revenge. Not the money, not the fallout, but the life they never thought I could build. The family they told me I didn't have. The joy they tried to bury under silence and shame. We rose. We thrived. We left them behind. And we never looked back. My name is Thomas. I'm 52, and I've been married to my wife, Elaine, for nearly 14 years. I came into her life when her son, Caleb, was 12, right around that sticky age when kids think they know everything and believe every adult is either out to ruin their life or doesn't get them. Caleb had a dad in the picture, Jeremy, but Jeremy was the textbook definition of a part-time father. He'd pop in once every few months with a flashy gift or tickets to a game, post a picture on Facebook with some syrupy caption like father-son time, heart emoji, and then vanish until the next Kodak moment. Meanwhile, I was the one picking Caleb up from school, sitting through parent-teacher conferences, teaching him to drive, helping with college applications. But I never pushed. I wasn't trying to replace Jeremy. I was just present, steady, supportive. Still, I always felt like an outsider. Caleb would call me Tom, never Dad. Even though he lived in my house, ate food I cooked, and wore clothes I bought. Every Father's Day, he'd post a picture of Jeremy holding him as a baby, captioned "The Realist." And every year, Elaine would try to defend it with a tired, "He's just trying to keep a bond with his father," as if I was asking him to cut Jeremy out. I wasn't. I just wanted to be seen, acknowledged. The distance between us grew quieter over time. Not louder, quieter, colder. I'd ask him about college, and he'd mumble something like, "It's fine," before shutting his door. I attended his graduation. He didn't invite me to the dinner after. Elaine cried that night and said, "He's just in a weird phase. Give him time." So I kept giving. Time, money, energy. When he wanted to start his own business, a drone photography side hustle, I was the one who lent him the $3,000 for the gear. He didn't even ask Jeremy. I didn't care. At least, I told myself I didn't. But each time I gave something, I hoped, just a little, that maybe this time he'd look me in the eye and say, "Thanks, Tom. I couldn't have done it without you." He never did. Fast forward to last year when Caleb got engaged to a woman named Madison. She was bubbly and overly sweet, like cotton candy that leaves your teeth aching. She always called me Mr. Thomas, which made me feel ancient and alien in my own living room. Still, I played the part. I smiled when they showed us photos of the venue, nodded during endless conversations about color schemes, and when Madison's mom asked if we'd be willing to contribute, I didn't flinch. I paid for the rehearsal dinner, the flower arrangements, and half the catering. No one asked Jeremy for a cent. He was too busy posting gym selfies and commenting fire emojis on Caleb's engagement pics. The wedding came fast, too fast. It was a hot afternoon in June, the kind where your shirt sticks to your back before you even make it inside. I sat quietly during the ceremony. My name wasn't in the program. Jeremy walked him down the aisle. Elaine squeezed my hand and whispered, "He's just trying to honor both sides." I nodded, but I didn't look at her. During the speeches, I stood near the back, sipping a watered-down whiskey. Madison's dad gave a toast. Her mom cried. Then Caleb took the mic. "I just want to thank everyone who's been here for me. My real family. My mom, of course. And my dad, Jeremy, who's always been there when it counted." I felt it in my stomach. That drop. Like missing the last step on the stairs in the dark. The room clapped. I didn't move. Just stared at the condensation on my glass like it had answers I hadn't found. Later, during photos, the photographer asked for parents of the groom. Jeremy and Elaine stepped forward. Caleb glanced at me, then turned back to the camera. I was standing 10 feet away. I may as well have been 100 miles. Madison shot me a polite smile and said, "Oh, don't worry. We'll get one with everyone after." We didn't. Dinner was tolerable. I made small talk with some distant relatives and drank just enough to feel the edge dull a little. Then came the cake. They cut it, kissed, and fed each other a piece while everyone cheered like they were royalty. I clapped, mechanically, waiting for the moment I could finally disappear without being noticed. But that's when he came over. Caleb, still holding a half glass of champagne, a smirk playing on his lips like this was some kind of joke. He dropped the check, a thick, printed folder, right in front of me on the table. I blinked. "Since you didn't do much else," he said, "at least pay for it." I stared at him. For a second, I genuinely thought he was kidding. That maybe there was a punchline coming. But there wasn't. His tone wasn't angry. It wasn't even bitter. It was dismissive, cold, like I was some hotel concierge he was leaving a tip for. I felt every eye in that corner of the room shift toward us. Not everyone heard him, but enough did. Enough for my pulse to start hammering in my ears. I picked up the bill. It was for the open bar, the one thing I hadn't agreed to cover. Nearly $2,200. I stood up slowly, not because I was trying to make a scene, but because if I moved too fast, I might have said something I'd regret. I looked him in the eye, really looked, and for the first time, I didn't see the boy I'd taught to drive, or the kid I'd helped through geometry, or the teenager I'd sat up late waiting for after his first party. I saw a man I didn't recognize, a stranger wearing my name like it meant nothing. I placed the bill back in his hands and said, calm and clear, "Funny, I paid for more than you ever acknowledged. But don't worry, this one's finally on you." And then I turned, took one last look at the room filled with people clapping for a groom who couldn't see past his own reflection, and walked out, past the dance floor, the DJ booth, and the gift table with my name nowhere on it. But that wasn't the end. That was just the silence before the storm. I didn't go home right away. I drove. No destination, no plan, just asphalt and silence. The kind of silence you can only get with your phone turned off and the windows rolled halfway down, letting in the humid night air that sticks to your skin like guilt. I wasn't angry in the typical sense, not shouting, not punching the steering wheel. It was worse. I felt hollow. like someone had scooped out everything inside me and left just enough behind to keep breathing. 14 years. 14 years of being there when his real family couldn't be bothered, and in one night, I was reduced to just my mom's husband. I parked in a gas station lot off the highway around midnight, grabbed a lukewarm coffee, sat in my car, and stared at the receipt for a long time before tossing it onto the passenger seat. I wasn't planning anything that night, but I also knew I wasn't going to pretend nothing had happened. Not this time. When I got home, Elaine was already in bed. Her dress was draped over the chair in the corner, and her makeup had been wiped clean, but her eyes, when she looked at me, said she knew. She sat up. "Tom." I held up a hand. "Don't." She closed her mouth and nodded. We didn't talk much that night. I think she knew there was nothing she could say that wouldn't sound like an excuse. The next morning, she tried again. "He didn't mean it that way." I just laughed. One of those bitter laughs that taste like old coffee and resentment. "How did he mean it then?" Elaine flinched. She didn't answer. That week, I pulled out my old filing cabinet and started organizing receipts. Not just for the wedding expenses, though I had those too, but for everything. The drone equipment. The car down payment I'd helped him with when he couldn't qualify for a loan. The dental surgery he needed in college. The internship that didn't pay, so I covered his rent for 3 months. Every little thing, documented in dry, impersonal ink. Not out of spite, out of clarity. I wanted to remind myself that I hadn't imagined it all, that I hadn't hallucinated the years of support just because Caleb chose to pretend I was invisible. Elaine didn't understand what I was doing. She thought I was being obsessive. "You're not the kind of man who keeps score," she said. "Maybe I should have been," I replied. 3 weeks went by without a word from Caleb. No text, no call, no thank you note, nothing. Meanwhile, Jeremy posted wedding photos with captions like, "Proud to call this man my son. Blood is everything." That one hit me like a sucker punch. Not because it was true, but because Caleb had let it be true. Then came the phone call. Elaine answered first, and I could hear her tone shift immediately. That blend of polite concern and maternal nerves. "Tom," she mouthed, holding the phone out. "It's Caleb." I took the phone, expecting, I don't know, a weak apology maybe? A casual hey about that night. But instead, he sounded annoyed. Impatient. "Hey, so we got the invoice for the open bar, and they said it still hasn't been paid." I leaned against the counter. "That's correct." Silence. "You said you were going to cover it," he said. "No," I replied evenly. "I said I'd cover the rehearsal dinner, the flowers, and half the catering. You can check the emails." Another pause. "Well, now we're in a bind, and Madison's parents are saying they already paid more than their share. So, we kinda need you to take care of it." I laughed. "You need me to?" "Yeah. Well, you were there, and you know how these things go. It's just easier if you do it." Easier for who? There was that silence again. That awful, choking silence where entitlement and realization collide. "I don't have that kind of money right now," he muttered. "I thought you'd want to help." "Help?" I said. "Like you helped me by calling me your mother's husband? Or by dropping the bill in front of me like a waiter who forgot your drink order?" I was just stressed that day. So was I. More silence. "Look," he finally said. "Can you just do this? For Mom?" And there it was, the guilt trip grenade. He didn't even bother hiding it. "I'll do one better," I said. "I'll send you a copy of all the invoices and receipts I've paid for over the last decade. You can put that in your scrapbook right next to the photos with your real family." I hung up before he could answer. Elaine wasn't happy. She tried to reason with me, said I was making things worse. I asked her if she knew he'd planned to make that speech without mentioning me. She looked away. So I stopped talking about it. I started going through our finances privately. And then I did something that no one, not even Elaine, expected. I canceled the check I had pre-written for their honeymoon fund. Madison's parents had asked if we'd like to contribute to their dream getaway, and I had agreed, wanting to give them something meaningful. But after that wedding night, I shredded the check. They never even knew I had it in the first place. But I wasn't done. The wedding venue had been booked under my company's business account. It was something I offered because I got a steep discount through a long-standing partnership. I'd paid the difference personally, but the account terms still gave me access to the contract. So when I logged in and saw that the final post-event cleaning fee hadn't been paid, a hefty $700 because some drunk groomsman vomited in the dressing room, I did something that even I hesitated over. I flagged the balance and sent it to collections, in Caleb's name. That was the first domino, and it wasn't the last. The call came on a quiet Wednesday morning, nearly 3 weeks after our last conversation. I was in the middle of my usual routine: black coffee, newspaper, my dog, Gus, curled up by the door, when Elaine walked in with her phone in her hand, and that look again. The one that says she doesn't want to get involved, but she already is. "It's Caleb again," she said quietly, eyes avoiding mine. I took the phone without saying a word. His voice came through clipped and tense. "Did you send the venue bill to collections?" I didn't answer immediately. I just stood, walked to the window, and stared out at the backyard where I'd helped him build that rickety treehouse when he was 13. It was still there, barely, lopsided and half covered in moss, but standing. Like some metaphor I didn't want to unpack. "Yes," I said finally. "You couldn't just call me about it?" "I did call," I replied. "You just didn't listen." "I'm trying to move forward, Tom," he said, a little too rehearsed. "I don't want things to be awkward between us." "Awkward?" I repeated. "You humiliated me in front of 200 people. You acted like I was a background prop, someone to swipe a credit card and then disappear. Now you're saying I'm making it awkward." There was a beat of silence, then a sigh. "Madison's upset." "I'm sure she is," I said flatly. "Tell her she can split the collections notice with you. Real family does things together, right?" And I hung up. Elaine didn't say anything. Not then. But that night, she sat across from me at dinner, untouched pasta growing cold between us, and said, "I don't think he understands what he did." "Then maybe it's time he learns," I said. And that's when I decided to teach him. I pulled out my old hard drive. Years of photos, videos, documents. Most people wouldn't have looked twice. But I had something he forgot existed. Every financial file, spreadsheet, every email with "Can you help me out just this once?" and every "Thanks, Tom, you're a lifesaver," that somehow never made it into his wedding speech. I compiled it all. Not to shame him. Not at first. But to show him. I sent him a single email, subject line, "In case you forgot." Inside was a clean, concise PDF, 25 pages. Timeline, amounts, purpose, outcomes. With one small note at the end: "You may not see me as part of your family. That's your right. But don't rewrite history just because it makes your version of the story easier to live with. I won't let you." 3 days passed. No reply. Then Madison called Elaine. I could hear the conversation from the next room. Her voice started high-pitched and panicked, dropped into embarrassment, then landed somewhere between pleading and indignant. "He's really upset," Elaine said after hanging up. "He didn't realize how much you'd done. He says it's just a lot to take in." I shrugged. Not my problem anymore. But it wasn't over. Not yet. A week later, a letter came in the mail. Not an email. A physical envelope. Thick, ivory paper. My name written on the front in Caleb's handwriting, shaky and rushed. I didn't open it right away. I set it on my desk. I stared at it for hours, off and on. I'd waited years for acknowledgement. Was this it? Would it finally say what I needed to hear? Would it even matter anymore? That night, Elaine found me still sitting there. "You going to read it?" she asked. "I don't know," I said. And I meant it. I wasn't angry anymore. Not really. I was just tired. Tired of chasing approval that never came. Tired of being the backup singer in someone else's main event. But curiosity always wins eventually. So I opened the envelope. The letter was short. "Tom." I read everything. I didn't know how much I didn't know. I thought I was protecting my relationship with my dad. But I see now I hurt you in the process. I don't know if I can fix it. But I want to try. I'm sorry. For the wedding. For everything. Caleb. No excuses. No justifications. Just words. Quiet, unsure words, but words all the same. I folded the letter, placed it back in the envelope, and slid it into the drawer. I didn't respond. Not right away. Because this story wasn't about an apology anymore. It was about something much deeper. Something that couldn't be fixed with a letter or a phone call. Something that, whether he realized it or not, had already begun to crack long before the wedding. Something that would come to a head at the most unexpected moment, when the debt he really owed came due. I didn't write back to Caleb. Not for weeks. I didn't know what to say, and honestly, I didn't know what he deserved to hear. The part of me that still ached from being humiliated wanted to slam that door shut forever. But the part of me that had watched him grow up, the one that had waited in hospital waiting rooms, sat in high school bleachers, spent hours helping him pass his driver's test, Still remembered the kid who once cried when his goldfish died and asked if heaven had water. It was complicated. Elaine wanted to talk about it constantly. She saw the letter as an olive branch. I saw it as a bandage after a 10-year wound. Eventually, I told her, let him sit with what he's done for a while. See if he still wants to fix it after the silence stretches. But the universe has a funny sense of timing. Because about 2 months after the wedding, we got another call. This one wasn't from Caleb. It was from Madison. Her voice was shaky and controlled, like someone trying to sound calm while standing on a cliff's edge. Hi, Mr. Thomas. I hope I'm not intruding, but Caleb told me not to call you. And I didn't know what else to do. My chest tensed immediately. What's going on? She hesitated, then rushed out the words in one breath. He lost his job 2 weeks ago, and we just found out the business credit line was closed. The rent's late, and my parents said they're done helping us. He won't talk to anyone, not even me. I thought maybe you could talk to him. It hit me like a sucker punch I didn't want to admit hurt. Because even now, I still wanted to be someone he could turn to. That lingering hope, pathetic and loyal, sat heavy in my chest. I didn't answer her right away. Please, she said. He's drowning. I told her I'd think about it. Then I sat in the living room for almost an hour, just staring at the floor. Gus laid his head on my foot and let out a sigh like he was tired of this family drama too. Elaine eventually sat beside me. You're going to help him, she said gently. I don't know if I should, I replied. Every time I step in, he erases it, rewrites it, pretends I never existed. How many times am I supposed to show up just to get dismissed? She put her hand on mine. Maybe this time, you don't help him for him. Maybe you do it for you. So you can finally put this whole thing to bed, knowing you gave it your best shot. One last time. And that stuck with me. So I called him. He didn't answer the first 2 times. On the third, he picked up with a flat what. I didn't waste time. I heard what happened. Do you want to talk? There was a long pause. Then, in the quietest voice I'd heard from him in years, yeah. We met at a coffee shop downtown. Neutral ground. No memories there. He looked different. Not physically. Caleb had always been the kind of guy who bounced back from a hangover like he'd just had a nap, but emotionally. His shoulders sagged. His eyes were sunken in that way people get when their self-worth has taken too many punches in a row. We sat there for a minute in silence before he finally said, I messed up. I waited. He looked at me and said, not just with the job, with everything. The wedding. You. Mom. All of it. You did, I said plainly. No sugarcoating. He nodded slowly, like he agreed with the sentence even though it still stung to hear it out loud. I thought, he said, if I could just make Jeremy feel like a real dad again, maybe he'd finally stay consistent. Like, if I made it real for him, he'd be real. You were always there, and I guess I took that for granted. He wasn't. So I kept trying to pull him into the light. And in doing that, I kept pushing you out. It wasn't a full apology, but it was the closest thing I was going to get. And more importantly, it was honest. So what now? I asked. I'm trying to get freelance work, he said. Photography gigs. Madison's picking up extra shifts. But we're drowning, Tom. I'm not asking for money. I need someone to help me figure out how to dig out. And that's when I made a decision that surprised even me. I didn't offer him money, but I did offer him time. 3 nights a week, I met with him in our dining room. We created a spreadsheet. I helped him budget, negotiate with the collections agency, and draft a small business plan that actually made sense instead of being just a pile of dreams and a fancy camera. At first, it was awkward, but slowly, Caleb started showing up on time, started asking real questions, started listening. And then, one night, about a month in, as we were finishing up the numbers on a potential wedding shoot contract, he said, I didn't deserve this. I looked up. What? You helping me? I didn't earn it. I set down my pen. No, I said. You didn't. He waited like he expected a but. I didn't give him one. Because that was the truth. He hadn't earned it. He'd burned bridges, taken me for granted, and hurt people along the way. But forgiveness isn't always about fairness. Sometimes it's about closure. A few weeks later, I got a small envelope in the mail, hand-delivered. Inside was a folded wedding photo, one I hadn't seen. Caleb, Madison, and me, standing beside him, his arm around my shoulder, smiling. The kind of smile that didn't look forced. On the back, in his handwriting, were the words. You were there. You always were. I just needed to open my eyes. Thank you for not giving up on me. Caleb. I didn't cry. Not then. But I did slide the photo into the same drawer where I'd kept his letter. Not because I needed proof anymore, but because sometimes the things you quietly carry for years deserve a place to rest. Caleb's business picked up after that. Nothing flashy. He wasn't going viral or getting magazine features, but it was steady. He paid off his debts, started sending me updates instead of just posting online for strangers. And slowly, he started acting like a son again. We still had a long way to go, but this time, I wasn't walking that road alone. And neither was he. Funny how the people who push you away hardest are often the ones who need you the most. But now he knows exactly who was standing behind him all along. Not his mom's husband, just family. Let me know your thoughts in the comments. My name's Nathan, I'm 29, and I never thought the biggest day of my life would unravel in front of 200 people like a scene out of some twisted drama. To understand how it all came crashing down at my wedding, I need to rewind a bit, because the truth is, the warning signs were there long before the music started and the aisle was laid out with white roses. I just didn't want to see them. I grew up in a family that was complicated. My mom was the kind of woman who demanded appearances be perfect, who cared more about how things looked to neighbors than how they actually felt at home. My dad, quiet, distant. He worked long hours, came home late, and avoided arguments like they were landmines. Then there was my older sister, Emily, the golden child. No matter what she did, she could do no wrong in my mom's eyes. Me? I was the responsible one, the one expected to clean up messes, keep things running, and never, ever make a scene. That pressure stuck with me my whole life. By the time I was in my 20s, I'd trained myself to swallow anger and just nod when people disrespected me. And maybe that's why the betrayal that happened later cut as deep as it did, because I'd spent years playing the role of the reliable, forgiving one. When I met Hannah, I thought things were finally changing. She was beautiful, charming, and she seemed to understand me in ways my own family never did. She encouraged me, told me I deserved more than to always carry everyone else's burdens. It felt like a breath of fresh air. My parents weren't impressed, though. My mom, especially, had this subtle way of making it clear Hannah wasn't good enough. She'd drop comments like, "Well, at least she's polite," or, "I suppose she's presentable." Emily joined in too, often teasing me about how Hannah didn't really fit into our family. I brushed it off, telling myself they just needed time to get to know her. But deep down, those words stung. I wanted them to see Hannah the way I did. I wanted, for once, to have something in my life they couldn't mock or dismiss. My best friend since high school, Mark, was my rock through all of this. He'd been by my side through college, through fights with my parents, even through nights when I questioned if I'd ever break free from my family's shadow. He was the kind of friend who always knew what to say. Naturally, he was the first person I asked to be my best man. It felt right, like no matter what my family thought of Hannah, at least Mark had my back. I leaned on that comfort more than I realized. The first hint that things weren't as perfect as they seemed came a few months before the wedding. I'd gone over to my parents' house to help my mom fix something with the garden, and as I walked into the kitchen, I overheard her talking to Emily. "He's rushing into this. Hannah is not who she pretends to be. Mark probably knows it too." I froze in the hallway. My heart raced. Why would she bring up Mark? Emily snickered, replying, "Well, Nathan's always been blind. He'll figure it out the hard way." I wanted to walk in and demand an explanation, but instead, I did what I'd always done. I swallowed it. I convinced myself they were just being cruel, as usual. Maybe they were jealous I'd found happiness. But the feeling stuck with me. Every time Hannah brushed off a text or came home late from work, my mind replayed my mom's voice. Every time Mark seemed a little distant, I remembered Emily's laugh. I told myself I was just paranoid, that planning a wedding was stressful and I was overthinking things. And yet, something in my gut wouldn't let it go. The tension built during the months leading up to the wedding. My mom made constant digs about the guest list. "Why are we inviting so many of Hannah's friends? Your side will look empty." And Emily outright told me I was making a mistake. Even my dad, who usually stayed quiet, muttered once at dinner, "Marriage only works if it's built on truth." I remember gripping my fork so tightly my knuckles went white. Did they know something I didn't? Or were they just trying to sabotage me like always? The night before the wedding, I barely slept. I sat in my apartment, staring at the ring I'd chosen for Hannah. It was simple, elegant, exactly her style, or at least what I thought was her style. I thought about the years of trying to please my family, about how desperately I wanted this day to be mine, not theirs. My phone buzzed at 2 a.m. It was a text from Emily. Hope you're ready for tomorrow. Some surprises aren't so fun. I didn't reply. I just stared at the screen until the words blurred. The morning of the wedding, everything looked picture perfect. The venue was draped in soft lights. The flowers were immaculate, the guests buzzing with excitement. My mom floated around like she owned the place, greeting relatives and making sure people noticed the expensive decorations. Emily smirked at me when she walked by, like she knew a secret I didn't. Mark gave me a quick hug before the ceremony, his smile warm, but I don't know. Something felt off. His eyes didn't meet mine for long. And then came the moment. Standing at the altar, Hannah's hand in mine, I felt my heart hammering in my chest. I was about to slip the ring onto her finger, about to seal everything I'd fought for, when Mark's voice rang out. Stop. The room froze. 200 heads turned. My best man, my brother in all but blood, stood tall, his face pale, but his voice steady. She's been sleeping with me for months. The words echoed through the hall like a gunshot. My knees nearly buckled. Guests gasped, whispers broke out, and Hannah's smile faltered for the first time. My mom's hand shot to her chest. Emily's grin spread wide. For a moment, I thought I'd collapse under the weight of it all. But then something strange happened. Instead of breaking, something inside me snapped free. I laughed, loud, sharp, cutting through the silence. I looked at Hannah, her eyes wide with horror, and said, "Thank you for making this easier." Her face drained of color. She stammered, reaching for me, but I pulled my hand back. And as the room erupted in chaos, with guests murmuring, family members staring, and Mark looking like he'd both destroyed and saved me, I felt something I hadn't in years. Control. For the first time, I wasn't the one scrambling to hold everything together. I wasn't the one being mocked or blindsided. I had a plan, one they didn't see coming. And as Hannah's panicked smile vanished, as my mom leaned forward like a vulture hungry for drama, as Emily's smirk widened, I knew this wasn't the end. It was the beginning. That was the moment they realized they had no idea what I had prepared for them. The chaos after Mark's outburst was something I'll never forget. The string quartet stopped mid-note, their bows frozen in the air. A few people gasped audibly, others whispered like wildfire spreading across dry grass. I caught sight of my aunt clutching her pearls, my cousin looking like he was about to record the whole thing on his phone until his wife smacked his arm down. And then there was my mother. Her eyes practically gleamed. She wasn't shocked, not really. No, she looked like someone who had been waiting for a storm to prove her right. My sister Emily had that smug smile plastered across her face, the kind that said, "See? We told you so." Hannah tugged on my sleeve, her voice shaking. "Nathan, please, let me explain." Explain? With 200 people staring? My laugh must have sounded cruel because she flinched, but I didn't care. For once, I wasn't the one left stammering. Mark stood frozen, guilt written all over him, but still he held his ground. That was the kind of friend he had been to me. Loyal, until loyalty was inconvenient. The officiant cleared his throat nervously. "Perhaps we should step outside, give everyone a moment." I didn't move. Neither did Hannah. The silence stretched until my mother's voice cut through like a knife. "Well," she said, loud enough for everyone to hear. "At least it happened now, before Nathan wasted any more of his life." She turned to Emily, who nodded like they'd rehearsed the line together. A few relatives chuckled nervously, as if Mom had given them permission to laugh. That was the moment I realized this wasn't just Hannah's betrayal. It was their opportunity. My family had been waiting for this, like vultures circling above me, and now that the carcass was out in the open, they were diving in. I stepped back, handed the microphone to the officiant, and simply said, "The ceremony is over." I walked down the aisle without looking at Hannah, without glancing at Mark. People parted like the Red Sea, some whispering, some patting my shoulder, others shaking their heads. Behind me, I heard my mother sigh dramatically, always so theatrical. The reception was supposed to be the happiest party of my life. Instead, it turned into something closer to a wake. Guests left in clusters, murmuring. The DJ tried to lighten the mood, playing soft background music as if that could erase what just happened. Hannah locked herself in the bridal suite with two of her bridesmaids, and Mark disappeared, probably ashamed, or maybe just avoiding me. But my family? They stayed. They lingered like smoke after a fire. My mother moved through the crowd as if she owned the venue, consoling people on what poor Nathan has endured, while at the same time tossing lines like, well, at least he's free now, or better we know what kind of woman she is before children got involved. Emily sat at a table with her friends, laughing, sipping champagne like it was her party. Every time our eyes met, she raised her glass with a smirk. I sat alone at a table in the corner, staring at the ring still in my pocket. My dad approached me quietly, setting a hand on my shoulder. "Son," he said, voice low, "sometimes the hardest truths come at the right time." I wanted comfort, some kind of fatherly reassurance. But then he added, "Your mother was right about Hannah all along." And that was when I understood. Even here, in my lowest moment, they couldn't resist turning the knife to remind me that they'd won. That night, after the last guest had trickled out, I drove home to my empty apartment. The silence was suffocating. I stared at the wedding photos still framed on the wall from the rehearsal dinner, the gifts piled in the corner waiting to be unwrapped. My phone buzzed constantly, half with messages of sympathy from friends, half with snide little comments from Emily. "Told you so. Maybe next time listen to your family." One text even read, "You should thank Mark for saving you." I turned my phone face down on the counter and poured myself a glass of water, trying to steady my thoughts. The betrayal stung like an open wound, but what made it worse was the way my family relished it. They didn't see my pain. They saw an opportunity to reinforce their narrative. Nathan, the gullible one. Nathan, the failure. Nathan, the one who couldn't make it work. Over the next few weeks, that narrative grew sharper. My mom told every relative within earshot how lucky I was to be spared. At family dinners, Emily made sly jokes about me dodging a bullet. Dad said little, but his silence was just as condemning. I couldn't escape it. Every holiday, every birthday, it came up in some way. Remember when Nathan almost married her? They'd laugh. Even distant cousins started bringing it up like it was family lore. And then, the manipulation began. My mom started introducing me to better options. She invited her friend's daughter to dinner one night, making sure to gush about how accomplished she was. Emily cornered me at a barbecue, suggesting I aim higher this time. Even my dad, who barely spoke, made a comment about how I should listen to the family more. It was like they decided my personal life was theirs to control now that they had proven me wrong. I tried to ignore it. I tried to bury myself in work, telling myself time would heal things. But the more I pushed forward, the harder they pulled me back. Emily once told me flat out, "You should be grateful Mark said something. Without him, you'd be raising kids with a liar right now." My mom added, "That boy is more like a son to me than you ever were. He saved you." That sentence broke something inside me. More like a son than me. My own mother? It became clear they weren't just reveling in my humiliation. They were rewriting the story to erase my pain and elevate themselves. I wasn't the betrayed groom in their eyes. I was the foolish child who needed their guidance, the one who should learn his lesson and bow to their wisdom. And Mark? He wasn't the betrayer. He was the hero in their twisted retelling. The worst part? Hannah tried to reach out. She sent letters, emails, messages begging me to meet her, to talk. My family intercepted them when they could, even going so far as to block her number on my mother's phone plan, a plan I was still technically under. "You don't need her poison," my mom said. "We'll protect you from making more mistakes." But I wasn't sure who the poison really was anymore. Because as the weeks stretched into months, one thought kept eating at me. If they were so quick to side with Mark, so quick to paint him as my savior, then maybe this betrayal wasn't a shock to them at all. Maybe they'd known. Maybe they'd even encouraged it. And if that was true, then this wasn't just about a failed wedding. This was about years of control, manipulation, and favoritism finally reaching its ugliest point. That's when the first seed of revenge planted itself in my mind. A few months after the disaster at the wedding, life had fallen into an eerie rhythm. I went to work, came home, avoided family calls when I could. But every family event was still a minefield. They never let me forget. Emily would drop her snide one-liners like breadcrumbs, and Mom seemed to thrive on telling everyone how lucky I was that my best man exposed Hannah's betrayal. I didn't argue anymore. I just sat there, nodding, waiting for the day to end. Then came my father's birthday dinner. The night everything shifted. It was one of those forced family gatherings at Emily's house, a two-story place she loved to show off like it was a mansion. She'd just bought new furniture, and she made sure everyone knew the exact price of each piece. I almost didn't go, but Mom guilt-tripped me with her classic line, "If you really cared about this family, you'd be here." So I showed up, quietly, gift in hand, ready to survive a few hours. Dinner started as usual, with Emily bragging about her promotion and Mom chiming in about how proud she was. Dad gave me a curt nod, already sipping his whiskey. For the first half hour, it was tolerable. Then Emily leaned across the table, a sly grin on her face, and said, "So, Nathan, have you talked to Mark lately?" My fork froze midair. Everyone at the table turned to me, waiting. I forced a calm tone. "No, haven't had a reason to." Mom chuckled, shaking her head. "You should. He misses you. And honestly, after what he did for you, you owe him." My jaw tightened. "What he did for me?" Emily smirked, sipping her wine. "He saved you from the biggest mistake of your life. And now he's happier than ever, you know. You should be glad for him." The words hit me like ice water. "What do you mean, happier than ever?" I asked slowly. Mom exchanged a glance with Emily, then leaned back in her chair as if she'd been waiting to say it. "Well, since you and Hannah ended, they've gotten serious. Very serious." He moved in with her last month. The room spun. I could barely process what I'd heard. Hannah, my ex-fiancée. Mark, my best friend. Living together. My chest tightened so hard it felt like I couldn't breathe. Emily's grin widened. "They make a good couple, honestly. You can tell it's real. Way better match than you two ever were." And then my mother, without a hint of hesitation, added, "We've even had them over for dinner a few times. Lovely evenings." They fit right in with the family. Like he was meant to be here all along. The knife twisted deeper. My own family. Sitting around the same table, sharing meals, laughing with the two people who had humiliated me in front of everyone I knew. Not only had they accepted it, they embraced it. I stared at my father, hoping for some kind of defense, some pushback. He just swirled his glass and muttered, "It is what it is." The room blurred. My heart pounded in my ears. I wanted to scream, to flip the table, to demand how they could betray me like this. But I didn't. I just sat there, silent, while they continued their meal like it was the most normal thing in the world. Later that night, when I drove home, my hands shook on the wheel. I kept replaying my mom's voice. They fit right in with the family. The words carved themselves into my mind. It wasn't just that Hannah and Mark had betrayed me. It wasn't even just that my family had known. It was that they chose them over me. Without hesitation. Without guilt. They had made it clear. In their eyes, I was expendable. That was the night I stopped trying to win their approval. The night something inside me hardened. The night I realized I had been blind for years, thinking family meant loyalty, thinking friendship meant trust. And that was the night I promised myself, quietly, bitterly, that this wasn't over. After that dinner, I went into a kind of autopilot. Days blurred together. I'd get up, drag myself to work, sit through meetings without absorbing anything, and come home to silence. My apartment felt colder than ever, like every wall was whispering reminders of what I had lost. I'd walk past the unopened wedding gifts shoved into a corner, each box a monument to humiliation. Sometimes I thought about throwing them all out, but I couldn't bring myself to. They weren't just gifts anymore. They were proof of what I had endured. The betrayal had left me hollow. I couldn't sleep without replaying that moment at the altar, Mark's voice echoing in my head. I couldn't scroll through my phone without stumbling on old photos of me and Hannah, smiling, happy, unaware of what was happening behind my back. But worse than all of that was the knowledge that my family had chosen them, that they'd opened their arms to Hannah and Mark, welcomed them into dinners, laughed with them like nothing was wrong. I stopped answering calls. When my mom left voicemails, they were full of passive-aggressive concern. "Nathan, you can't isolate yourself forever. You need to move on. We're all very happy for Mark and Hannah. You should be too. It's time to grow up." My sister's messages were sharper. "You're being dramatic. They're in love, and you're bitter. That's why you'll always be alone." I stopped going to family gatherings entirely. At first, they tried to guilt me into showing up. "It's Dad's birthday. It's Thanksgiving. We're having a little dinner. Everyone will be there." But I refused. And the more I refused, the easier it became to cut them out piece by piece. Still, the absence hurt. I'd scroll through social media and see pictures of them smiling at Emily's house, Mark's arm around Hannah, my mom at the center of the table like a queen surrounded by her chosen subjects. I'd feel the sting of being erased, replaced, forgotten. The worst was Christmas. That was the holiday that always mattered most to me. As a kid, it was the one time my dad would put work aside, when my mom would bake cookies and insist we all sit together. I didn't go that year. Instead, I stayed in my apartment, watching the snow fall outside, my only company the faint hum of the radiator. Around midnight, I saw Emily's post. Her living room lit up, the family gathered, Hannah and Mark sitting front and center. The caption read, "Family is everything." That broke me. I sat there, staring at my phone until tears blurred the screen. For years I had bent over backwards to keep the family together, to be the one who kept peace, who sacrificed my pride just to belong. And now I wasn't even a footnote. I wasn't invited, wasn't wanted, wasn't even acknowledged. They had written me out completely. I sank deeper into myself after that. I'd show up to work, but avoid eye contact. Friends invited me out, but I always made excuses. My apartment became my cocoon, a place where no one could hurt me further, but also where I slowly withered. Depression crept in like a fog, heavy and unshakable. And yet, somewhere in the quiet, something began to shift. Maybe it was the sheer weight of the pain, maybe it was survival instinct, but I started to think differently. Instead of wondering why this had happened to me, I started asking myself what I was going to do about it. I began journaling, scribbling down every slight, every betrayal, every manipulative comment my mother had ever said. I wrote about Emily's smirks, about my dad's silence, about the way they made me feel invisible. I wrote about Mark and Hannah, the lies, the dinners, the way they paraded their betrayal in front of me like a prize. Page after page, I let the venom pour out of me. And then, slowly, I started to plan. At first it wasn't much. Just small steps to take back control. I cut off the last financial ties to my parents. I'd still been on my mom's phone plan, but I switched carriers. I changed my bank accounts, moved them out of the branch my dad always used. I started saying no, even to small things. And with every little act of separation, I felt a flicker of strength. But it wasn't enough. Not yet. Because the truth was, walking away wasn't going to silence them. As long as they had their version of the story, Nathan, the fool who got saved by his best man, they would never stop. They would keep mocking me, keep rewriting the past to make themselves the heroes. And that was when my thoughts began to darken. If I wanted peace, real peace, I couldn't just walk away. I had to take back the narrative. I had to show them that I wasn't the naive, gullible child they thought I was. I had to make them regret underestimating me. The seed of revenge, once small, began to take root. It started small, almost imperceptible, like the first crack of light seeping under a heavy door. After months of isolation and bitterness, I made a decision. If my family had written me off as the gullible failure, then I was going to build a life so undeniable that they couldn't ignore me anymore. I wasn't going to argue with them or beg them to see me differently. I was going to rise so high above their reach that their words wouldn't matter. Work became my anchor. I'd been a project manager at a mid-sized firm for years, coasting along, never really pushing beyond what was comfortable. But now, I poured myself into it. I was the first one in, last one out. I took on the projects nobody else wanted, the messy, complicated ones that looked impossible. At first, my coworkers looked at me like I was insane, but slowly that changed. My bosses started noticing. By the end of the quarter, I'd earned a promotion, one that doubled my responsibilities and, more importantly, my salary. It wasn't just the money, though. It was the confidence that came with it. For so long, I'd believed the lies my family fed me, that I wasn't sharp enough, bold enough, worthy enough. Every late night, every successful project, every compliment from my team chipped away at that poison until I started to believe something new. I was capable. I was strong. I wasn't defined by them. With the extra income, I finally moved out of the cramped apartment that had become a mausoleum of broken dreams. I bought a condo downtown, not huge, but sleek, modern, and mine. Floor-to-ceiling windows with a view of the city lights. I remember standing there the first night, glass of wine in hand, thinking, this is the first space in my life untouched by them. No memories of Emily's smug laughter, no echoes of my mom's criticism, no shadow of Hannah and Mark. Just me. I didn't stop there. I'd always been careful with money, But now I became strategic. I invested, learned the markets, read every book and article I could find. What started as dabbling turned into serious growth. Within a year, my accounts had multiplied in ways I never imagined. For the first time, I wasn't just surviving. I was building something real. Meanwhile, my body was changing too. Rock bottom had left me gaunt, shadows under my eyes, shoulders hunched with invisible weight. But I forced myself to the gym, even when I didn't want to. At first, I could barely lift anything. But the discipline I had honed at work carried over. 1 month turned into 3, 3 into 6, and soon I didn't recognize the man in the mirror. The softness faded, replaced by muscle and definition. My posture straightened, my energy surged. People at work started noticing. Strangers did too. For the first time, I didn't feel invisible when I walked into a room. But the biggest change wasn't physical or financial. It was social. Slowly, I began to rebuild a circle around me. But this time, carefully. No more clinging to people who fed off my loyalty and gave nothing back. I cut ties with anyone who reminded me of the old patterns, even old friends who had been too quick to side with Mark. In their place, I built new connections, colleagues who respected me, acquaintances who became genuine friends, even mentors who saw potential in me I had never allowed myself to acknowledge. One evening, at a networking event, I was introduced to a man named Richard. He was older, sharp, and carried himself with the calm authority of someone who'd built an empire from scratch. We talked for hours that night. Over the next few months, he became something I'd never really had before, a guide. He taught me about business, about strategy, about the difference between playing to win and playing not to lose. Leverage, Nathan, he said once over dinner, tapping his glass for emphasis. It's not about shouting the loudest. It's about holding the right cards and waiting for the exact moment to play them. I carried that lesson like a weapon tucked into my jacket. And as I rose higher, my family noticed. They couldn't help it. Emily sent a message out of the blue. Nice place you bought. Surprising, honestly. Mom left a voicemail dripping with false sweetness. Your sister tells me you've been doing well. Why don't you come to dinner? We miss you. Even my dad broke his silence once with a gruff, heard you're moving up. Good for you. But I didn't take the bait. Not yet. I answered politely when I had to, but I didn't re-enter their world. Let them stew. Let them wonder how the failure they mocked was suddenly outpacing them. Let them whisper. The truth was, the higher I climbed, the clearer my vision became. Every success, every brick I laid in this new life, was sharpening the contrast between who I was becoming and who they still were. And the more I grew, the more I realized something vital. I wasn't just rebuilding myself. I was gathering leverage. Because no matter how far I distanced myself, I knew my family, and I knew they couldn't stand losing control. The day would come when they'd try to pull me back in, when they'd overstep, when they'd hand me the perfect opening. And when that day came, I would be ready. The shift came almost by accident, as most important things do. By then, I'd been in my new condo for over a year. My career had skyrocketed, my investments were thriving, and I was no longer the ghost of a man who had walked out of his own wedding in humiliation. Outwardly, my life looked stable, even enviable. But inside, the embers of betrayal still burned. I hadn't forgotten what they did. I hadn't forgotten how easily they replaced me. I hadn't forgotten how my own mother had looked me in the eye and said, Mark is more like a son than you'll ever be. And then one day, leverage practically fell into my lap. It started with an email. My company was bidding for a massive contract, a project that would secure us national recognition. My role was leading the due diligence team, combing through background checks, financials, and affiliations of the businesses we'd be partnering with. I clicked through the files, scanning, until a name stopped me cold. Emily's husband, Ryan. His company had submitted a proposal as a subcontractor. My pulse quickened as I scrolled through the documents. At first, I thought it was coincidence, just another file. But the deeper I dug, the more cracks I saw. Numbers that didn't line up. Projects marked as complete, but with no clear records. Inflated invoices. And then, buried in a set of financial attachments, proof of something worse. Ryan had been funneling money through shell accounts to hide tax liabilities. I sat back in my chair, stunned. My sister, who had mocked me endlessly, who had flaunted her wealth at every gathering, who had smiled smugly when she told me Mark and Hannah were happy together, her husband was cooking the books. And now the evidence was in my hands. I didn't rush. Richard's voice echoed in my mind. Leverage isn't about shouting the loudest. It's about holding the right cards. So I kept quiet, carefully copying the files, securing them where no one else could touch them. I didn't bring it up at work immediately. Instead, I flagged the inconsistencies in neutral terms, letting my team begin the process without drawing attention to myself. But I knew, if the right eyes saw this, Ryan's company would be finished. That was the first card. The second came a few weeks later, in a way that felt almost poetic. A former co-worker of Hannah's reached out to me. She'd left the company Hannah still worked for and was looking for connections in my firm. Over coffee, she casually mentioned, "Oh, by the way, Hannah's not doing well. Ever since she and Mark moved in together, things have been rocky. Word is, she's been using company funds for personal expenses. Trips, shopping, even a down payment for furniture. Honestly, I'm surprised she hasn't been fired yet." I didn't show it on my face, but inside, I felt that ember flare brighter. Hannah, the woman who had humiliated me at the altar, was leaving a paper trail too. Another card for the deck. And then, almost as if fate itself was stacking the deck in my favor, my mother reached out. "Nathan," her voicemail cooed, "we'd love to see you. It's been too long. Emily's planning a family dinner. You should come." Something in her tone was different, less condescending, more coaxing. I hesitated, but I went. Not because I missed them, but because I wanted to see what game they were playing. When I walked into Emily's house, I saw it immediately. The cracks. Her smile was stretched too tight. Ryan barely made eye contact. My mom fussed over me, uncharacteristically warm, asking about my work, my condo, my exciting life. Even my dad managed a half-hearted smile. And then, halfway through dinner, Emily dropped the real reason I'd been invited. "So, Nathan," she began, swirling her wine glass, "we heard you've made some impressive strides lately. Investments, promotions. It must feel good." I raised an eyebrow. "It does." Ryan cleared his throat, finally speaking. "We were actually wondering if you'd consider partnering with us on something. A business opportunity." There it was. They needed me. I hid my satisfaction behind a polite nod. "Interesting. I'll think about it." That night, as I drove home, I realized the balance of power had shifted. For the first time, I wasn't the one on the outside begging for scraps of approval. They were the ones reaching out, angling for my resources, my connections. And they had no idea I already held evidence that could dismantle them piece by piece. I didn't celebrate. I didn't gloat. I just went home, opened my journal, and wrote one line in bold letters across the page. "The time is coming." Because now I wasn't just the black sheep of the family. I was the wolf they had underestimated. I didn't rush. That was the hardest part. Every cell in my body wanted to walk into Emily's house the next day, drop a stack of papers on the dining room table, and watch her smirk disappear. I wanted to look Ryan in the eye and tell him I knew exactly how many phantom invoices he had signed, how many accounts he had hidden. But if there was one thing Richard had drilled into me, it was patience. A sharp knife doesn't slash wildly. It waits, then cuts clean. So I waited. I smiled politely when my mom called again, asking if I'd thought about Ryan's business proposal. I deflected when Emily sent me photos of their family dinners, Hannah sitting at the table like she'd always belonged. And I waited until they believed I was softened, until they thought I was back under their thumb. The opportunity came on its own. My firm ultimately rejected Ryan's bid, citing financial irregularities. I hadn't pushed it too hard on my end, just enough to nudge the auditors in the right direction. Ryan shrugged it off publicly, but I could tell it rattled him. A week later, he reached out personally. "Listen," he said, voice lowered. "I know we've had differences in the past, but you and I could really help each other. I've got some big clients lined up. If you could just bring in your connections, we'd both profit." I almost laughed. The same man who used to roll his eyes when Emily mocked me at the dinner table was now asking for my help like we were equals. I agreed to meet him, though, not to partner, but to gather more. And he gave it willingly, bragging about deals, clients, and timelines that didn't exist, thinking I was eager to join. He didn't know I was recording every word. That was the first strike. The second came through Hannah. A few weeks later, I received an anonymous email with attachments. Screenshots, invoices, expense reports, all with her name on them. Whoever sent it clearly had an axe to grind, but they didn't know what they were handing me. undeniable proof that Hannah had been siphoning company funds. I filed it away carefully. And then, I orchestrated the scene. It was Emily's turn to host Easter dinner, and for the first time in years, I accepted the invitation with a smile. My mother practically squealed over the phone. "I knew you'd come around, Nathan. The family will be complete again." Complete. The word tasted bitter, but I let her believe it. I arrived that evening in a tailored suit, carrying an expensive bottle of wine. I looked every bit the success they had once said I'd never be. Emily eyed me with a flicker of envy, and Ryan plastered on his fake businessman smile. Hannah was there too, standing beside Mark, her hand looped through his arm like she'd claimed another piece of my life. My mother beamed, fussing over me, introducing me to their friends as if she had molded me herself. Dinner was tense but polite, until dessert. That's when I placed a small folder on the table, right between the centerpiece and Emily's untouched glass of Chardonnay. "What's this?" Emily asked, frowning. I leaned back, calm. "Something I thought you all should see." Ryan opened it first. His face drained of color as he flipped through the pages. Copies of his doctored invoices, account transfers, the shell companies he thought no one would ever uncover. Emily leaned over his shoulder, confusion giving way to horror. "What is this, Nathan?" she whispered. "Documentation," I said evenly, "of Ryan's little side business. The one that could get him barred from ever holding another contract again, if the IRS doesn't get to him first." The silence was deafening. Even Mark looked uneasy, his grip on Hannah's hand tightening. "And Hannah," I added smoothly, sliding a second set of papers across the table, "seems you've been creative with company funds. Shopping trips, vacations, even furniture. You might want to clear those receipts with your employer before someone else does." Hannah's face went white. She stammered, You can't. I haven't done anything." I cut her off, my voice low but sharp. "Not yet. But you should all understand something. I'm not the gullible fool you laughed at anymore. You don't get to humiliate me, replace me, and then come crawling back when you need my help." My mother finally found her voice. "Nathan, this is blackmail." I met her eyes, steady. "No, this is leverage. The kind you taught me without realizing it. I've spent my whole life being your scapegoat, your punchline, your afterthought. Those days are over." The table was silent except for the faint clink of Ryan's trembling hands on the folder. Emily sat frozen, her lips pressed thin, her perfect little image cracking before my eyes. Hannah avoided my gaze entirely. And Mark, my so-called best man, shifted uncomfortably, realizing just how small he looked in the shadow of the man he thought he'd betrayed for good. I let the silence hang, heavy and suffocating. Then I stood, smoothing my jacket. "You all wanted me here tonight. You wanted me back in the family. Consider this my answer." And with that, I walked out, leaving the files on the table like a loaded weapon. They thought they had rewritten the story, but I had just taken the pen back. When I left Emily's house that night, I didn't look back. I didn't need to. The silence behind me told me enough, that the cracks had split wide open, that for the first time in years, they were no longer in control of the story. The fallout came quickly. Ryan was the first to fall. Within weeks, word spread through the industry about financial discrepancies in his company. He tried to spin it, calling it a misunderstanding, but the evidence was too clear. The IRS launched an investigation. Contracts evaporated overnight. By summer, his business had collapsed, and with it, Emily's perfect facade. She stopped posting photos of her lavish home, stopped boasting about her lifestyle. Rumors circulated that she was selling furniture just to keep up with the mortgage. Hannah wasn't far behind. Her employer caught wind of the expense reports. She was called into HR and, within days, escorted out of the building. The career she'd built, the one she'd weaponized against me by looking better, was over. The friends who once admired her vanished as quickly as her income. Mark tried to weather the storm, but living with Hannah became a battle he wasn't prepared for. Without her job and with Ryan's connections gone, she unraveled. Arguments spilled into public. More than one mutual friend told me they'd seen her screaming at him in parking lots, accusing him of ruining her life. Eventually, he packed his bags and left. The man who had stood up at my wedding to expose me was now the one being shouted down in public, abandoned by the woman he thought he'd won. And my family. They fractured in ways I never thought possible. Emily blamed Ryan for everything, but she never forgave me for exposing him. My mother tried to play peacemaker at first, leaving long voicemails about how we should all come together in hard times. But her voice cracked under the weight of her own hypocrisy. She had chosen them over me, and now she was left with the wreckage. Even my father, silent, stoic, finally admitted one night, in a voicemail I listened to twice, "You were right. We should have stood by you." But by then, it didn't matter. I no longer needed their validation. I had built my own life, my own strength, my own foundation. Months later, I walked past a cafe near my office and saw Hannah sitting alone. No mark, no smile, just a hollow stare into her coffee. For a moment, she looked up, and our eyes met. She flinched, like she'd seen a ghost. I didn't stop. I didn't speak. I just kept walking, the weight of her gaze following me until it faded into the crowd. That night, I poured a glass of wine in my condo, looking out at the skyline. For years, I had been their scapegoat, their punchline, the one they mocked and dismissed. They thought they had written me out of the story. But in the end, they had only written themselves into tragedy. And as I stood there, the city lights glowing beneath me, I whispered to myself the words I had waited years to say. They never saw me coming. My name is Landon Pierce. I'm 31. And until 2 months ago, I thought I had a fairly stable understanding of where I stood with my family. Close enough to be invited to birthdays and graduations, distant enough that no one asked me for money in group chats. I'm the oldest of two. My younger brother, Evan, is 27, charming in that restless, weather-vane way, and gifted at talking himself into short-lived opportunities. I bought my house 3 years ago, 3 bedrooms, quiet street, crepe myrtles that shed pink confetti onto the sidewalk, an HOA that sends aggressively polite emails about trash cans being visible from the road. It isn't a mansion. It's a normal, proud, hard-earned home. I worked night shifts for a year to save my down payment. I refinished the hardwood with my own 2 hands and a rented drum sander that sounded like a helicopter in my living room. I know where the baseboard has a nick behind the hall table because I made it, and I know which stair creaks when you step near the banister because I've stepped on it 1,000 times. It's mine in the way a garden is yours after you've knelt in the dirt long enough to learn its temperament. The first time I realized my definition of mine didn't match my family's was during a Sunday dinner at my parents' place last spring. My mother set down a pan of lasagna with a flourish. My father carved salad with the same seriousness he used to reserve for business memos. And Evan wandered in 20 minutes late, complaining about traffic in a tone that suggested traffic had singled him out for persecution. He waved a hand toward my house between bites. "You should move closer to downtown. That place is kind of wasted on you, Landon," he said, which would have been nothing more than a brotherly jab if not for the way my father nodded, as if someone had finally said something sensible. "Your commute would be shorter," Dad added. "And you don't even use the backyard for anything," Mom chimed in, loading my plate like generosity could cushion that small, thoughtless theft. I told myself it was casual family noise and let it slide. Even when Evan asked if I would ever consider renting out a room, purely hypothetical, with the kind of stage casual tone that never accompanies anything hypothetical. Evan's relationship with boundaries has always been like his relationship with hobbies, intense for 2 weeks and then conveniently forgotten. There was the guitar that lived in my apartment because his place was too cramped for creativity, the vintage jacket he stored in my closet and forgot until he needed it for a date, the way he'd borrow my car and return it with the gas light on, always surprised the needle could drop to E in just a day. My parents framed these things as evidence of Evan's bright, spontaneous spirit and my steady, older brother capability. Dad had a phrase for it: Landon's dependable. It sounded like a compliment until I realized it meant Landon will absorb the fallout. When I signed the mortgage, my parents congratulated me, but in the same breath my mother said, "At least there'll always be space for family in a pinch." At the time it felt like a sweet sentiment. I just didn't realize in a pinch could expand to fill the entire house. This past summer, I took a short assignment in Lisbon. 6 weeks, a tidy contract to fix a mess of project documentation for a client who believed binders could solve morale problems. I sublet my guest room to a friend from work, Priya, who was between leases and left detailed instructions for the plants, the trash day, and the eccentricities of the dishwasher. I told my parents I'd be gone, sent my brother a link to a cafe where he could watch soccer at 6 a.m., and boarded my flight with the calm certainty that the house would be exactly where I left it when I got back. Looking back, that certainty feels like the foil wrapper on a firework, thin and optimistic, meant to be torn. The first hint that something had shifted arrived on my second Sunday overseas, while I was walking back from the market with a paper bag of persimmons tucked against my chest. My phone buzzed, a text from my mother, a photo of my backyard full of people in folding chairs, a pop-up tent I didn't recognize, and a caption that read, "Family barbecue. We're breaking in the summer right." The phrase stuck in my head, breaking in. I thumbed a reply. Looks fun. And then another photo arrived before I could hit send. This one was of Evan at the grill, face tipped toward the camera with that ease he wears like a jacket. He had my apron on. It's the one I bought at a farmer's market. The one with a stain on the pocket from the night I panicked and tried to flip hash browns with my bare hand. The apron looked like a costume on him, a borrowed version of competence. My mother's next message was a voice note of laughter and clinking plates, my father's voice somewhere in the background, and I swallowed the first trace of unease with a bite of fruit that tasted too sweet. Priya texted an hour later. "Your brother asked about my lease. Said he was thinking long-term. Is there something I should know?" I stopped on the sidewalk and stared at that sentence until the screen went dim. I called her. She sounded embarrassed. "He's nice," she said quickly. "I just wasn't sure if you'd talk to him about, plans." I told her that my only plan was to come home to my house in 3 weeks, and that she should feel free to ignore any questions that made her uncomfortable. We hung up politely. I stood in the shade of an orange tree and tried to decide whether I was overreacting. Maybe it was a misunderstanding. Maybe my mother meant our in that fuzzy plural way she uses for any home that contains a table she's set. I pressed the little silver key that lives on my keychain, the spare for emergencies, into my palm like a reminder. Mine. A week later, I called home at bedtime my time, mid-afternoon theirs. My father answered. He sounded happy in that buoyant, distracted way he gets when he's busy hosting. "We're setting up for a repeat," he said cheerfully. "Your brother's inviting folks from his gym. Community building." He said the words like an incantation, as if community building prevented thoughtlessness from counting as thoughtlessness. When I asked if they'd cleared it with Priya, there was a pause, and then my mother's voice cut in on speaker. "Oh, she'll be fine for a few hours. She's young. It's good for her to be part of things." The things hung there, shapeless and large. "Just keep it tidy," I said. "It's still my house." I made sure to say it kindly. I made sure to add, "You know I trust you," which is one of those phrases that feels sturdy until you stack too much on it, and then it buckles. The following Thursday brought a group picture. Evan centered, my parents flanking him, my living room in the background with my coffee table relocated and my rug rolled up like an inconvenience. I stared at the photo so long the details blurred. My mother's clasped hands, the way my father's chin tilted with pride, Evan's casual arm over the back of my couch. The caption this time was from my father. "Feels like home." People use that word so recklessly, like it's a mood instead of a deed. I typed out and deleted 3 replies. Finally, I sent a thumbs up, because thumb-shaped approval is the cheapest currency, and sometimes you pay with it just to end the transaction. When I finally flew back, red-eye into the humidity that wraps you like a damp towel, I took a ride share from the airport straight to my parents because my mother had insisted. "Family lunch," she texted. "We want to celebrate you." I was fried from travel and weak for affection, so I said yes and showed up in a wrinkled shirt with a gift bag of Portuguese pastries I'd carefully chosen to win points I shouldn't have felt I needed. The house was already full when I arrived, the back door propped open, my father's Bluetooth speaker looping a playlist from when I was in high school. I kissed my mother's cheek, hugged my father, and scanned for Evan. He appeared with a spatula and an embrace that smelled like lighter fluid and cologne. "Welcome back, world traveler," he said. "Make yourself at home." There's a particular rhythm to family gatherings in my parents' backyard. Someone always burns the first batch of burgers. My aunt always pretends not to remember anyone's dietary preferences, even though she asks every time. And my father gives an impromptu speech at some point that starts with gratitude and ends with unsolicited advice. It's posturing and kind-heartedness braided into something that feels familiar. I let the familiarity carry me for the first hour. The jokes, the paper plates, the cousins who blinked at me like I'd returned from Mars. Priya wasn't there. She texted that she had a prior commitment. The words sat wrong in my stomach. I took a walk to the side yard to breathe. That's when I noticed my mother's key ring peeking from her apron pocket. The one with a little brass house-shaped tag I'd given her so she could water my plants when I traveled. I had a flash of memory. The day I'd handed it to her and said, "Emergency key, Mom, not regular access." She'd laughed and promised. Promises, I've learned, have a 30-day shelf life when convenience is hungry. Around 2 p.m., my father tapped a glass with a fork. The family talk quieted into the kind of hush people make when they expect to be entertained. He cleared his throat, smiled at me, and then his smile slid toward Evan. "We are fortunate," he began, "to have two sons we're proud of in very different ways." It was meant to be a compliment. It sounded like a thesis statement for the comparison that followed. "Landon's done well with stability," he said, gesturing toward me like I was an exhibit in a museum. "Early adult male, responsible. And Evan is stepping up in a way that makes us incredibly happy." Evan lifted his chin like a man balancing an invisible crown. My mother squeezed his arm. I felt something in my chest draw a line. Evan cleared his throat theatrically. "So," he said, "a lot of you know I've been spending more time at Landon's place." He said it like he was announcing a charity run, and it just kind of clicked. "It's perfect for me. For us." He gestured toward two friends from his gym who grinned and raised red cups. My father nodded, already nodding, like he was ahead of the sentence. "It's our home now," Evan said, shaping the word the way a child shapes a new sound they like. "We'll take care of it, obviously. Landon's going to be traveling more, and he won't need all that space. It makes sense. He'll thank me later." The sentence floated up, tidy and smug, and then settled over the patio like a film. Someone laughed in a confused way, thinking it was a joke, then stopped when my father didn't. My father's voice came strong and certain. "He deserves it more than you." He said it to me without saying my name, as if I were a concept, dependable son, rather than a person holding a paper plate and a gift bag and an entire memory of sanding floors. I don't remember setting my plate down, but I must have because later I found it neatly balanced on the edge of the table with a fork still resting on the lip. What I do remember is the heat in my face receding like a tide and a cool clarity taking its place, the way air feels before a storm when the leaves on trees turn their pale undersides to the sky. I remember vivid detail, the pattern on my mother's apron, the green bottle fly landing on the rim of a lemonade pitcher, the way my father's hands were laced in front of him like a judge preparing to explain a sentence he regretted but believed in. People talk about fight or flight like it's a binary, but there's a third option I've learned to trust: observe. Stay absolutely still and let everyone show you who they are. I smiled. Not the hurt, tight-lipped smile people give when they're pretending something doesn't sting, but the easy smile I've used in conference rooms when a client thinks a deadline is a suggestion and I know the contract doesn't. "Interesting," I said. The word bled into the heat like a drop of cool water on a skillet. Evan grinned wider, mistaking my tone for sport. My father's face relaxed in relief. My mother patted my shoulder. To them, the moment was a neat ribbon on a decision made in my absence. A family realignment disguised as inevitability, a redistribution of space explained as common sense. What they didn't see was my hand sliding into my pocket to touch the outline of my key ring, the muscle memory of metal against skin. What they didn't hear was the little click in my head when a boundary shifts from soft to steel. And what none of us could ignore was the way the backyard noise swelled back up around us. The cousins, the grill, the playlist skipping to a song about coming home, while the center of the scene went quiet. Evan raised his cup toward me like we were making a toast together, and my father started to say something about transitions, and my mother asked if I wanted more pasta salad. And I said, "I'm good," in that calm voice people use when they're counting instead of shouting. I stayed another hour because leaving immediately would have looked like anger, and I didn't want to give them the comfort of labeling me emotional. I asked my aunt about her dog's surgery. I let my cousin's toddler press sticky hands on my knees. I listened to Evan outline his plans for the yard: string lights, a fire pit, maybe an outdoor cinema night for the neighborhood, as if my lawn were community property with his name on the deed of vibes. Every few minutes he'd loop back to ours, with the confidence of a person repeating a mantra until it feels true. "It's going to be so good," he kept saying. "You'll see." The implication, unspoken but loud, was that my primary role now was to recognize how generous he was being with my things. As the sun tilted and the shade crawled across the patio, I excused myself and went to the bathroom off the hallway. The one with the faucet that squeals if you turn it too fast. I washed my hands slowly and watched the water bead on my skin, the way a steady stream becomes a pattern if you stare long enough. I looked at my face in the mirror and saw not rage, not even surprise, but that quiet patience I learned from sanding floors. One pass, then another, the surface changing even if it looks the same. When I stepped back out, my father was waiting like a man ready to sign for a package. "This is for the best," he said, with the gentle authority of someone who believes they are a good person making a tough call. "Evan needs stability." He didn't add the next part out loud, but I could hear it anyway. "And you can absorb the change." I walked outside into the golden hour and found my mother at the dessert table cutting brownies into triangles because she insists triangles feel more festive. She squeezed my hand, eyes bright in that way that means she thinks she's being wise. "It's all family," she murmured. "Homes are meant to be shared." I kissed her cheek because I love my mother even when she says things that make me feel like a guest in my own life. "I know," I said, and I meant it, though not in the way she heard. I do know what homes are for. I know that they are built from choices and habit and the quiet refusal to hand the keys to someone who assumes they're entitled to them. I know the difference between sharing and surrender. When I finally left, the sky was bruised with that purple that shows up just before the streetlights blink awake. Evan followed me to the side gate, still buoyant, still holding an extra burger like a party favor. "We should grab a beer later this week," he said. "Talk logistics, you know? I'm thinking I could take the main bedroom because of the windows, and you'll want an office, right? This will be good, man." He clapped my shoulder with brotherly affection, the way someone pats a dog they believe belongs to them because they've decided the dog loves everyone. I looked at his hand on my sleeve and then at his face. "We'll talk," I said. "Soon." He grinned, satisfied, and jogged back to the grill, already describing movie night to a cluster of strangers who would, in his mind, soon be my neighbors. I got in my car and sat without starting it. The evening air was warm and hummed with insects. Across the street, a wind chime shivered, making a sound like silverware being set on cloth. I put my phone on the dashboard and looked at the lock screen photo, my backyard last autumn, sunlight through the maple turning the grass the color of tea. I remembered kneeling right there to plant tulips, hands in the soil, the ground cool and stubborn in a way that felt honest. I remembered the contract I'd read 3 times before signing. I remembered the HOA packet, the bylaws highlighted like a textbook. I remembered, very clearly, where the spare keys were and who had them and why. My thumb hovered over a contact I hadn't called in months, the one labeled with a last name instead of a first, because that's how attorneys organize themselves in your life. My index finger tapped a second contact, less formal, more neighborhood, because HOAs may be annoying, but they are annoyingly specific about occupancy rules. The screen glowed on my palm, the engine quiet, the music from my parents' yard spilling thinly over the fence like the last trickle of a tap. I thought about the moment on the patio when everyone's faces tilted toward me, waiting for me to nod along with a story in which I was the supporting character. I thought about the word "ours" settling over my house like fog. I smiled again, the same way I had at the table. And then the porch light across the street blinked on, as if the neighborhood itself had opened one unblinking eye. I tapped the first number, then paused, phone still close to my cheek, listening for that tiny click that means a call has connected. The line was quiet. The evening held its breath. And just as my thumb pressed the green circle all the way down, I heard from behind me, in the driveway shadows, a voice I knew too well, drawling my name in the tone he used when he was about to ask for something big. Something he believed he already had. I froze when I heard Evan's voice behind me in the driveway, low and casual, like he was already rehearsing being the man of the house. He leaned against my car as if it belonged to him too, burger in one hand, phone in the other. "So," he said, chewing slowly, "I told Dad we'll need to change the locks soon. Just makes sense, you know? Too many keys floating around. Can't have randoms coming in." He smirked as if I were the random. My grip on my phone tightened, but I slipped it into my pocket and gave him a neutral look. He didn't notice the silent stretching, or maybe he thought it was compliance. The next week, the favoritism sharpened into something less subtle. I stopped by my parents' house to drop off souvenirs from Portugal, small things, olive oil and ceramics, and caught Evan lounging at the table with my father, talking about upgrades to my place. My father looked up at me like I was interrupting a serious business meeting. "We were just discussing the deck," he said, nodding approvingly at Evan. "He's got great ideas. With his initiative, that house will finally live up to its potential." The way he said "that house," not "your house," landed heavier than he probably realized. Evan just grinned and said, "Yeah, it'll finally feel like it was meant for us." Later that night, my mother called me. She had that gentle, coaxing tone she always uses when she's trying to slide something past me. "Sweetheart, don't you think it's better this way? Evan finally has a sense of direction. We all know you're doing fine. You're independent, successful. You don't need a big house to validate you." She paused, like she expected me to thank her for the backhanded compliment. "But Evan, this could give him stability. Isn't that what family's for?" I sat in my kitchen listening, every word layering another brick on the wall I felt closing in. It didn't stop there. 2 days later, I got a text from a cousin congratulating me on sharing the house. Apparently, Evan had been making the rounds, announcing that the move was official. My father backed him up when anyone asked. Of course, it's the logical choice. Landon travels, Evan's local. Why shouldn't it work out this way? It was like they were rewriting reality through repetition. I found myself correcting people at odd moments, at the grocery store, at work, with friends who had heard some version of the story through the grapevine. Each time, I felt less like I was defending my property and more like I was shouting into the wind while my family smiled and nodded elsewhere, rewriting me out of my own narrative. The breaking point came the following weekend when I stopped by my house unannounced. My key still worked, but the moment I stepped into the hallway, I felt like I had walked into someone else's home. Evan's shoes were scattered by the door, his weights stacked in the corner, posters tacked onto my walls without frames, and the sound of his friends laughing drifted from the living room. They'd moved my couch, to face a different wall, and a coffee table I didn't recognize sat in the middle, covered with empty cups. When he saw me, Evan didn't look embarrassed. He just grinned. "Hey man, welcome home. You're early. We were just planning the next barbecue." I stood there, in the home I'd worked for, surrounded by strangers treating it like a frat house, and felt a strange kind of quiet settle in my chest. I didn't yell. I didn't make a scene. I just nodded slowly, every detail around me fixing itself in memory, like pieces of a puzzle I knew I'd solve later. Evan clapped me on the shoulder as if I were a guest he was generously allowing inside. "You'll thank me later," he said again, like it was his catchphrase now. My father, who had apparently come to help out, looked up from my kitchen counter and added, "It's for the best, son. Trust us." I realized then that trust had become their favorite word when they wanted me silent. And I also realized something else. They thought my silence meant surrender. That was their mistake. The following week, I learned what betrayal actually feels like. Not the surface-level irritation of a borrowed car returned with no gas. Not the annoyance of a sibling raiding your fridge and calling it sharing, but the kind of betrayal that makes your stomach drop and your chest go hollow, as if someone has scooped the air out of you. It started with an envelope on my doorstep. Inside was a letter from the HOA, addressed formally, "Mr. Landon Pierce, homeowner of record." At first I thought it was the usual, warnings about grass height or reminders about trash bins. But halfway down the page, the words turned sharp. "We have received multiple requests regarding occupancy transfer and primary residency adjustment for your property. In accordance with Section 3.2 of the bylaws, we require confirmation within 10 business days." I read it 3 times. Occupancy transfer. Primary residency adjustment. The language was bureaucratic, but the intent was obvious. Someone was trying to have my house recognized as belonging to someone else, someone who was now parading around as the real resident. My hand shook as I set the letter down, but what made my pulse truly spike was the attached note in casual handwriting. It was my mother's. "Don't worry, sweetheart. We've explained everything to the HOA. They'll understand once you confirm." She signed it with a heart, as if this were just another family recipe shared. I called her immediately, the letter open in front of me, my breath shallow. "What is this?" I asked, trying to keep my voice even. She sounded distracted, almost cheerful. "Oh, that? Don't be dramatic, Landon. It's just paperwork. Evan spoke with your father and me, and we agreed it would be easier if the house were listed under his name for now. You travel so much, you're hardly there. It's not like you're losing anything." The words landed like bricks in my chest. Not losing anything. I pressed my palm against the table to steady myself. It's my deed, I said carefully. My mortgage. My signature on every line. My mother sighed, like I was a stubborn child refusing vegetables. Yes, yes, but think of the family. You have your career, your freedom, your adventures. Evan needs this. Stability, a sense of belonging. Why can't you be generous for once? For once. As if every year of absorbing their choices hadn't counted. As if the nights I bailed Evan out of late fees, or helped him polish his resume, or covered his rent, when he couldn't swing it had vanished from the ledger. Still shaking, I drove straight to my house. I didn't knock this time. I used my key, walked in, and found my father at the dining table with a notary stamp. My father, the man who taught me how to sign my name in careful cursive when I was 6, was sitting there helping Evan fill out paperwork as if the home I bled hours into was a casual asset to be reassigned. Evan grinned when he saw me. Perfect timing, man. We just need your John Hancock and this'll all be official. Smooth transition. No headaches. He slid a page toward me, pen ready. I stared at the document. It wasn't legal, at least not binding in the way they thought. It was a drafted transfer of residence form, full of legalese copy-pasted from templates. It had my name typed in the header but left the signature line blank, waiting. The notary stamp was tilted, already pressed on the bottom as if inevitability could be manufactured by ink. Why would I ever sign this? I asked quietly. My father frowned, disappointment etched across his face like I'd embarrassed him in public. Because it's the right thing to do. You don't need the house, Landon. Your brother does. We're trying to make this easy. Don't drag it out. Evan leaned back, smug, as if the decision had already been made and my role was just ceremonial. Just to play along so the story could keep its neat bow. That was the moment something broke inside me. Not a crack, but a clean snap, like a branch under too much weight. I realized it wasn't just Evan. It wasn't just his arrogance or his neediness. It was my parents too, their nods, their enabling, their casual dismissal of the hours I worked to carve out a space of my own. They had all silently voted me out of my own life, and they expected me to sign the paperwork to make their theft polite. I picked up the pen. For a heartbeat, the room relaxed, Evan smiling wider, my father's shoulders easing. Then I set the pen down without touching the page and said, very calmly, "Noted." The silence that followed was thick and confused. Evan laughed nervously, like I was joking. My father's jaw tightened. My mother appeared in the doorway with a tray of iced tea, eyes flicking between us, lips parting in that anxious way that begged me to just comply. But in that moment, I knew something they didn't. I wasn't the one cornered here. They were. And I was done being the dependable son who absorbed the fallout. I left that day without raising my voice, without ripping the papers in half, without doing any of the things Evan probably expected for his victory lap. I just walked out of my own house with their voices trailing behind me, my father scolding like I was being immature, my mother pleading with that sugar-laced tone she used whenever she wanted to smooth things over, and Evan calling after me like he was the one granting me mercy. Don't be stubborn, man. It'll all work out better this way. His voice followed me into the driveway, smug and triumphant. The drive back to my apartment felt endless. I kept one hand clenched so tight around the steering wheel that my knuckles ached. Every red light seemed longer than usual, every stop sign a test of my patience. By the time I parked, I felt hollow, like something had been scooped out of me. My chest was heavy, but my limbs were strangely light, like I could float away if I wasn't careful. That night, I sat on the edge of my bed staring at the wall. I didn't even bother unpacking my suitcase from Portugal. I just stared, feeling the kind of quiet that isn't peaceful but suffocating, like the whole room was waiting for me to collapse. The next week was worse. I'd come home from work to find my phone buzzing with messages, friends sending screenshots of Evan's social media posts. Pictures of him grinning on my front porch with captions like, "Home sweet home." Photos of barbecues in my backyard, people I didn't even know sprawled on the patio furniture I had saved up for. My coworkers whispered about it too, awkwardly. One asked me if I was moving downtown since your brother said you're letting him take over the place. I laughed it off, but when I got back to my desk, I sat frozen, realizing how quickly a lie can travel when it's wrapped in confidence and served with a smile. Even the family group chat shifted against me. One aunt wrote, "So proud of Evan finally settling down." Another cousin chimed in, "It's so nice Landon is helping you get started." True brotherly love. Every message chipped away at me, each one framing me not as the homeowner, but as a benefactor who had given something away. I typed and deleted replies over and over, wanting to correct them, wanting to scream, but I stopped myself each time. If I said too much, I'd look desperate. If I said nothing, I felt erased. I chose silence, though it gnawed at me. Nights became the hardest. I'd lie awake, thinking of the floors I refinished, the mornings I brewed coffee on that kitchen counter, the tulips I planted in the backyard. I imagined strangers walking across those floors, spilling drinks on those counters, trampling over the garden like it was nothing. My chest would tighten until I sat up gasping. That house wasn't just wood and drywall. It was proof that I could build something of my own, without leaning on anyone. And now it was being stripped from me by the very people who were supposed to celebrate it. But even as I sank into that heaviness, small sparks flickered. I found myself rereading the HOA bylaws late at night, tracing each clause with my finger like a lifeline. I called Priya just to check in, and though she sounded uncomfortable, she admitted Evan had been pestering her about moving out so he could fully take over. That detail stung, but it also sharpened my focus. I started organizing my documents, mortgage papers, deed, tax statements, placing them neatly in a folder. I highlighted sections, added sticky notes. It was busy work, maybe, but it steadied me. Meanwhile, I distanced myself from my parents. My mother called every other day, her voice full of guilt-dipped honey. "Sweetheart, don't hold on to this so tightly. Think about how happy your brother is. Isn't that worth something?" Each time I answered less, gave shorter replies, until she sighed and said, "You've changed. You're colder now." I wanted to tell her that I hadn't changed at all. She just never noticed the line I kept holding until they all stepped over it. My father was worse, sending blunt texts like, "This is final. Don't fight it." As if he were the arbiter of my future. For the first time in my life, I avoided family gatherings. When my cousin invited me to a birthday party at my parents' house, I declined. Later I saw pictures online. Evan blowing out candles in my dining room. Everyone clapping, my father with his arm around him like a proud mentor. I stared at those photos until my vision blurred, until I couldn't tell if the heat in my chest was anger, grief, or both. Still, I started noticing something important. The more they believed I was withdrawing, the bolder they became. Evan bragged openly now, telling extended family he was the rightful owner, even hinting that I'd signed over the place already. My parents echoed him, telling anyone who asked that Landon's being generous. They mistook my silence for defeat, not realizing that silence can also mean calculation. One night, sitting at my kitchen table with papers spread around me, I felt a strange calm settle in. The worst had already happened. I had seen my family choose someone else over me, watched them twist my hard work into their entitlement. That was my rock bottom. And yet, beneath the despair, I felt something steadier forming. I wasn't done. Not yet. The world outside my apartment window was quiet, just the hum of streetlights and the occasional car passing. I tapped the folder in front of me, heavy with proof, and thought about the call I'd almost made that night in the driveway. My lawyer's number glowed in my recent calls. My HOA contact, too. I hadn't pressed send then, but now, in this quiet, I felt my hand steady. They thought I was broken. They thought I was finished. But rock bottom isn't an end, it's a foundation. And sitting there in the dim glow of my lamp, I realized I was ready to start building again. Not with wood and nails this time, but with leverage, patience, and precision. The shift didn't happen all at once. It began slowly, almost invisibly, like the first green shoots pushing through winter soil. At work, I threw myself into projects with a focus I hadn't felt in years. Every late night I'd spent poring over HOA bylaws and mortgage documents had somehow sharpened my discipline, like I had trained my mind to cut through noise. My boss noticed. "You've been on fire lately," he said during a team meeting, tapping the table with admiration. A month later, I was offered a promotion, senior project lead, with a salary bump big enough to make even the memory of my father's "Evan deserves it more" sting less. With more income came new stability. I doubled my savings contributions, paid down a chunk of my mortgage early, and even opened a small investment account I'd been putting off. Each step forward, no matter how mundane, felt like reclaiming control over my life. Meanwhile, the narrative my brother spun about taking over, the house started to look more fragile compared to the tangible, verifiable reality of my growing success. He was busy hosting parties in a house he didn't own. I was busy stacking proof of everything I did own. The loneliness lingered, though. My parents stopped inviting me to family events entirely. At first that hurt. Birthdays passed. Holiday dinners went on without me. Photos surfaced online, Evan always front and center, my parents' faces glowing with pride. But gradually, the sting dulled into something else, clarity. The less I saw of them, the clearer I could think. I realized I didn't need their validation. I had been running on the fumes of wanting their approval for years, and now, cut off from it, I found myself breathing fresher air. It also freed me to reconnect elsewhere. I started spending more time with friends, old college buddies, co-workers, even neighbors I'd barely spoken to. To my surprise, they were thrilled to have me around. One neighbor, Mrs. Rivera, invited me to her weekly book club, joking that they needed a man brave enough to admit he enjoys a good novel. I went once out of politeness and found myself laughing more in that 2-hour meeting than I had in months. Slowly, my support system shifted. I was no longer defined by a family that treated me like an afterthought. I was building a circle that actually wanted me present. Then came the turning point, the HOA annual meeting. It's usually a dull affair, complaints about lawns, debates over pool hours, but this time my house became the centerpiece. Evan showed up with my parents, swaggering into the community hall like he was already president of the association. He spoke loudly about his place and future plans. But when the board asked for the deed holder of record, I stood. The room went still. I pulled out my folder, neatly organized, every document tabbed and highlighted. The only name on the deed is mine, I said calmly. Always has been. The HOA president nodded. That's what our records show. He gave Evan a puzzled look, as if waiting for him to explain himself. Evan stammered something about transition paperwork, but his voice cracked. My father cleared his throat. My mother tried to smile through it, but the damage was done. Neighbors who had once believed Evan's story now glanced between us, clearly recognizing who had the actual authority. Walking out of that meeting, I felt taller, not because I humiliated him, but because for the first time in months, truth had spoken louder than entitlement. It was a small victory, but it fueled me. From then on, I became meticulous. I kept every email, every letter, every screenshot of Evan's posts bragging about his house. I filed them in chronological order, labeled and ready. Each page I added felt like a brick in a fortress I was building around myself. I no longer felt cornered. I felt prepared. Meanwhile, my career and independence flourished. I started traveling again, this time for conferences and not just short contracts. I extended a trip to Chicago into a mini vacation, visiting museums and eating at restaurants alone without feeling lonely. I began to realize something crucial. I wasn't just surviving this ordeal. I was growing beyond it. And the more I grew, the more desperate Evan became. He doubled down on his claims, throwing bigger parties, telling extended relatives that I had moved on and gifted him the place. My parents backed him, but the cracks in their story showed. When one cousin asked me directly, I simply smiled and said, "Check the deed." No anger, no explanations, just quiet, unshakable truth. That calm became my power. Evan thrived on conflict, on spectacle, on the assumption that I would cave or lash out. Instead, I stayed steady, watching him unravel in his own exaggerations while I built my life brick by brick. I wasn't the desperate brother clinging to a house. I was the homeowner, the professional, the man moving forward. And then one evening, as I sorted through my neatly stacked documents, I came across a message from my lawyer. "We've got more than enough," he said. "When you're ready, we can move forward formally. You'll want to think about how public you'd like this to be." I sat back, the weight of his words settling in. For the first time, I felt not just defensive, but powerful. The pieces were aligning. My foundation was firm, and all that was left was deciding how to use the leverage I had built so carefully. The real setup began the night I stopped treating this as a family squabble and started treating it like a chess match. By then, I'd built a rhythm, work thriving, finances stable, documents stacked like weapons on my desk. But what shifted everything was information. A single conversation that turned a vague sense of power into a clear roadmap. It happened with Priya, the coworker who had sublet my guest room before Evan muscled her out. We met for coffee one Saturday morning, just to catch up. She leaned across the table and said quietly, "You should know, your brother didn't just push me to leave. He tried to make me sign a lease." I froze, mug halfway to my lips. "A lease?" She nodded. "Yeah, some fake template he printed off. It had his name listed as landlord and yours nowhere on it. He said it would make things easier for the HOA. I didn't sign, obviously, but he made it sound like your parents were backing him." She slid her phone across the table. I saved screenshots of the texts he sent me, just in case. There it was, evidence of intent. Not just entitlement, but actual fraud. My chest tightened, not with fear this time, but with a grim kind of clarity. This wasn't just a family drama anymore. Evan was trying to fabricate his way into legal ground, and he was sloppy enough to leave a trail. I scrolled through the texts, his casual tone, his insistence that this is already decided, his claim that Landon's cool with it. My name was being dragged into lies I'd never agreed to. For the first time, I realized I wasn't just defending property. I was defending my signature, my integrity, my very identity as the person on that deed. That same week, my lawyer confirmed what I'd started to suspect. If he's misrepresenting ownership to tenants, lenders, or utilities, that's fraud. Plain and simple. And the HOA will absolutely back you once we present the documents. His tone was calm, confident. The more evidence we have, the stronger your case. Don't rush this. Let him keep digging. People like your brother don't stop until they've gone too far. So I waited, watched, and collected. Every post Evan made bragging about his home. Every flyer he printed for his so-called community nights at my address. Every message from friends who asked me privately if I had finally handed it over. I smiled, nodded, and told them all the same thing. Just wait. Meanwhile, the HOA president, an older man named Richard who prided himself on rules, became an unlikely ally. He called me after another complaint was filed about noise at my property. "Look," he said, his voice laced with irritation, "your brother thinks he runs this neighborhood. He's already racked up 3 violations in your name. But since you're the legal owner, you're the one on record." He paused. "Frankly, I'm tired of it. If you want to make a move, the board will back you." That was when it clicked. I wasn't alone. For months, I had felt isolated, abandoned by my own family, erased from my own story. But outside that circle, people saw the truth. Priya with her screenshots, Richard with his bylaws, my lawyer with his steady voice. Even friends who had once believed Evan's story were beginning to doubt as the cracks widened. I wasn't shouting into the wind anymore. I had an audience, and they were watching closely. In quiet moments, I rehearsed the steps. Change of locks, completely legal, with the HOA's blessing. Freezing utilities, simple, since all accounts were in my name. Cease and desist letters drafted, ready to drop like thunder. And then the piece de resistance, filing a formal claim of fraud if Evan pushed one step further. Every move was lined up, like dominoes waiting for the flick of a finger. But I didn't strike yet. Instead, I let Evan's arrogance swell. He announced another party, bigger than before, promising the ultimate housewarming. He sent out invitations with my address printed in bold, like a flag planted on conquered soil. My parents, of course, supported it, telling relatives that Evan deserves to celebrate. I said nothing. I just watched. The night before the party, I sat at my desk, papers spread out like a general studying maps before a campaign. My lawyer's email was open, the HOA's support letter folded neatly in front of me, Priya's screenshots stored in a secure drive. Outside, the street was quiet, calm, oblivious. Inside, I felt a kind of stillness I hadn't known since this all began. Evan thought the house was his stage. What he didn't realize was that every light he turned on, every guest he invited, every claim he posted online, it all built my case stronger. He was setting himself up, and I was patiently, meticulously stacking the evidence that would turn his victory lap into his downfall. And when the moment came, I would be ready. The night of Evan's ultimate housewarming felt like a storm gathering. I didn't go near the house right away. I didn't need to. I had already laid every piece of groundwork, and all I had to do now was let the storm hit exactly where it was supposed to. From the moment dusk fell, my phone buzzed with notifications. Friends of friends tagging photos. Cars lining my street. People dragging coolers across my lawn. music pulsing through the neighborhood loud enough to make the windows shake 3 doors down. Evan, in his element, was live streaming from my living room, red cup in hand, talking about his place and the freedom of finally having your own home. I watched quietly from my apartment, every word and video feeding directly into the evidence folder I'd prepared. By 10 o'clock, neighbors had already called the HOA. By 11, I got a text from Richard, the president himself. It's time. Lock scheduled. Utilities off by morning. Do you want me to call it in now? I stared at that message for a long second, feeling the weight of everything. Months of humiliation, silence, betrayal. And then I typed one word back. Yes. The beauty of it was in the precision. The locksmith arrived just after midnight, slipping in like a surgeon while Evan's party roared inside. Every lock, front door, back door, even the garage, was changed swiftly and silently, the work documented, the receipts signed. At the same time, my utility accounts flipped off like switches in a row: electricity, water, internet. All legally mine to control, all instantly gone. The first sign inside came when the music cut out mid-song. I wasn't there, but I can imagine the scene. Confused laughter, people fiddling with speakers, phones losing Wi-Fi. Then the lights flickered, buzzed, and died. The whole house plunged into darkness. Shouts, groans, someone knocking over a cup in the dark. Evan's voice above it all, loud and commanding, trying to hold control. Don't worry. It's just the fuse box. I got this. Except he didn't. Because when he stumbled to the front door, sweaty and irritated, he found it locked. Not just locked, different. His key jammed uselessly. He tried again, harder. The deadbolt didn't budge. He rattled the handle, cursed under his breath, turned to his friends with forced bravado. It's fine. Just a mix-up. But when he tried the back door, it was the same. The garage? No luck. Every entrance sealed against him. And then, taped squarely to the front door under the porch light, was the paper I had prepared with my lawyer. A cease and desist notice, stamped, signed, with my full name at the top. Notice to vacate unauthorized occupancy. Below it, in crisp black ink, the words that stripped away all his bravado. You are not the owner. You are not the tenant. You are trespassing. When the crowd saw it, the mood shifted. Phones came out, flashes went off. People who thought they'd been invited to a harmless party suddenly realized they were standing inside someone else's property, without permission, with the actual homeowner's legal notice staring them in the face. One by one, the bravado drained. Guests slipped out, whispering, some even laughing nervously as they left Evan behind. The great housewarming, unraveling in real time. I wasn't there, but the calls started pouring in, first from Evan, then my father, then my mother. I let them all ring. I wanted them to feel it, that gnawing helplessness, the silence on the other end. When I finally answered, it was Evan, screaming down the line. What did you do? You can't just. This isn't legal. You ruined everything. His voice cracked, frantic now, the confidence gone. It's perfectly legal, I said calmly, almost kindly. And you'll find the notice on the door explains everything. You should read it. He sputtered, but I cut him off. No, Evan, you're done. Get your things out by tomorrow, or the police will do it for you. My voice didn't rise, didn't shake. It was flat, final, like closing a door. And then, as I hung up, I realized something. For months I had been painted as the stubborn, selfish brother, the outsider in my own family. But at that moment, I wasn't just defending a house. I was reclaiming my story, calmly, methodically, without raising my voice. I had turned every ounce of their manipulation back on them. The next morning, neighbors sent me photos. Evan, red-eyed and furious, dragging bags out to the curb while my parents hovered nearby, pale and silent. The mighty takeover reduced to an embarrassing spectacle under the eyes of the very community he had tried to impress. But the revenge wasn't finished, not yet. Because the fallout of that night was only beginning. The morning after the blackout party, I drove to the house for the first time in weeks. The street was quiet, dew still clinging to the grass, but in front of my driveway stood the wreckage of Evan's failed kingdom. Trash bags half filled with his clothes and gym gear sagged on the curb. A broken lamp leaned against a cooler that wasn't even his. It was mine, one I'd bought years ago for tailgates. My parents were there too, standing off to the side, their faces drawn tight with a mix of embarrassment and disbelief. They looked smaller than I'd ever seen them. Evan spotted me first. His eyes were bloodshot, his jaw clenched, his whole posture a mix of defiance and shame. "You didn't have to do it like this," he spat. "You humiliated me. You humiliated us." I parked, stepped out, and let the silence stretch before answering. "No, Evan. You did that all on your own." I gestured at the heap of belongings spilling into the gutter, at the neighbors peeking through blinds, at the notice still taped firmly to the door. "All I did was stop pretending your lies were true." My father tried to step in, voice raised, but the authority he once carried felt thin now. "This was cruel, Landon. Family doesn't treat each other this way." I turned to him slowly. Family doesn't conspire to steal from each other. Family doesn't rewrite someone's life to fit their own comfort. Don't lecture me about family. The words came out steady, not sharp, but they landed like stone. My mother's lips trembled as if she wanted to soften it, but for once she didn't. She just looked away. Evan kicked one of his bags, muttering, "You'll regret this. Everyone's going to see how selfish you are." But his voice had no teeth anymore. Because by then, everyone already knew the truth. Screenshots, HOA reports, legal notices, it was all out there. Neighbors who had once humored his bragging now crossed the street to avoid him. Friends who had partied in my living room deleted the photos when they realized how it looked. His grand narrative collapsed in real time, and all that was left was him, standing in the cold with nothing but his arrogance to keep him warm. Over the next weeks, the fallout spread. Evan had been bragging about his house to everyone, his boss, his gym buddies, even a girl he was dating. When they realized it was all smoke, the respect he'd been feeding on vanished. His job quietly let him go. No one wanted a man with fraud whispers around his name. The relationship ended too. He drifted from couch to couch, still sulking, still blaming me, but with fewer and fewer people willing to listen. As for my parents, they tried to patch things up with me, but I kept my distance. Trust isn't a faucet you turn back on just because the water's convenient. I answered their calls politely, visited for holidays, but the dynamic had changed. They no longer held the power of judgment over me. They had spent it all when they chose favoritism over fairness. Every time I left their house now, I walked out lighter because I no longer carried the need for their approval. My house, on the other hand, became mine again in the truest sense. I repainted the living room, replanted the tulip bed in the yard, even fixed the creaky stair. Each nail I hammered, each brushstroke I laid down, felt like reclaiming territory they had tried to erase me from. When I finally sat on the porch one evening, coffee in hand, watching the sun dip over the street, the silence around me wasn't suffocating anymore. It was peaceful. Months later, Richard from the HOA stopped by with a smirk. "You know, Pierce, that was one for the books. I've seen noisy neighbors, I've seen illegal sheds, but I've never seen someone try to hijack their own brother's house. The way you handled it? Clean. Surgical." He tapped the porch rail approvingly. "You taught this neighborhood a lesson. Deeds don't lie." I thanked him, but what stuck with me wasn't the compliment. It was the truth in those last words. Deeds don't lie. The papers I'd signed years ago, the sweat I put into the floors and the garden, the nights I stayed late at work to make the mortgage, those were the real story. No amount of manipulation could rewrite it. And that's how the revenge ended. Not with screaming or chaos, but with clarity. Evan lost the illusion of being the chosen one. My parents lost the illusion of control, and I gained something far more valuable than just a house. Proof that I could stand alone, defend what was mine, and come out stronger than before. The final time Evan tried to call me, months later, I let it ring until it went to voicemail. His voice was tired now, stripped of arrogance. I need help. Please." I stared at the notification, then pressed delete. The porch was quiet, the tulips were just starting to bloom, and the creak in the stair was finally gone. For the first time in a long time, everything was exactly as it should be. And I whispered to myself, almost smiling, "Home. Hey Reddit, I've been going back and forth about sharing this story, but I think it's finally time to get it off my chest. My name's Emily, I'm 28 years old, and my sister, Jess, is 26. What happened between us during our weddings last year is something I still can't quite wrap my head around. It all started when Jess and I both got engaged around the same time. Yeah, talk about a weird coincidence, right? We had both been dating our boyfriends for a few years, and after some casual discussions, We realized we were both ready to take the plunge. Honestly, I was excited. The idea of planning a wedding with my sister, having our families there, and getting to experience all the joy of it together. I had this image in my head of how amazing it would be. It felt like it could be a magical, shared experience. But let me tell you, my excitement didn't last long. From the get-go, I could tell something was off. My parents have always favored Jess a little more than me, but I never thought it would impact something as important as our weddings. The thing is, Jess is the golden child. She's the one who always does everything right. She's gorgeous, super social, and doesn't ever seem to have a problem getting exactly what she wants from everyone around her. And as much as I hate to admit it, I've always been the more quiet, bookish, kind of shy one. I've never really demanded attention the way Jess does. The first hint that things were going to get weird came when we started talking about wedding planning. I was pretty laid back about it. I didn't have a dream wedding or anything, just something small, intimate, and affordable. Jess, on the other hand, was all about the big wedding. She had a Pinterest board ready, detailing every little detail from the centerpieces to the designer gown she had her eye on. And here's where things started to get messy. As soon as Jess and I sat down with my parents to talk about the financials, things took a strange turn. My parents immediately turned to me and said, "You know, sweetheart, Jess has always dreamed of this wedding, and she deserves the best. We want to make sure she gets everything she's ever wanted for her big day." I was confused. What about my wedding? I mean, we're both getting married this year. Mom gave me one of those smiles that didn't quite reach her eyes. "We'll help you too, sweetie. But, you know, Jess has been through a lot. She's always been so responsible. She really deserves this." I just stood there for a moment, trying to process what was happening. My sister's wedding wasn't just a wedding, it was a full-on extravaganza. I was told that my parents would cover a big portion of it, basically whatever she needed. Her dream venue, the 5-star catering, the couture dress, they went all in. I was honestly a little blown away. It felt like everything was falling into place for her while I was just, well, I felt invisible. But here's the kicker. My parents didn't even offer to pay for my wedding. They barely gave me a fraction of the help they were giving Jess. When I gently asked about it, they kind of shrugged it off. "Oh, sweetie, we can't afford to help both of you at once. Jess has had more struggles in life, so she deserves it more." I couldn't believe it. My stomach churned. Struggles? Sure. Jess had a couple of rough patches, but nothing that compared to what I had been through. I had spent years working hard to support myself, constantly being the one who took a backseat in the family, never causing any drama. And yet, suddenly, I wasn't worthy of the same level of attention and care as my sister. At that point, I was just crushed. But I didn't say anything. I didn't want to cause a scene. I thought, okay, well, I'll make it work. I'll take out a loan if I have to. So that's exactly what I did. I took out loans, racked up credit card debt, and worked extra hours to save up for the wedding I wanted. Meanwhile, Jess's wedding was becoming a massive affair. My parents were posting about it on social media, attending fittings, organizing the finest details. They even had the audacity to send me invitations to help out with Jess's bridal shower and rehearsal dinner, all the while barely acknowledging my own plans. Fast forward to a few months before the wedding season. My big day was getting closer, and the tension between Jess and me was getting thicker. I started to resent how everything was so effortlessly falling into place for her while I was scrambling to make ends meet for my wedding. And even though Jess seemed to know what was happening, she never once acknowledged it. Not even a, "Hey, I know things aren't exactly fair, but I appreciate your support" kind of conversation. Instead, she was fully wrapped up in herself. I should have said something earlier, but I guess I was just trying to keep the peace. That is, until everything came to a head the week before both weddings. Jess's wedding was scheduled for the end of June, and mine was in early July. Everything was set in stone. Or so I thought. One afternoon, as I was running errands to finalize the details of my own wedding, I got a phone call from my mom. "Sweetheart," she said, her voice sweet but clipped. "We're sorry, but we won't be able to make it to your wedding on the day you planned. We have some issues with scheduling. Jess's wedding is more important, and we need to prioritize that. I hope you understand." I couldn't believe it. I almost dropped my phone. "Wait. What? You're not coming?" "Mom, it's my wedding." "Emily, dear, it's just. Jess needs us more. You're more independent. You can handle it. But she's really been struggling with the planning and needs our full support." I stood there, stunned, trying to process what she was saying. My voice shook when I spoke next. You're telling me you're not coming to my wedding because Jess's is more important? There was silence on the other end of the line for a moment. And then, yes, sweetheart. It's just how things have to be. We'll be there for your anniversary, I promise. But Jess needs us right now. That was it. That was the moment when I realized I had had enough. I hung up the phone, staring at the wall, feeling the weight of the years of being overlooked, overshadowed, and taken for granted. And then, something in me snapped. I wasn't going to let my parents, or Jess, treat me like this anymore. The next few days were a whirlwind of emotions. I started planning. I couldn't let this go. I wasn't going to show up at my own wedding to find my parents and sister walking down the aisle like they were royalty, while I had been left in the dust. I was going to make sure they learned exactly what happens when you take your daughter for granted. But I needed to be careful. I didn't want to ruin my wedding, but I was done. I needed to teach them a lesson. The plan began to form in my head. Then came the day of Jess's wedding. The whole thing had been ridiculous, honestly. It was like something out of a fairy tale, but I couldn't even appreciate it because I felt so alienated. But I stayed quiet, put on my best supportive sister face, and went through the motions. Jess was glowing, the venue was beautiful, and my parents were completely wrapped up in it all, completely ignoring me. I was there, of course, but no one seemed to notice that I was slowly getting fed up. The reception came, and that's when I put the final touches on my plan. Jess and my parents were celebrating, the music was blasting, and the champagne was flowing. That's when I walked in, carrying my own wedding gown. As I walked into the reception hall, the whole room seemed to stop. The music still played, but for a split second, there was this heavy silence that fell over everything. Jess was sitting at the head table with her new husband, looking all princess-like in her extravagant dress, chatting with our parents. And then, all eyes turned to me as I made my way across the room, holding my wedding gown like it was the most natural thing in the world. It took a moment before anyone said anything. I was calm, but inside, my heart was pounding so hard I thought it might explode. I walked straight toward my parents. They were staring at me, their faces a mix of confusion and disbelief. "Em, what are you doing with that?" My mom asked, her voice tight, though she tried to keep it light. I didn't answer right away. Instead, I placed the gown down on the nearest table. The guests were starting to murmur now, the tension palpable in the air. "I'm getting married," I said, my voice ringing clear and steady. "Today." There was a stunned silence as people processed what I just said. My mom looked horrified, her eyes flickering between me and Jess, who was now staring at me, looking both confused and angry. "Sweetheart, I don't think this is the right time for jokes," my mom said, her tone faltering slightly. I shook my head, finally turning to look at Jess, whose face had started to redden in irritation. "No joke, Mom. I'm getting married today. I didn't want a huge wedding. I didn't ask for you to pay for my dream venue. But I was planning to marry the love of my life, and I had to do it without you. But, well, here I am. I'm not waiting anymore. This isn't about you, Jess. It never was." Jess stood up abruptly, her chair scraping against the floor. "What are you talking about?" she snapped, her voice rising. "This is my day, Emily. What are you trying to pull?" I could feel the eyes of the guests on me, some sympathetic, some confused. But all I could focus on was Jess's furious face and the weight of everything I had been holding back. "I'm not trying to pull anything," I said, keeping my voice steady. "I just want to get married. I didn't want the wedding you had. I didn't want the loan debt, the stress, or the attention. I just wanted a peaceful day with the people who actually cared about me. And now, I'm taking it back." Jess looked at my gown on the table, the absurdity of the situation sinking in. She opened her mouth to argue again, but before she could say anything, my mom stepped forward. "Emily, you can't do this," she said, a desperate edge creeping into her voice. "This is Jess's big day. You can't just—" "I can," I interrupted, my voice growing stronger. "I've had enough of being treated like an afterthought. You've had years to show me that I matter. You didn't, and now you're shocked that I'm standing up for myself? I'm done being the quiet, good one. Today, I make my own choices, and I'm doing it without you." My father, who had been silent up until this point, finally spoke up. "Emily, this isn't how you handle things," he said in a low voice, like he was trying to maintain control of the situation. "You're being childish. This is your sister's wedding, and you're ruining it." "I'm not ruining anything," I said, my heart racing. "I'm finally standing up for myself. Maybe if you'd shown me even a fraction of the love and support you've given Jess, I wouldn't have to do this." I could see Jess's face turn redder by the second. She was furious, but she couldn't say anything because she knew deep down what I was saying was true. Our parents had always treated her like the golden child, and I had always been the one who had to keep quiet, go unnoticed, and just deal with it. But not anymore. I'm getting married, Jess. Right now, I said. If you want to leave and let me have my moment, fine. But if you want to stay and make this more dramatic, that's on you. I'm done waiting for permission. My dad stepped toward me now, his expression stern. This is ridiculous. You can't just do this, Emily. You're being selfish. You really don't get it, do you? I said, shaking my head. You've always treated me like I don't matter. Like my dreams aren't important. But you know what? I'm still doing this. I'm not asking for your approval anymore. I've had to fight for everything I've ever wanted in this family. And then I turned to look at the crowd, who had started whispering among themselves. Some of them looked uncomfortable, but others were nodding, quietly supporting me. I could feel their eyes on me, sensing the tension in the room. It felt like everything had been building to this one moment. The realization hit me like a ton of bricks. This wasn't just about weddings. It was about years of being overshadowed, years of walking on eggshells, years of being told to be the bigger person when I'd never been treated like one. It wasn't just a wedding anymore. It was my chance to finally show everyone, especially my parents, that I mattered too. Just as I was about to take a breath and calm myself down, Jess stormed off, throwing an angry glance at me over her shoulder. Fine, do whatever you want, Emily. But you'll regret this, she hissed before disappearing into the back of the venue. I turned back to face my parents, who were now standing there in silence, unsure of what to say. The room felt like it was holding its breath. Well, I said, my voice steady but loud enough for everyone to hear. I guess it's time to get married. And then, I walked straight to the front of the room, where I had arranged for my fiancé to be waiting for me. He was standing there, looking just as nervous as I felt, but there was a sense of calm between us. We had talked about this moment. He knew what was coming, and he stood by me, no matter what. I turned to the crowd once again and smiled. Let's do this. As I reached the front of the room, I could see my fiancé, Mark, standing at the altar, his expression a mixture of nervous excitement and utter calm. He gave me a small smile as I approached, his eyes sparkling with love, and for a moment, everything else seemed to disappear. The noise from the guests faded, the drama with my family was pushed to the back of my mind, and all that mattered was the person standing beside me. Then, from the side of the room, I heard a soft, clearing of the throat. A man stepped forward from behind the curtains, our officiant. It was a good friend of Mark's family, a guy named Tim, who had agreed to marry us on short notice. Tim had the kind of calm, collected vibe that instantly made you feel like everything was going to be okay, even when it felt like the world was falling apart. Tim smiled, stepping toward us. Well, I think we're ready to get started. The rest of the guests are waiting, and from the looks of it, so are we, he said, his voice warm but with a hint of humor to ease the tension in the air. I nodded, trying to shake off the heavy weight on my shoulders. The whole situation was surreal. I had just confronted my parents in front of our entire extended family, and my sister had stormed off, but I was still here, standing in front of the person I loved, about to marry him, regardless of what was happening behind me. Mark gently took my hand as Tim began the ceremony. The guests, those who hadn't walked out in protest, settled into their seats, watching the proceedings with a mix of curiosity and confusion. But honestly, at that point, I couldn't have cared less. I was here, and I was marrying the love of my life. No one, not even my entitled parents or self-centered sister, could take that away from me. Tim started with the traditional vows, and as we recited them, I could feel my nerves begin to subside. My hand tightened around Mark's, a silent promise that this day was about us, not the drama that had preceded it. I looked at him, feeling a sense of peace wash over me. I promise to love you, I said softly, my voice trembling slightly. To stand by you, no matter what happens, through the good, the bad, and the ridiculous family drama. Mark smiled, his thumb gently brushing against my hand. And I promise the same, Emily. No matter how crazy things get, we're in this together. Tim continued with the ceremony, but for me, the words became a blur. This was happening. Despite everything, we were getting married. My heart beat a little faster with each word. Then came the rings. Tim turned to me first. Do you have the ring for your bride? I nodded, pulling the small, velvet box from my pocket, handing it to Mark. He smiled and gently slid the ring onto my finger. It felt so surreal, but in the best possible way. I could feel the weight of it, not just physically, but emotionally, too. This was the ring I had dreamed about since I was young, but never in a million years did I think I'd be standing here, defying everyone who'd ever told me what I should want in life. With this ring, I thee wed, Mark said, his voice low and sincere, sealing the promise with a gentle squeeze of my hand. Tim turned to me. And now, Emily, do you have the ring for your husband? I smiled, pulling the matching band from the pocket of my dress. I placed it on Mark's finger, the moment feeling so simple yet so perfect. With this ring, I thee wed, I repeated, my voice a little stronger now. And just like that, it was done. We were married. Tim smiled warmly, stepping back. By the power vested in me, I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss the bride. Mark pulled me into his arms, and before I knew it, his lips were on mine. The kiss felt like an explosion of joy, a release after all the tension that had been building. It was everything I'd wanted, intimate, filled with love, and pure. Nothing mattered in that moment except the two of us. The room erupted into applause, some more enthusiastic than others, but the sound was almost drowned out by the pounding of my heart. I pulled back from the kiss, and we both smiled, turning to face our guests as they stood and clapped. I could see my mom and dad in the back, still standing frozen, their faces a mixture of disbelief, disappointment, and, I almost couldn't believe it, envy. But I didn't care. Not anymore. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Mr. and Mrs. Thompson, Tim announced, his voice ringing out across the room. A few cheers broke out, and while some guests seemed to be unsure of what was happening, there was a small group of people who were genuinely happy for us. Friends from Mark's side, a few distant relatives, and even some family friends of mine who had always supported me. As we walked down the aisle, I glanced back toward my parents. My mom was wiping her eyes, and my dad had his arms crossed in front of him, looking upset. But there was something else, something I couldn't quite place. It was like they were regretting something, maybe realizing that they couldn't control this anymore. But I couldn't deal with them right now. I had to focus on Mark, on our future, on the fact that we had just done something that would last a lifetime. We made our way to the back of the room, the next phase of the reception about to begin, but as I passed by my parents, my mom grabbed my arm. Emily, we need to talk, she said, her voice shaking, her grip tight. I turned to look at her, but I didn't say anything immediately. I had come this far. I had taken the leap. But part of me knew that this confrontation wasn't over, not yet. Later, Mom, I said, pulling my arm out of her grip. Today is about me and Mark. I'll talk to you later. I turned my back on her, leaving her standing there in the aisle, her hands still outstretched toward me. As I walked away, I heard my dad's voice, sharp and bitter, cutting through the crowd. Emily, this is not how we raised you. Do you understand that? He called out, his words laced with anger. But I didn't stop. I couldn't. I had spent too many years trying to meet their impossible standards, trying to live up to their version of what a perfect life should look like. And today, I wasn't going to let their disappointment ruin the best moment of my life. The sound of my dad's voice faded as I made my way to the reception area where Mark was waiting. He saw me approach, his smile never faltering, and he took my hand in his. You did it, he whispered, his eyes gleaming with pride. You stood up for us. I nodded, feeling a weight lift off my shoulders. This was real. It didn't matter what anyone thought. Mark and I had made a life together, and that was all that mattered. The reception went on without a hitch after that. There were a few awkward glances from some of the relatives, but no one dared to say anything in front of the other guests. Mark and I danced, we laughed, we celebrated. For the first time in years, I felt like I was finally in control of my life, my choices, and my happiness. But in the back of my mind, I knew the confrontation with my parents wasn't over. I wasn't naive enough to think they would just let it go. They would be angry. They'd make me feel guilty for choosing to live my life the way I wanted to. But for the first time, I didn't feel like I had to apologize for my happiness. The night drew to a close, and as we said our goodbyes to the remaining guests, I noticed my mom and dad slipping out of the reception hall early, their faces tight with resentment. They didn't even say goodbye to me. Not that I cared. I didn't need their approval. Not anymore. The next few weeks were a whirlwind of new beginnings. Mark and I settled into our new life, and while I tried to keep in touch with my parents, the tension was unbearable. They didn't call to congratulate us on our wedding anniversary. There were no warm messages of support. Instead, they left passive-aggressive comments about how it wasn't too late to make things right. The silence between us was deafening, but I wasn't going to let their disappointment dictate my happiness. And then came the inevitable text from my mom, one evening just as Mark and I were sitting down for dinner. I think we need to talk, it said. I took a deep breath and looked at Mark. This is it, I muttered, almost laughing at the sheer absurdity of it all. I guess we can't avoid this conversation forever. Mark smiled, squeezing my hand. Just remember, we're on the same team. The text turned into a series of calls over the next few days. My mom wanted to meet, to have a heart-to-heart, as she put it. I knew exactly what that meant. She wanted me to apologize for my choices, for going against her and Dad's wishes. She would try to manipulate me into thinking I had wronged them. But I wasn't backing down this time. Finally, the day arrived when I met with them. I didn't go alone. Mark was there for support, standing by my side just as he promised. We sat down at a small cafe, and the tension in the air was so thick you could cut it with a knife. My parents' faces were a mixture of frustration and confusion. We just don't understand. Emily, my mom started, trying to sound calm, but there was an unmistakable edge to her voice. Why didn't you tell us about the wedding? Why didn't we get a say in how things went? I couldn't believe the audacity. After all the years of ignoring my needs and preferences, they were acting like I owed them an explanation. I'm not going to apologize for getting married the way I wanted to, I said, my voice steady but firm. You guys made your choices for my sister, and that's fine. But this is my life. I did what felt right for me and Mark. You didn't have to pay for our wedding, and frankly, I didn't expect you to. My dad chimed in, it's not just about the money, Emily. It's about family. Your sister deserved that big wedding, and you. I cut him off, my anger bubbling to the surface. You always thought she deserved more. You always made me feel like I wasn't enough. I didn't want your pity or your charity. I wanted respect. There was a long pause as the weight of my words settled over the table. My mom's eyes welled up with tears, but I didn't soften. I couldn't. Mark squeezed my hand under the table, offering silent support. My parents didn't say anything more after that. There was nothing else to be said. It wasn't the closure I had hoped for, but it was the closure I needed. I didn't need to win their approval anymore. I had my life, my love, and that was all that mattered. So, I guess that's the story of how my wedding turned into a massive family drama. It's been a few months since that day, and things are still tense with my parents, but I feel like I'm finally living for myself. The most important thing I've learned through all this? You can't always make everyone happy, but as long as you're doing what makes you happy, that's what counts. What do you guys think? Am I wrong for cutting ties with my parents over this? Or do you think I should have handled it differently? Would love to hear your thoughts.